Chapter 241, Chapter 91, Chi Lu the Great Killer in All Directions, second update, _1, no, after 10 years, how can you distrust me so much? Chi Yundai sneered. Don't you know, the first principle for a client is to fully trust their defense attorney. Zhang Xiais muttered, I do want to trust you. Chi Yundai entered the room full of worry and almost died of anger when he was about to leave because of Zhang Xiais. How could he have anticipated Jiang's son would be so swayed by a few words? You might as well be mute. You can't expect Jiang's son to do anything good. Director Chen was waiting for him at the entrance. When Jiang's son left, his expression was as usual, unchanging. Director Chen couldn't discern any progress and didn't dare to speculate and ask, how did it go? Chi Yundai came out, and he hurriedly approached and asked, what is it with all of you not trusting me? 10 years? 15 years? The death penalty? Chi Yundai complained to Director Chen and then pointed to his own face. I always thought my face carried authority. Why can't they have a little trust? Upon hearing this, Director Chen silently looked up. Perhaps it's because of the hat. Hat? Chi Yundai frowned. What hat? On your head. Director Chen heard from his tone that Zhang Xiais was okay, so he withdrew his gaze and walked outside with some unspeakable feelings. The chef's hat. Chi Yundai's feet instantly froze in place. He looked down at his suit pants, white shirt, then tremblingly reached up to his head and felt the chef's hat. His whole being as if struck by lightning. So, I've been parading around town with this hat on all afternoon? Yeah. Director Chen nodded. Why didn't you remind me? Attorney Kai's stern and serious face began to crumble bit by bit. He walked from the cake shop to the Zhang family, then to the police station, all the while wearing this thing? This foolish appearance, passers-by saw it. Miss Bai saw it. Jiang's son saw it. Director Chen, seeing that he was oblivious, was even more surprised than him. He touched his head, utterly confused, and carefully said, I thought you had a special reason for doing it. Like making the opponent lower their guard. Say it, Attorney Chi coldly said to Director Chen. How many years do you want to go in for? Director Chen, Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School. Jiang Fulai parked the car at the side of the road with a cold expression on his face. Bai Lian didn't get in the car but lazily knocked on the passenger door window as it rolled down. Why haven't you replied to my messages? She raised an eyebrow. Jiang Fulai, still with a cold face, unlocked his phone to see the 2 messages Bai Lian had sent 2 hours before. Zhang Xiais is afraid of you. His spirit is fragile right now. You need to treat him gently. It's his first time doing something like this. He must be scared. Comfort and guide him. In front of her, Jiang Fulai coldly replied with 1 character. 1. Bai Lian. She pulled open the car door. So, what's his situation now? Alive. Jiang Fulai waited for her to get seated before starting the car, speaking succinctly, polite and refined. Jiang's son has always been indiscriminate in his mockery, only holding back from insulting Zhang Xiais today because of Bai Lian's face. In his view, Zhang Xiais hadn't used his brain at all when doing this deed. Otherwise, Chi Yundai would have 100 ways to get him acquitted. Jiang Fulai drove to the estate where Chi Yundai and Director Chen were already present. Zhang Shi's case still had many details and evidence that required attention. When Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai arrived, the 2 were in the midst of a heated discussion. Mr. Jiang, Miss Bai, Chi Yundai, holding the documents and still intending to scold Director Chen, glanced at the newcomers and stood with his papers, recalling something important. My attorney badge is still in Jiangjing. The attorney badge is issued by the Lawyers Association to every attorney. It can only be worn in court. Chi Yundai hadn't brought it along on this trip to Xiangqing. Badge. Director Chen indeed recalled someone. Chen Jingyu will come to Xiangqing in 2 days. They'll let him know to bring your badge along. Chen Jingyu? Chi Yundai wasn't familiar with this person and looked towards Jiang Fulai. Give it to Jiang Shijue. Jiang Fulai sat down on the sofa, lowered his gaze, and poured 2 cups of tea. Chi Yundai took out his phone to take care of the matter. Because of Zhang Shi's incident, Class 15 had been under low morale lately. Tuesday evening. Director Chen waited for Bai Lian at the school entrance while Ming Dongheng went to watch Mr. Bei's match. So today the person bringing Jiang He became Director Chen. He waited at the road junction for Bai Lian. Jiang He, holding his small backpack, squatted by his feet. With half an hour to go until Bai Lian's school was dismissed, Jiang He preferred squatting at the curb watching leaves and daydreaming to staying at home. Chapter 242, Chapter 91, Qi Lu the Great Killer in All Directions, second update, _2 This young master, Director Chen, could only join him. Hello. The phone in his pocket rang. Director Chen answered. It was a Jiangjing number. You've arrived? I'm at the intersection near Xiangqing number 1 school. Just drive over. After speaking, Director Chen sent the exact location to the other party. Half an hour later, a car stopped across the street, and a young man wearing a black jacket stepped out from the driver's seat, with a crew cut, bronze skin, and a pair of bright eyes. Jing Yu. Director Chen raised his hand, calling him. Seeing Director Chen, Jingyu hesitated for a moment, then walked firmly over, his gaze resting momentarily on Jiang He squatting next to Director Chen's leg. Jiang He had hardly any photos leaked. The Jiang family had protected him very well. But Jingyu had seen him with the senior Mr. Chen before. Director Chen was low-key within the Chen family, always running errands, but in the past month, his voice had grown louder bit by bit, and not only that, his policies and strategies were frequently praised. And now, he even saw that Director Chen was alone with Jiang He. Not to mention when Jiang He had become so trusting of Director Chen, but with his notoriously odd temperament, how had he ended up obediently squatting by Director Chen's side? Chen Jingyu was inwardly astonished. How had Chen Yongkuan, from a side branch, managed this? Wasn't it said that he didn't secure the mining project? Director Chen Jingyu stood 3 steps away from Director Chen, handing over a 5-centimeter wide black wooden box. This is what Lawyer Qi needs. Director Chen took it. It was Qi Yunde's badge. But what case in Xiangqing requires his intervention? As someone from Jiangjing, Chen Jingyu was naturally very familiar with the devilish lawyer team under Jiang Fulai's command, especially Qi Yundai. Upon hearing this, Director Chen simply smiled. A local murder case. The trial starts tomorrow. Do you want to come? I can save my seat for you. Qi Yundai was now focused on teaching. Apart from Jiang family cases, he rarely took on other jobs. A local case? Chen Jingyu shook his head. He wasn't interested in that. No need. Tomorrow I'm going to the fight club to find teacher Tongpa. Tongpa? Director Chen was moved. He looked up. You are planning to learn Muay Thai from him? Tongpa, the teacher who defeated Ming Dongheng, had been ranked first internationally in martial arts competitions for 3 consecutive years. Many aspired to be his disciples. I must join the Dongwu organization within 3 years. Chen Jingyu was full of ambition. Dongwu Club, the most famous martial arts organization in Asia. Director Chen was not interested in these matters. As the school let out, he spotted Bai Lian, who stood out in the crowd, and waved urgently, Miss Bai, over here. Chen Jingyu followed his gaze. He immediately saw a girl in a Xiangqing number 1 school uniform slowly walking towards them, earphones in her ears. Her eyes reflected the setting sun, as ethereal as drifting clouds. Jingyu, Director Chen introduced with a smile, that's Miss Bai, I'm waiting for her. Miss Bai? Who is she? It was the first time Chen Jingyu had heard this name. He found it unexpected that Director Chen's attitude towards this girl seemed quite special. Director Chen smiled and explained as he also introduced her to Chen Jingyu. Her grandfather does beautiful embroidery. I often go fishing with her grandfather, and Miss Bai herself is quite impressive. This year, I'm betting on Miss Bai getting into Jiangjing University. He couldn't discuss the policy matters with Chen Jingyu. Embroidery? Fishing? Chen Jingyu furrowed his brow, and now Director Chen was betting on whether she could get into Jiangjing University? Everyone was betting on Liang Wu and Su Ziyu's scores. Director Chen, I have other matters to attend to. Chen Jingyu lost interest in further inquiry, politely took his leave from Director Chen. He quickly returned to his car across the street and merged into the flow of traffic. Director Chen still had a bunch of flattery unsaid when he saw Chen Jingyu speeding off. Miss Bai, He frowned. With a glance he saw Bai Lian approaching, he quickly withdrew his gaze from Qin Jingyu and handed the small square box to Bai Lian. This is Lawyer Kai's badge. He needs it tomorrow morning. Director Chen wouldn't be able to go tomorrow. There were hardly any big issues with Zhang Xiai's. Director Chen wasn't worried. He now had to work overtime to wrap up official business, as Shun Qing was being discharged the day after tomorrow, and he needed to find time to be there. Okay, Bai Lian looked down at the small dark brown wooden box. It even had the law firm's pattern engraved on it. Quite unique. Director Chen sent Bai Lian and Jiang He back to Purist Street, and on the way, they visited Ji Heng together. While Bai Lian was giving Lance acupuncture treatment, Director Chen and Jiang He squatted to the side and watched Ji Heng embroider a cabbage. Uncle, I'm going to pick up sister-in-law with Ji Xiaojun the day after tomorrow. Ji Xiaojun still had classes. Director Chen had everything well organized. In a couple of days, we'll go fishing by the river. Chapter 243, Chapter 91, Qi Lu the Great Killer in All Directions, Second Update, _3 Ji Heng squinted his eyes as he threaded the wool-like end of the thread through the nearly invisible eye of the needle. Chen Bureau and Jiang He were both astounded by what they saw. After threading the needle, Ji Heng finally spoke. It's enough for Xiaojun to go alone. How could Chen Bureau agree to this? But he did not say much, simply changing the subject. Miss Bai has switched from liberal arts to science. How are her grades in her senior year of high school now? The parent-teacher conference hadn't yet taken place. Bai Lian never took the initiative to talk about her scores. What Ji Heng remembered were the scores from the last monthly test because Bai Lian's results had taken him by surprise. He remembered them very clearly, 450, not a high requirement, but enough to meet the Tier 2 university admission line. Ah! Chen Bureau was thrown into disarray. Tier 2 university admission line? He was still planning on pressuring Miss Bai to attend Jiangjing University. The trial for Zhang Shi's case commenced. At 8 o'clock, before the courthouse doors had opened, Zhang's mother and Yan Lu were already waiting at the entrance, looking eagerly through the doors. At 9 o'clock, Bai Lian, Jiang Fulai, Pu Xiaohan, and Wen Qi arrived. At 9:20, Qi Yundai arrived fashionably late. He was wearing an ordinary black lawyer's gown today, which he had just bought this past Sunday. There was no specific requirement for the robe for this court session, and he hadn't asked for his own to be brought over. Qi Lu, Bai Lian handed him a wooden box. This is your lawyer's badge. Qi Yundai casually took it from her, opened it, and saw a black badge inside. He glanced at it and then clipped it onto his left side. His attitude was very casual. Bai Lian lowered her voice, whispering to Jiang Fulai, the lawyer they've hired today seems to be very formidable. Can Qi Lu handle it? Who did they hire? Jiang Fulai asked with a slight bow of his head, his voice deep. Zhao Jingzhou. Bai Lian thought for a moment. Jiang Fulai pondered for a while, then shook his head. I haven't heard of him. Bai Lian, forget it. Xen's sister stood behind the two, glancing at Qi Yundai's solemn face as he adjusted his lawyer's badge, and then back at Bai Lian and the unapproachable-looking Jiang Fulai. This group of people, how come they seemed both reliable and unreliable at the same time? Would they really be able to make it? 9:30. Everyone arrived at the courtroom. Zhang's mother and Yan Lu finally saw Zhang Xiai's sitting in the defendant's seat. Having not seen him for almost 10 days, Zhang Xiai's had lost a lot of weight, but he still looked fairly spirited. Upon seeing Zhang's mother and Yan Lu, he didn't speak, just sat in silence. Zhang's mother held Yan Lu's hand, struggling to hold back her tears. The group took seats in the spectators' area on the left side. Almost 10 o'clock. Director Lu and the judge took their places one after the other. Director Lu arrived first. He was walking shoulder to shoulder with a young man who was also wearing a black lawyer's gown. Unlike ordinary robes, this man's had red lapels. Director Lu, with his wrinkled face, scanned across Zhang Xiai's with a gaze as sharp as a serpent's the moment he entered the courtroom, his mouth curving into a strange arc. It sent shivers down one's spine. A few minutes later, he finally shifted his gaze, sizing up the attorney sitting at the defendant's seat. It was a middle-aged man he had never seen before. Both parties' lawyers took their seats. On the left in the spectators area, Pu Xiaohan clutched Wang Qi's arm, her voice low and her hand trembling uncontrollably. Wang Qi, that's the invincible General Zhao Jingzhou, isn't it? Wang Qi's gaze was still focused on the young man seated in the opposite attorney's row. Most people don't look exactly the same as in videos, but Wang Qi was certain. You see the red lapels on his clothes. The internet says that he's the only one with that honor, and it's his signature. How did they manage to hire Zhao Jingzhou? Pu Xiaohan almost exclaimed as she looked across the room. In front, the confidence that Yan Lu and ex-ancestor had struggled to build over this period was once again shaken by the conversations of the two. The judge sat solemnly in the central seat, a light tap with the gavel confirmed the identities of both parties, and the opening arguments began. The attorney Zhao stood up. First, he glanced at Qi Yundai's side. Then, picking up a pile of documents, he started his argument. Your Honor, members of the jury. The accused brutally assaulted my client in the underground parking garage, without any prior entanglement, an extremely vile act. Zhao Jingzhou was eloquent and compelling in his argument. He listed a series of interpersonal relations between the two parties and evidence of Lu Xinming's charity work in daily life. Every word he spoke was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. On the left in the spectators area, with each word they heard, Yan Lu and Zhang's mother tensed a little more, their hearts hanging in the balance uncertainly. Even without facing Zhao Jingzhou head-on, even separated by several meters, even with no eye contact, they clearly felt the pressure coming from Zhao Jingzhou. As expected of the invincible general, Wang Qi took a deep breath. Absolute dominating presence. Many lawyers are overwhelmed by their opponent's presence right from the start. At that point, the outcome is nearly certain. Yan Lu and others anxiously looked at Qi Yundai sitting before them, hoping he could withstand Zhao Jingzhou's pressure. Don't worry, Zhang's mother, not wanting to pressure Qi Yundai, said with a trembling voice, no matter the outcome, we are very grateful that you are willing to defend my son. Across the room, Director Liu's companion spoke in a low, mocking tone, looking derisively across the room. Director Liu, they're scared on the other side. You can rest assured, with Attorney Zhao here, Zhang Xi's is as good as dead. Director Liu uttered and his shadowy gaze slid across Zhang Xi's, settling on the attorney opposite. Qi Yundai fixated his gaze on Zhao Jingzhou. He didn't pick up any documents, waiting until the other side had finished explaining the last piece of legislation. Then he raised his hand. Nonsense. I've told you in class, a qualified lawyer must treat each law with precision. Article 233 of the criminal law was just revised last month by me. Have you even studied criminal law lately? Your brain seems completely empty. Chapter 244, 092 All-Around Crush _1 Qi Yundai was now immersed in studying law, taking public courses, and giving lectures. More often, he was seen engaging in intense debates with learned figures at representative conferences. Over a decade, he had revised 5 legal statutes. Among them, 3 were criminal laws. Zhao Jingzhou had become quite famous online in recent years. The cases he was involved in were hotly discussed by netizens, and his abilities at Red Circle firm were indeed top-notch, far exceeding those of the average lawyer. This was the Zhao Jingzhou that most netizens understood. However, the truly formidable lawyers had long been beyond this ranking. Most of their engagement was in international trade, and only the Real insiders could know the difference. Zhao Jingzhou, being young and overly praised, had recently found it difficult to concentrate on these matters. Qi Yundai certainly recognized Zhao Jingzhou, an outstanding graduate of Jiangjing Law School. Zhao Jingzhou was almost always present when he gave public lectures. At Qi Lu's first strike, aside from Jiang Fulai, no one else had reacted. Yet Qi Yundai did not stop. He withdrew his gaze from Zhao Jingzhou and turned his head to scrutinize the witness summoned by the opposition, staring into their eyes. Witness, are you saying that my client has no connection whatsoever with Lu Xinming? It's said that those who study the law have eyes one dares not meet. Qi Yundai was no exception. The witness was Lu Xinming's personal assistant. He nodded, avoiding eye contact, confirmed. Very well. Qi Yundai produced a photo and a video segment to present to the judge. May I ask why you were at the Xiangqing Hotel on the day of the incident? What is this letter that you placed in Miss Yen Lu's room? The judge received the photo and video. The witness' expression changed abruptly, and he instinctively looked towards Director Lu. Witness, Chi Yundai settled back in his seat, resting his hand on the table and slightly turning his body to face the witness. Please look into my eyes and answer my question once more. Are you certain that my client has no connection whatsoever with Lu Xinming? The court was utterly silent. Lu Xinming's personal assistant was the only witness present. He was supposed to testify that Zhang Xiais did not know Lu Xinming, that Zhang was causing trouble and killing indiscriminately. Everything had been going smoothly until now, as most of the evidence had been deleted by Director Lu, and the witness had not anticipated this turnaround. There were few in the room who dared meet Chi Yundai's gaze. Those who did began to tremble uncontrollably. I request the withdrawal of this piece of evidence. Chi Yundai raised his hand again. The jury snapped back to reality. Without exchanging many words, just a glance at each other, they dismissed the evidence brought by Zhao Jingzhou, and the first witness was escorted out of the courtroom. Here, I have a petition for appeal, along with videos and evidence. Chi Yundai addressed the judge, signed by 19 citizens, appealing with evidence that Lu Xinming repeatedly oppressed his artists and is suspected of threats and humiliation. Furthermore, on the day of the incident, he harassed and threatened Miss Yen Lu, provoking the anger of my client, who by law deserves a reduced punishment. This piece of evidence was submitted. Director Liu's expression finally broke, and he stood up abruptly. Chi Yundai drew out a lawsuit. With an unstoppable momentum, my client has no prior criminal record, subjective malice is absent, although murder warrants punishment. However, penal sanctions are meant to rehabilitate, and my client lacks subjective malice and poses a minimal risk. Given the significant fault of Lu Xinming in this case, therefore, we request the court to mitigate and reduce punishment for my client, to uphold judicial justice. Director Liu's party wanted to speak out. Finally, Chi Yundai looked towards them. Lastly, Attorney Zhao, are you aware of Lu Xinming's criminal past? I was not. Zhao Jingzhou looked deeply at Director Lu and shook his head. Chi Yundai nodded. The defense attorney fabricates legal provisions, which gives me reason to doubt his professional ethics. I request an appeal. The calm courtroom was like a simmering pot of oil into which a drop of water had just fallen. Suddenly it began to boil. Chi Yundai did not use provocative language, nor was his voice particularly forceful. He merely pointed out the opposition's problems calmly and filed for an appeal. Yet every piece of evidence he provided, every line of argument he made, set the courtroom ablaze. The jury deliberated for a long time in light of the evidence. Lastly, Chi Yundai finally looked towards Director Lu, his voice cold. Regarding the assault by Lu Xinming, are you, as his father, aware or not? I was not aware. Director Lu braced himself against the table, fixated on Chi Yundai. Veins on his forehead bulged, his expression near hysterical. Very well, Chi Yundai extracted an anti-invasion record with thanks for young Master Jiang's help. Not only was everything that had been deleted recovered, but IP records were included as well. Here is the video, the record of deleted recoveries, and after the incident with the witness phone, it only appeared in your and Xiangqing police officers' hands. Someone maliciously deleted the video. Chapter 245, 092 All-Around Dominance _2, So, Mr. Lu, Chi Yundai sneered. You're not trying to tell me that the video was deleted by the police, are you? Whoosh, what could Director Lu say to that? Accuse the police of deleting it? Would he dare say that in court? The entire courtroom once again fell into an uproar. Director Lu found himself in a peculiar predicament, his and everyone else's logical thinking on their side firmly controlled by Chi Yundai, including Zhao Jingzhou. You couldn't find a single logical flaw in Chi Yundai's reasoning. Clack! The judge banged the gavel. Order, order. The whispers and exchanges in the courtroom gradually ceased. Zhang Xiais, sitting behind a fence half his height, also came back to his senses, having been in a state of tension since the incident occurred. For the first half of his life, he had been coasting through life, with his greatest ambition being no more than a minor supporting role. At this moment, as he watched Qi Yundai defending him and the other 19 victims in the courtroom, Zhang Xiai's finally began to understand the meaning of the words Qi Yundai had said to him at the end of that day. The opening of a grand trial came to a close. The evidence provided by Qi Yundai was comprehensive, valid, and sharp. After the jury deliberated and studied the evidence, at 3:27 p.m., the verdict was finally delivered, a sentence of 1 year of fixed-term imprisonment. While motive has no bearing on the establishment of intentional homicide, it has a significant impact on sentencing. This is probably the first case in the country where the sentence for an intentional homicide case was so minimal. Beyond that, the opposing witnesses, lawyers, all were released on bail. This was quite the explosive incident in the legal community. After the judge pronounced the verdict, everyone on Zhang Shi's side breathed a sigh of relief. Pu Xiaohan and Wang Qi exchanged glances, with madness flickering in their eyes. The invincible General Zhao Jingzhou of Red Circle firm was appealed against by Qi Lu. Director Lu was appealed as well? And there are suspicions of slandering the police? The opponent seems to be Zhao Jingzhou's teacher? Yan Lu and Zhang's mother tightly held each other's hands, while Sister Exin beside them took a long time to come back to her senses. She had thought that a 15-year sentence was the best possible outcome for Zhang Xiai's. But it wasn't 15 years, not 10, not 7, not even 3. This lawyer with a chef's hat, where on earth did he come from? Qi Yundai was unaware that his chef's hat had made such an impression on everyone. He stepped forward, merely patted Zhang Xiai's on the shoulder, and encouraged him with a look, reform yourself inside, strive to get a reduced sentence for yourself, he'll be waiting for you at Jiangjing University of Political Science and Law. I believe in you. Qi Yundai looked at Zhang Xiai's, stay true to your original aspiration, and you will accomplish your mission. Zhang Xiai scratched his head. What is it? Qi Yundai frowned. Zhang Xiai's was on the verge of tears. I just mean, there's a pretty good chance that I might not pass the exam. Qi Yundai sneered. Then I don't care. If you don't pass, just wait for me to appeal against you, and if you want to stay a few more years, remember to tell me in advance. Zhang Xiai's. Qi Yundai huffily finished speaking, then turned around and caught Jiang Fulai's gaze. Young Master Jiang, that's as far as we can go. Qi Yundai took off his badge, then removed his lawyer's robe, surprising Jiang Fulai, who defensively said, this kid didn't leave any way out for himself. If it were anyone else today, this fool Zhang Xiai's wouldn't have had a chance to escape at least 10 years of imprisonment. It's only me. Attorney Qi looked somewhat self-satisfied. This section should be submitted to Jiangjing Law School. Now there's a piece of teaching material. Jiang Fulai leisurely withdrew his gaze, casually saying, I was just wondering why that thing around your neck sometimes appears and sometimes disappears. Most people can't quite understand what Master Jiang is implying. Qi Yundai heartily realized that the other party was criticizing him for his last economic case. He was careless and negligent, and Jiang Shijue and his group suffered because of him, directly causing losses to the project of over 1 billion yuan. Qi Yundai, a fierce figure in the courtroom, now couldn't even dare to look into Master Jiang's eyes. Even a horse stumbles, a moment of negligence, a moment of carelessness. His voice was somewhat low. Jiang Fulai cast an imperceptible glance at his head, non-committally silent on the moment of negligence Qi Yundai had mentioned. Qi Yundai, this damnable chef's hat. Qi Lu smiled. He was contemplating playing a few moves against Chen Yongquan. The verdict was handed down. Now, normal visitation with Zhang Xiai's is possible. Class 15 knew almost everything about Zhang Shi's case, primarily through Yan Lu, who didn't want her classmates to see Zhang Xiai's as a wrongdoer with poor conduct. Chapter 246, 092 All-Around Crush _3, Hey, no worries, we'll meet again in a year, Wang Qi said nonchalantly, patting Zhang Xiai's on the shoulder. Director Chen granted them access, and quite a crowd stayed in the detention room. He smiled cheerfully, looking no different from usual. Ning Xiao spoke little. He just looked at Zhang Xiai's and said, now you're really one of the good guys. Oh, and also, Pu Xiaohan put a stack of notebooks and exercise books on the table. Qi Lu said you're going to take the entrance exam for the University of Political Science and Law. We've asked the police, and you're allowed to read while being reformed. These are all the books we've prepared for you. Study well. Zhang Xiai's grinned, but his smile didn't last a minute. He looked down to see a pile of books and notebooks. Take some time to study properly. Bai Lian sat on the only chair inside, casually crossing his long legs and gently tapping the backrest with his arm. His eyes slightly squinted, but his tone was as consistent as ever. Every 7 days, Jiang and I will come to tutor you and check your learning progress. Of course, this was something Jiang Fulai had fought for Zhang Xiai's. Normally, visits were only allowed once every half a month, but since Zhang Xiai's was a student and shown a tendency to strive, an extra visitation right was granted. The law is unemotional, yet it carries a touch of humanity. What? Zhang Xiai's never expected that he still had to study while inside. Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai were going to come and tutor him? Jiang Fulai? The person who seemed to despise him with a glance was coming to give him tutorials? Bai Lian looked up, glanced at him very calmly. That look seemed to pose the question, do you have any doubts? Zhang Xiai's, right? He had no doubts. The group didn't take up too much of Zhang Shi's time. They were there to represent the entire class to visit him, leaving time for Zhang Shi's family later. The bunch of young boys and girls laughed and chatted as if nothing had changed from before. The visitation time ended quickly, and one by one, they left. Before leaving, Bai Lian finally reached out and patted his shoulder. Are you scared? Zhang Shi's eyelashes trembled slightly. Don't be afraid. Bai Lian's gaze seemed to look right through him, towards a distant place. The people you're protecting aren't just those 19 individuals. We don't disrespect life, but when it comes to drawing a gun, it's for the sake of those behind us we want to protect. Once outside the detention room, the lively group of students seemed to hit the pause button instantly. The corridor was dark and narrow, as if there was no daylight. A year, huh? Pu Xiaohan looked back, staring at the small house. Wen Qi also looked back. In 2 days, Zhang Xiai's would be taken to Xiangqing prison to serve his sentence. He was only 19 in virtual years. Regarding the verdict for Zhang Xiai's, some were relieved, while others were not convinced. Lu Dong was at the forefront of discontent. When he went to find Zhao Jingzhou again, Zhao Jingzhou was just finishing up with the police evidence collection. Outside the police station, the setting sun was ablaze like fire. Zhao Jingzhou simply gave Lu Dong a cold look. I remember before the trial began, I told you more than once that you must tell me everything about the case with no omissions. Whatever the client has done, I, as a lawyer, will keep it confidential. Clearly, you do not trust me. This is a rule known by everyone in the industry. But as a businessman, Lu Dong could not trust anyone, even if the other person was a lawyer. So today, Zhao Jingzhou was utterly defeated. Lawyer Zhao, Lu Dong also acknowledged his mistake today, quickly apologizing and then stating his request. I would like to file for an appeal. Zhang Xiai's was sentenced to only 1 year. He was far from satisfied with that verdict. An appeal? Zhao Jingzhou stopped and looked at Lu Dong, almost laughing as he interrupted. You still dare to file an appeal for Qi Lu's case? Do you perhaps know what Teacher Kai's main job is by any chance? Chapter 247, Chapter 093, Alien raises the spear again, second update, _1 Director Lu was taken aback. I know he's your teacher. Teacher? Zhao Jingzhou shook his head, his gaze complex. I have only attended a few of his public lectures. Everyone at the University of Political Science and Law wanted to become his disciple, but he made it clear that he doesn't take apprentices. Of course, none of that is important. Zhao Jingzhou collected his thoughts and looked at Director Lu. Putting aside the second trial, I think you should be more concerned about your own safety as well as your company's. It's best if your company doesn't have any financial loopholes. What? The tone of Zhao Jingzhou startled Director Lu. A sense of unease began to spread. Although Teacher Qi is involved in the amendment of the criminal law, his specialty is economic capital market cases. Zhao Jingzhou withdrew his gaze, walking outside as he spoke, because his home turf has always been the international stage. You may not know him, but you must be aware of the CN Group, the one he and his legal team have taken down. Among the top 10 gold lawyers internationally, he is the only one listed from our country, understand? Having said this, Zhao Jingzhou got into his car. Behind him, Director Liu's expression changed. Nobody knew better than him how terrifying it was to be targeted by a lawyer who specialized in economic law. The CN Group, a renowned financial giant internationally just 5 years ago. In comparison to the Liu family's assets, they were practically negligible, and at last, he knew fear. He quickly made a call to his company's finance department. Of course, by this time it was already too little, too late. Zhang Shi's situation seemed to have little effect on Class 15. His seat was still there. Everyone knew Ning Xiao had a desk mate, though that spot was temporarily empty. On Thursday noon, Bai Lian sat in the car, her elbow lazily propped against the window, her eyes half closed, pondering how to help Zhang Shi's review. Him. After hearing Bai Lian's thoughts, Jiang Fulai, in the driver's seat, scoffed. You can't even begin. Jiang Fulai even cursed at Ning Xiao. He was actually being polite to Zhang Shi's. But his learning methods indeed didn't suit Zhang Shi's. Bai Lian thought it over and decided to ask Ning Xiao and Tang Ming later. Those two were closer to being normal people. The car arrived at the hospital. Xin Qing was discharged from the hospital this morning. Chief Chen carefully prepared willow branches for Xin Qing to ward off bad luck. Aside from Dr. Lance, Ji Xiaojun also knew that Jiang Fulai played a significant role in Xin Qing's survival, as the equipment used to sustain her life in the past few days was related to him. For this reason, Ji Xiaojun specially invited Dr. Lance and Jiang Fulai to lunch at noon. However, Dr. Lance had a consultation and couldn't make it. When Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian arrived at the Ji family's place, Chief Chen and Ji Xiaojun were busy in the kitchen. Since Xin Qing was still not fully recovered, she watched TV in the living room. Ji Go, I'm here. Chief Chen took the spatula from Ji Xian's hand, stir-fried a bit in the wok, and while talking to Ji Xiaojun said, This weekend we should go fishing by the river, catch some wild fish to nourish the sister-in-law. Ji Xiaojun lifted the lid of the stew pot, saw that the soup was nearly ready, and turned off the heat. He showed approval for Chief Chen's suggestion. Good idea, invite my dad too. Chief Chen chuckled, finished the dish, and as soon as he brought it out, he saw Jiang Fulai raising an eyebrow at him. The grin on his face instantly retracted. Ji Xiaojun also came out of the kitchen, and upon seeing Jiang Fulai said, Xiaojiang, you've come at just the right time, just in time for the meal. Chief Chen found it quite difficult to comment on this Xiaojiang. Jiang He, dressed in new clothes, sat on the couch, chatting with Xin Qing. Jiang Fulai looked down at Jiang He from above. Jiang He was wearing a white long-sleeved shirt with a satin finish, the collar and cuffs a pale green color, embroidered with tiny white cranes, and there was a large white cabbage on the chest. Next to the big cabbage lay a small rabbit. Jiang Fulai only glanced casually, his gaze lingering on the Bai character on one of the rabbit's ears, which was almost imperceptible. Embroidery teachers often sign their works in various ways. After the meal, Xin Qing needed to rest, and since Jiang Fulai had to go to the laboratory, he left early. He hadn't been to the lab the day before and had taken some time off that day. He really didn't feel at ease about the lab. Chief Chen took over the responsibility of taking Bai Lian to school. The residential area was undergoing demolition. Recently, many people had begun moving out, leaving many unwanted items on the road, hence Chief Chen's car didn't drive in. Outside, Qin Jingyu, dressed in a windbreaker, parked his car and frowned as he looked at the old residential complex. He didn't quite understand why Chief Chen would be here, but still, he waited while checking messages on his phone. Chapter 248, Chapter 093, Alien raises the spear again, second update, _2 when he looked up again. He saw Director Qin coming out of the doorway. Qin Jingyu's spirits lifted. Jingyu, Director Qin approached. What did you want to see me for? Director Qin, do you know? Qin Jingyu's serious face was unusually excited. Backter Street has developed a plaster that is extremely effective for physical recovery. It's called Danei. He was cut off midway when he saw Bai Lian and Jiang He lazily coming out of the residential complex. His excited voice abruptly stopped. He lowered his voice to ensure Bai Lian couldn't hear it. It's called the solid element paste, but it's available in limited quantities. The allure for martial artists was simply too great. I know. Director Chen had been aware of it from the start and had even contacted Wang Yufeng's side to seek cooperation. Little did he know, they ended up creating their own brand, but Wang Yufeng is a tough nut to crack. The Chen family really needed this cooperation. He had been negotiating with the other party for a long time. The other party had a slippery person by the name of Xiaolu or Xiaoba. He hadn't even met them in person. That's why the family wants to send someone else to negotiate at the fighting arena. Chen Jingyu spoke out. The solid element paste was mostly used at auction houses. Who? Director Chen was taken aback, looking at Chen Jingyu. Yu Xin. Chen Jingyu's peripheral vision caught Bai Lian reaching her car. He swallowed the rest of his sentence. I'll talk to you tonight. Bai Lian was wearing headphones, listening to an English audio lesson. As for what Director Chen and the others were talking about, she didn't pay any attention at all. She simply took Jiang He and got into the car. Not until the car door closed did Director Chen finally look at Chen Jingyu. Miss Bai is also very impressive. What style does she study? Long fist, sanda, or spear? Or perhaps Muay Thai? Chen Jingyu was indeed surprised. He knew what Director Chen meant by impressive. Which rank is she now? She's probably unorthodox, but she is very strong. Director Chen had the fortune to witness a video of Bai Lian's. Although lacking in technique, one could tell that Miss Bai's strength was considerable. Unorthodox, huh? Chen Jingyu withdrew his gaze. I thought by your tone, you meant she could compare with Yu Shen. Director Chen was quite speechless. How can you compare? Yu Hongyi started learning martial arts at 3, took up the spear at 9, while Miss Bai is seriously studying. He knew Bai Lian was devoted to her studies. Chen Jingyu wanted to say that even being admitted to Jiangjing University wasn't guaranteed, so what was the difference between studying seriously and not? But looking at Director Chen, he didn't voice his thought. Afternoon after school. Milk tea shop. Wang Qi and the others pretended to order milk teas while their eyes inadvertently drifted towards the kitchen. Yang Lin didn't bother with them, attending to other customers instead. Qi Yundai took a box of cake out and, seeing Wang Qi and the others looking at him, he reluctantly took off his chef's hat. What? When he wasn't in court, he wasn't so unapproachable. Still aloof, he wasn't much for talking. Hee. Wang Qi scratched his head, very curious, and naturally asked his question. Isn't it said that those involved in legal revision can't be defense lawyers? Qi Yundai handed the cake to Yang Lin and casually inquired, Where did you hear that? Online, and Baidu says so too, Wang Qi said as if it were obvious. Qi Yundai. A look of incomprehension appeared on his face. You guys search for this kind of stuff on the internet? Not only had they searched, they had believed it too? It might have been the way Qi Yundai looked at fools with such overt transparency that made Wang Qi and the other boys exchange glances, then quietly take their milk tea back to where Bai Lian and Ning Xiao were. So we can't search online? Wang Qi asked Ning Xiao. Ning Xiao gave him a glance and reminded him, as everyone knows, all the answers on Qiandu are edited and answered by the public, including Qiandu Qianku. Wang Qi didn't dare to retort Ning Xiao, the academic god. He just looked at Bai Lian with an almost tearful expression. Lian's sister. Bai Lian casually put away her homework, looked up, and said, Use your brain. Is everyone here? Zhang Shi's dad often traveled for business. And now, Zhang Shi's was not at home. So the people from Class 15 had discussed and agreed that they would take turns, a few each day, going to the Zhang family's place to help Zhang's mom move goods and flower pots. Today it was Bai Lian's and Wang Qi's turn among others. Once everyone was gathered, they all went to the Zhang family's flower shop at the street corner. Zhang's mom had closed the flower shop for many days and was cleaning today, organizing wilted petals. There was also a delivery on its way, and by the time Bai Lian and the others arrived, Yan Lu had already started cleaning inside the shop. Alien, little Wang, how come all of you are here? Zhang's mom was bustling about with a smile. No different than usual, I'll get you guys some drinks. Outside the front gate of the Zhang family's home, Wang Xen was on the phone, suppressing her anger and forcing a smile. Teacher Hu, just consider that we approached you first, and you also said Xiaolu had potential. Enough, Wang Xen, let's cut to the chase. Teacher Hu said on the other end, man, she also scheduled with me, you are aware, right? Teacher Hu was a martial arts instructor at Time Entertainment. After The Great Eternal Prosperity announced open auditions, everyone in the industry, from top celebrities to minor stars, was clamoring for a role. The Great Yong script had been finalized 3 years ago. The lead role was still that of General Chen Yi from the Chen family. The Bai family and their entourage were all historically very influential figures. Directed personally by 3 major directors, investment was said to be coming from Jiang Jing. Wang Xine wanted Yen Lu to audition for the role of the 5th female lead in the drama, which was a serious piece. Every female character was extraordinary, and the one Yen Lu wanted to audition for was a maid to the female lead, who since childhood had learned to use a spear and had been influenced accordingly. This was extremely important for the audition. Thus, she had arranged for a martial arts instructor well in advance. But she didn't expect to be stood up by Teacher Hu at the last minute. Of course, Wang Xine wasn't surprised. Man, she was the top actress at Time Entertainment, and all the company's resources were funneled towards her. Between Yen Lu and Man Shi, was there really a choice to be made? Wang Xen exhaled deeply and entered the Zhang family's backyard. Inside the yard, several students were standing around drinking cola. Wang Xen glanced at Bai Lian, whose school uniform was unbuttoned, holding a cola can loosely in her hand, standing sideways to her, her profile as meticulously crafted as a fine brush painting, causing Wang Xen to look several times over involuntarily. She then went to Yen Lu and whispered to her about the situation with Teacher Hu. It doesn't matter, Yen Lu dismissed the concern, I'll give it a shot on my own, and Wang Xen, please check other notices for me. I'll take anything. This Man Shi, could she be as popular as she is now without you? Wang Xen was irate. I can't believe she doesn't know you booked Teacher Hu first. Oh well, let's try our luck. Maybe the director will see your aura and pick you for the 5th female lead. Bai Lian was multitasking with her mind. She overheard the conversation between Wang Xien and Yen Lu. She walked a few steps in their direction, with a casual posture, staring at Yen Lu for a while. Then slowly crumpled the cola can. You too, have you never considered the lead female role? The lead female role? Wang Xien was taken aback before bursting into laughter. So many people are vying for it, the directors this time don't lack funding. They only care about acting ability and suitability, even Man Shi would have a hard time being chosen. She sighed. Something seemed to dawn on Yen Lu. She raised her head to look at the sky and said softly, who am I to play that role? Yen Lu was from Xiangqing, and people from Xiangqing had a very special sentiment towards the Bai family. She had never even considered acting as the young mistress of the Bai family. Who says you're not suitable? Bai Lian spoke casually. Yen Lu looked surprised. Bai Lian tossed the cola can into the trash can, her dark eyes narrowing slightly. She spoke at an even pace, unrestrained and wild. Tomorrow afternoon at 5:30, bring the spear you're most comfortable with and wait for me here. Having been in this world for so long, it was also time to pick up the spear again. Chapter 248, Chapter 093, Alien raises the spear again, second update, _2 when he looked up again. He saw Director Chen coming out of the doorway. Chen Jingyu's spirits lifted. Jingyu, Director Chen approached. What did you want to see me for? Director Chen, do you know? Chen Jingyu's serious face was unusually excited. Backter Street has developed a plaster that is extremely effective for physical recovery. It's called Danei. He was cut off midway when he saw Bai Lian and Jiang He lazily coming out of the residential complex. His excited voice abruptly stopped. He lowered his voice to ensure Bai Lian couldn't hear it. It's called the solid element paste, but it's available in limited quantities. The allure for martial artists was simply too great. I know. Director Chen had been aware of it from the start and had even contacted Wang Yufeng's side to seek cooperation. Little did he know, they ended up creating their own brand. But Wang Yufeng is a tough nut to crack. The Qin family really needed this cooperation. He had been negotiating with the other party for a long time. The other party had a slippery person by the name of Xiaolu or Xiaoba. He hadn't even met them in person. That's why the family wants to send someone else to negotiate at the fighting arena. Chen Jingyu spoke out. The solid element paste was mostly used at auction houses. Who? Director Chen was taken aback, looking at Chen Jingyu. Yu Xin. Chen Jingyu's peripheral vision caught Bai Lian reaching her car. He swallowed the rest of his sentence. I'll talk to you tonight. Bai Lian was wearing headphones, listening to an English audio lesson. As for what Director Chen and the others were talking about, she didn't pay any attention at all. She simply took Jiang He and got into the car. Not until the car door closed. Did Director Chen finally look at Chen Jingyu? Miss Bai is also very impressive. What style does she study? Long fist, sanda, or spear? Or perhaps Muay Thai? Chen Jingyu was indeed surprised. He knew what Director Chen meant by impressive. Which rank is she now? She's probably unorthodox, but she is very strong. Director Chen had the fortune to witness a video of Bai Lian's. Although lacking in technique, one could tell that Miss Bai's strength was considerable. Unorthodox, huh? Chen Jingyu withdrew his gaze. I thought by your tone, you meant she could compare with Yu Shen. Director Chen was quite speechless. How can you compare? Yu Hongyi started learning martial arts at 3, took up the spear at 9, while Miss Bai is seriously studying. He knew Bai Lian was devoted to her studies. Chen Jingyu wanted to say that even being admitted to Jiangjing University wasn't guaranteed, so what was the difference between studying seriously and not? But looking at Director Chen, he didn't voice his thought. Afternoon after school. Milk tea shop. Wang Qi and the others pretended to order milk teas while their eyes inadvertently drifted towards the kitchen. Yang Lin didn't bother with them, attending to other customers instead. Qi Yundai took a box of cake out and, seeing Wang Qi and the others looking at him, he reluctantly took off his chef's hat. What? When he wasn't in court, he wasn't so unapproachable. Still aloof, he wasn't much for talking. Hee. Wang Qi scratched his head, very curious, and naturally asked his question. Isn't it said that those involved in legal revision can't be defense lawyers? Qi Yundai handed the cake to Yang Lin and casually inquired, Where did you hear that? Online, and Baidu says so too, Wang Qi said as if it were obvious. Qi Yundai. A look of incomprehension appeared on his face. You guys search for this kind of stuff on the internet? Not only had they searched, they had believed it too? It might have been the way Qi Yundai looked at fools with such overt transparency that made Wang Qi and the other boys exchange glances, then quietly take their milk tea back to where Bai Lian and Ning Xiao were. So we can't search online? Wang Qi asked Ning Xiao. Ning Xiao gave him a glance and reminded him, as everyone knows, all the answers on Qiandu are edited and answered by the public, including Qiandu Qianku. Wang Qi didn't dare to retort Ning Xiao, the academic god. He just looked at Bai Lian with an almost tearful expression. Lian's sister. Bai Lian casually put away her homework, looked up, and said, Use your brain. Is everyone here? Zhang Shi's dad often traveled for business. And now, Zhang Shi's was not at home. So the people from class 15 had discussed and agreed that they would take turns, a few each day, going to the Zhang family's place to help Zhang's mom move goods and flower pots. Today it was Bai Lian's and Wang Qi's turn among others. Once everyone was gathered, they all went to the Zhang family's flower shop at the street corner. Zhang's mom had closed the flower shop for many days and was cleaning today, organizing wilted petals. There was also a delivery on its way, and by the time Bai Lian and the others arrived, Yan Lu had already started cleaning inside the shop. Alien, little Wang, how come all of you are here? Zhang's mom was bustling about with a smile, no different than usual. I'll get you guys some drinks. Outside the front gate of the Zhang family's home, Wang Xen was on the phone, suppressing her anger and forcing a smile. Teacher Hu, just consider that we approached you first, and you also said Xiaolu had potential. Enough, Wang Xen, let's cut to the chase. Teacher Hu said on the other end, Man, she also scheduled with me, you are aware, right? teacher who was a martial arts instructor at Time Entertainment. After The Great Eternal Prosperity announced open auditions, everyone in the industry, from top celebrities to minor stars, was clamoring for a role. The Great Yong script had been finalized 3 years ago. The lead role was still that of General Chen Yi from the Chen family. The Bai family and their entourage were all historically very influential figures. Directed personally by 3 major directors, investment was said to be coming from Jiang Jing. Wang Exine wanted Yen Lu to audition for the role of the 5th female lead in the drama, which was a serious piece. Every female character was extraordinary, and the one Yen Lu wanted to audition for was a maid to the female lead, who since childhood had learned to use a spear and had been influenced accordingly. This was extremely important for the audition. Thus, she had arranged for a martial arts instructor well in advance. But she didn't expect to be stood up by teacher who at the last minute. Of course, Wang Exine wasn't surprised. She was the top actress at Time Entertainment, and all the company's resources were funneled towards her. Between Yen Lu and Man Shi, was there really a choice to be made? Wang Exine exhaled deeply and entered the Zhang family's backyard. Inside the yard, several students were standing around drinking cola. Wang Exine glanced at Bai Lian, whose school uniform was unbuttoned, holding a cola can loosely in her hand, standing sideways to her, her profile as meticulously crafted as a fine brush painting, causing Wang Exine to look several times over involuntarily. She then went to Yen Lu and whispered to her about the situation with teacher Hu. It doesn't matter, Yen Lu dismissed the concern, I'll give it a shot on my own, and Wang Exine, please check other notices for me. I'll take anything. This Man Shi, could she be as popular as she is now without you? Wang Exine was irate. I can't believe she doesn't know you booked teacher Hu first. Oh well, let's try our luck. Maybe the director will see your aura and pick you for the 5th female lead. Bai Lian was multitasking with her mind. She overheard the conversation between Wang Exine and Yen Lu. She walked a few steps in their direction, with a casual posture, staring at Yen Lu for a while. Then slowly crumpled the cola can. You too, have you never considered the lead female role? The lead female role? Wang Exine was taken aback before bursting into laughter. So many people are vying for it, the directors this time don't lack funding. They only care about acting ability and suitability, even Man Shi would have a hard time being chosen. She sighed. Something seemed to dawn on Yen Lu. She raised her head to look at the sky and said softly, Who am I to play that role? Yen Lu was from Xiangqing, and people from Xiangqing had a very special sentiment towards the Bai family. She had never even considered acting as the young mistress of the Bai family. Who says you're not suitable? Bai Lian spoke casually. Yen Lu looked surprised. Bai Lian tossed the cola can into the trash can, her dark eyes narrowing slightly. She spoke at an even pace, unrestrained and wild. Tomorrow afternoon at 5:30, bring the spear you're most comfortable with and wait for me here. Having been in this world for so long, it was also time to pick up the spear again. Chapter 250, 094 Dongwu Club _, but for some reason I didn't understand, it was shut down for 2 months. The old hall master fell ill from worry and passed away after that. Consequently, the Xingyi martial arts school plummeted, and all the students flocked to the Jingfeng Taekwondo gym. After finishing his story, Jian just scratched his head. However, Hall Master Jin is now working on a construction site. People around say that Hall Master Jin is very skilled, a martial artist of the 6th Dan. He could be a coach in any martial arts school. I don't know why he chooses to do hard labor. So what if he's a 6th Dan? What's wrong with doing hard labor? Bai Lian glanced at him and leisurely evaluated him, old-fashioned. Jianzhe was stunned for a moment, then reflected, that does seem right. But if it were him, he probably couldn't let go of his pride to do that. We have an elder in our family who didn't study hard when he was young. Instead, he learned to play the guzheng. Jianzhe recalled this matter. My great-grandfather scolded him, saying he was a man with feminine tendencies, and then his mother took him and moved out. Bai Lian nodded in agreement, very much approving of his mother's course of action. Now, my grandfather and others want to include him in the family shrine, but they can't even get an appointment to see that elder. Jianzhe raised his eyebrows. The next day, Friday. School let out in the afternoon. Bai Lian went to the Zhang family's place where 2 students from class 15 were helping Zhang's mother move some goods at the front door. There wasn't much. Most of it had been taken care of yesterday by Wen Qi and Bai Lian. Bai Lian went straight to the backyard. In the backyard, Yan Lu was sitting on the steps, reading a book about Great Yong. The director hadn't distributed scripts or character roles. The audition would consist of randomly selected scenes for on-the-spot performances. Understanding the historical figures was essential for fitting into the characters. Miss Bai, Sister Exen stood up from the steps and looked behind Bai Lian, not seeing anyone else. Are you alone? Bai Lian walked in and placed her backpack next to Yan Lu on the steps. Yes. Yan Lu also put down her book and stood up. The book had been turned to that page with the black title, The Death of Bai's Mother. Then, where's the teacher? Sister Exen opened her mouth to ask. Bai Lian's gaze lightly drifted towards the long spear leaning against the corner of the wall. The black spear shaft, a little over 4 feet long, with a silver diamond-shaped spearhead, below which hung a red tassel. In the setting sun, the lazy shadow of the spear shaft stretched out across the yard. Teacher! Bai Lian reached out and casually picked up the spear, tilting her head towards Sister Exen with a lazy smile around her mouth, her dark pupils reflecting the sunset. There's no teacher, you'll teach her. As she spoke, she handed the long spear to Yan Lu. Hold it well. Yan Lu, like Sister Exen, had assumed that Bai Lian knew a senior spear teacher. She took the spear, a bit startled. Straighten your back. Bai Lian positioned her left hand against Yan Lu's waist and raised an eyebrow at her. Don't look at me, look at the spear. Left hand holds the butt, right hand in front. Yan Lu straightened her back, somewhat flustered. Left foot forward, right foot back. Move your right hand to the middle of the shaft. Bai Lian extended a slender, pale finger and leisurely pushed Yan Lu's misplaced fingers upwards. The spear is a long weapon. Its advantage is its length, so you must hold it in the middle to fully utilize its reach. This was the ready stance for an attack. Yan Lu was smart, and although she didn't have much strength, she could learn a set of movements for show. In 5 minutes, she could manipulate it at will. As soon as she held the spear, she could reflexively make attack moves. Bai Lian didn't read today. She crossed her arms and stood beside Yan Lu, giving instructions. When Yan Lu's movements were off, Bai Lian would reach out to correct them. Not bad. Seeing that she had mastered the ready stance, Bai Lian reached out. Give me the spear, I'll teach you a sequence of moves first. Yan Lu handed the spear to Bai Lian. She and Sister Exen retreated to the steps. Bai Lian, wearing a blue and white school uniform, held the spear in her right hand, letting the shaft casually rest on the ground as she stood in the middle of the yard. She slightly lifted her head, and the moment she took hold of the spear, all traces of laziness vanished from her dark eyes. Sister Exen, who was about to joke with Yan Lu, found that she couldn't utter a word. Bai Lian initiated the move with an internal rotation of her left arm while aggressively pushing down with her right hand on the spear. The flexible shaft of the spear hugged her abdomen closely. Her right leg stepped forward past her front leg while her left foot stepped ahead, bending her knee. Simultaneously, her left hand loosened slightly. With her right hand holding the spear, she thrust forward with all her might. This is the level thrust with the spear. Following Bai Lian's voice, the spear tip stopped in front of a flower pot. The whooshing sound of the spear cutting through the air caused the petals of the yellow chrysanthemum to tremble slightly. She snapped her head up. The evening breeze passed, gently blowing away the stray strands of hair on her forehead, revealing her black eyes that now seemed even colder. For about 10 seconds, Bai Lian loosened her left hand, retracted the spear with her right, stood up straight, and casually tossed the spear back to Yan Lu. Your turn. Chapter 251, 094 Dongwu Club _3 behind her. The yellow chrysanthemum quivered as it shed 4 petals. Yan Lu and Sister Exen hadn't reacted yet. She instinctively took the gun. Is it like this? She asked, rotating her left arm inward, then looked worriedly at Bai Lian. Stand over by Sister Exen. I'm afraid I might accidentally bump into you later. Bai Lian reached out to adjust her stance. Upon hearing her words, he looked up, his voice exceptionally light and breezy. In your next life. What? With the way you're doing it? Bai Lian lazily withdrew his hand and stepped back 5 paces, commenting, by your next life, you might actually be able to touch me. Yen Lu. Afterward, Bai Lian demonstrated again for Yen Lu, letting her record it on her phone to practice slowly later on. Only then did Bai Lian leisurely leave with his school bag. After Bai Lian had left, Sister Exen finally retracted her jaw, grabbing Yen Lu's hand. I think you are truly blessed. Sister Exen was somewhat envious of Yen Lu. She had searched for Teacher Hus videos. Wang Exine didn't understand guns, nor had she learned martial arts. But purely in terms of aesthetics, with a gun. That teacher who didn't seem to compare to Bai Lian at all, did he? This time it seemed she really had it. She was somewhat dazed. Across from the Zhang family, Ming Dongheng parked his car at the intersection waiting for Bai Lian. Tonight, Ji Xiaojun was treating Su En to dinner, as Su En had helped a lot while Shun Qing was hospitalized, and Ji Xiaojun owed him this meal. As they weren't that close and the other was a big boss, Ji Xiaojun specifically chose a high-class, clean restaurant. Ji Heng was also going. Bai Lian would go over to eat at Qi Lu's house instead. When she and Jiang He arrived, Jiang Fulai hadn't come yet, and Chief Chen, originally wanting to help Qi Yundai wash vegetables, was because of a misplaced item chased out by Qi Yundai. With a gloomy face, Chief Chen thought Miss Bei's uncle was easier to get along with. Mr. Ming, Chief Chen looked at Ming Dongheng, remembering something important. Are you going to the grappling match this weekend? Ming Dongheng stooped to pass Jiang He's puzzle piece and said, I'll definitely be there to see Mr. Bei's NO. One duel. The man in the white vest was ferocious, and he had amassed numerous fans in the grappling arena. Clearly, Ming Dongheng was one of them. You God will be there tomorrow as well, Chief Chen informed him. Ming Dongheng's eyes showed a touch of surprise as he turned. She's coming. Bai Lian was sitting at the table doing her homework, biology questions from Jiangjing University Affiliated College. However, she was always multitasking, and upon hearing Ming Dongheng mention long spear, she looked up and glanced in his direction. Although the two were having a conversation, they were watching Bai Lian vigilantly. Seeing her look over, Chief Chen rushed to explain excitedly to Bai Lian, yes, it's the long spear. You God, oh Miss Bai, you might not know her, it's Yu Hongyi. She's been practicing martial arts since she was a child, started learning the long spear at 9, and reached level 7 by 20. Of course, the most important thing is, last year, Dongwu Club personally invited her to join. Though Chief Chen didn't practice martial arts himself, he had heard of the famous Dongwu Club. Every member there was a top talent in the martial arts world. Ming Dongheng and Qin Jingyu both wanted to join Dongwu but hadn't met the entry requirements yet. Chief Chen finished speaking, beaming with excitement. Noticing Bai Lian's lukewarm reaction, she smiled and then went back to doing her homework. Ah! Chief Chen scratched his head, thinking next time he'd have to restrain himself. Miss Bai, being from Xiangqing, would surely have never heard of Dongwu Club, showing off for what? Chief Chen slightly wanted to slap himself. Just as he quietly slapped his own head, he caught Ming Dongheng giving him a cold look. Chief Chen, what did he do this time? When Jiang Fulai returned, Qi Yundai's vegetables were not yet stir-fried. Bai Lian was sitting at a table in the hall, holding a black pen, leisurely working through questions. A cold light enveloped her face, tinging her inherently lazy expression with a hint of aloofness. Jiang Fulai first glanced at Ming Dongheng. Ming Dongheng seemed a bit bewildered. Director Chen, however, was eagerly obsequious. He lowered his voice. Miss Bai was like this when she arrived, but she went to the Zhang family first today. This classmate Zhang had quite a significant impact on Bai Lian's mood. Jiang Fulai gave Director Chen a glance, his expression softening slightly. He walked over to Bai Lian's side. Ming Dongheng glared at Director Chen fiercely once more, then felt a bit melancholy. People from the Chen family were so annoying. Chen Jingyu threatened his position by Jiang's side. Chen Yongquan threatened his position by Miss Bei's side. Get rid of them, all of them. Thinking this, Ming Dongheng stared at Director Chen's neck. As soon as Jiang Fulai arrived, Director Chen, who had slipped away into the kitchen, felt a chill on the back of his neck and couldn't help but reach up to touch it. Jiang Fulai stood to the left of Bai Lian, looking down at her as she worked on a problem. It was a genetics problem. Bai Lian rarely made drafts when solving problems. She obviously hadn't finished reading this one yet. Jiang Fulai, his hand nonchalantly in his pocket, eyed the problem lightly and said, 9:3:3:1. He spoke the answer unhurriedly. Bai Lian paused in her writing. She threw her pen down, looked up, her hand resting on the back of her chair, and turned to look at Jiang Fulai. No, when you were in school, didn't a lot of people want to beat you up? Jiang Fulai raised an eyebrow, shamelessly proud. There were plenty who wanted to even when I wasn't in school. How many groups from your class went to the Zhang family? Jiang Fulai pulled out the chair beside her, closed her workbook casually and asked. Bai Lian rubbed her wrist and pulled herself out of her emotions. All she wanted now was to cut Jiang Fulai. 10 groups. Ning Xiao divided them up. I have to go see Yen Lu every day. Hearing this, Jiang Fulai's fingertips tapped on the table. He didn't ask further about Yen Lu but seemed contemplative. Bai Lian also stopped working on her problems, sitting on the carpet leisurely helping Jiang He with his puzzle. Jiang He looked up at Bai Lian, his sense of smell keen, and now dared to speak with her, Sister Bai. 9 o'clock, Purist Street. Ming Dongheng stopped the car, and Bai Lian saw Mao Kuan squatting at the corner of the street. As he was about to drive away, he took an extra glance at the hair beside Bai Lian. Did it look a bit familiar? Jiangjing. Su family. Old Lady Su frowned as she flipped through a file. After a moment, she said, They all have the surname Yu, but this brother is way worse than his sister. She threw the profile onto the coffee table. She was not satisfied with the information on this person. The butler smiled beside her, but inwardly sighed. The Yu family, favored by the Chen family, held a pivotal status in Jiangjing. Many wanted to form a connection with them. The Su family was simply not in the same league. If that young Master Yu was as outstanding as his sister, would the Su family even have a chance? Old madam, the butler thought for a moment before speaking up. Miss Jiue is at a critical point in her final year of high school, and all the deals in Jiangjing this year are handled by Liang Wuyu. We shouldn't disturb Miss Jiue with these matters. But, Old Lady Su really didn't want to miss out on such a great opportunity with the Yu family. That Yu Hongshu might be a good-for-nothing, but his sister was too exceptional. Favored by the Chen family, they might benefit from the connection later on. Su Jiue was raised by Old Lady Su herself. Her expectations for her were no less than those for her own grandson. At the butler's words, he smiled softly, speaking softly into the old lattice ear. Old madam, even though Miss Jiue is not suitable, haven't you forgotten? There is still another young lady in the Su family. Without the butler saying more, Old Lady Su understood what he meant. She raised her hand. Give me the phone. The butler hurriedly handed her the mobile phone. Old Lady Su reached out and dialed Su En's number. It rang twice before Su En answered. The sound of clinking glasses came from the other end. Mom? Su En was quite surprised to receive a call from the old lady. Is that woman next to you? Old Lady Su asked. Su En frowned. Mom? Enough, Old Lady Su interrupted him. She picked up the file again, her murky eyes fixed on the bold name Yu Hongshu, and spoke in a somewhat charitable tone. I can let that mother and son enter our doors, and even allow her daughter to take the Su surname. Chapter 252, 095 Mysterious G Family Members, Hacking White Tank Top, Part 2, _1 on the phone. Su En was very surprised by this call from his mother. At the dinner table, Assistant Su En was chatting with Ji Heng and Ji Xiaojun, and when he heard the old lattice words, he frowned. What? It caught the attention of Ji Mulan sitting beside him. Su En covered the phone and shook his head at her, then walked towards the corridor. Ji Mulan watched Su En's retreating figure, deep in thought. Mom, what are you talking about? On the corridor, Su En lowered his voice, his eyebrows knitted together. The old lady put down the documents and stood up. You remember the Yu family, don't you? The Yu family? What about them? Su-en wasn't very familiar with this surname. He only knew that there was someone from the Yu family who was the old lattice intimate friend. But he knew that the Yu family had ties with the Chen family, had moved out of Jiangjing's outer city areas, and now lived in the central area of Jiangjing. Many people from the outer city areas were envious. I am planning to introduce that woman's daughter to my old friend. She has a grandson of marriageable age. As she said this, the old lattice mouth curled into a cold smile, somewhat impatient. Find some time to bring them back. For the old lady, this was a golden opportunity for Ji Mulan to rise to the heavens. Once she changed her surname to that of the Su family, she would be a Su. Of course, it never crossed her mind that Ji Mulan and her mother would refuse. Such an opportunity was rare even for those from the outer city areas, and once the news was released by the old Madame Su, there would be plenty of people clamoring for it. But she was not willing to give this advantage to others. What a boon for them! Madame Su hung up the phone, placed it on the table with a plop, and sneered. On this side of the phone. Su-en looked at his phone, his brows slightly furrowed. The Yu family? He returned to the private room. Ji Mulan could tell he had something on his mind, and after the drinks were finished and the party had dispersed, the sober assistant Su-en drove Ji Xiaojun and Ji Hing home one by one. Only then did Ji Mulan find the chance to ask Su-en. Su-en told her about the matter. Your mom said this? Ji Mulan glanced at Su-en. Would your mother really be so kind-hearted? She hadn't set foot in the Su family's door to this day. She simply didn't believe that old Madame Su would be so generous. I know, Su-en was aware of this too, but the Yu family is indeed not bad. They moved to the city center a few years ago. This person might be problematic. It was only then that Ji Mulan seemed slightly taken aback, looking at Su-en. The Yu family? Although she didn't understand the forces in Jiangjing, she knew that in Jiangjing, the areas were divided. Every family in the center area had an illustrious background. About this matter, Su-en pressed his brow. Let's not tell Alien about it. Changing surnames? He thought that Bai Lian wouldn't care at all. The two didn't speak any further, and the assistant came back to pick them up. Mr. Su. After returning, Ji Mulan went upstairs, and it was only then that the assistant whispered to Su-en, this Mr. Ji is profound and knowledgeable, with a broad range of knowledge. Ji Xiaojun was a teacher. The assistant wasn't surprised by his eloquence. But after a deep conversation today, Ji Heng had surprised the assistant. He had never expected a common old man from Xiangqing, from Purist Street, to have a wider knowledge than many people he knew. There was a moment when he felt that even old Madame Zu's breadth of knowledge might not compare to that of Mr. Ji. This whole family was too strange. Initially, he had wondered how someone like Ji Mulan could emerge from a place like Xiangqing, but now, compared to Ji Heng, compared to Bai Lian, Ji Mulan seemed much more normal. The assistant pondered in his mind. Saturday. Purist Street. Mao Kuan was helping the store manager move things. Bai Lian sat on a small stool on the side, memorizing vocabulary. Not far away, Chen Yongkuan passed by with a man in a windbreaker. Chen Yongkuan didn't drive today, so he had to pass by here to get to Baekter Street. Miss Bai, seeing Bai Lian from a distance, the station manager jogged over. Bai Lian was reciting words with earphones on, occasionally talking to Mao Kuan. Hearing the voice, she looked up toward the source and lazily greeted him, Station Manager Chen. I came for a bit of business. Station Manager Chen stopped in front of Bai Lian. You didn't go to the library today? No. Bai Lian swiped away the word on her phone and memorized the next one. Had a bit of business to attend to. What business Bai Lian had, Station Manager Chen didn't dare to ask further, only glancing up at the store, 112, Star Store. Behind him, Chen Jingyu, wearing a black windbreaker, glanced at Bai Lian, then at the blonde young man beside her wiping sweat with a towel, his gaze lingering on the vocabulary page on Bai Lian's phone for a moment. Station Manager Chen, we're running out of time. He urged urgently. To the outside world, Mao Kuan always looked like a ruffian. Chapter 253, 095 Mysterious Ji family member, Hacked white tank top, part 2_2 at this moment. He still had the towel the manager had given him draped over his shoulder, which was very down to earth. Chen Jingyu glanced over, but quickly averted his gaze, not speaking to Bai Lian. If it were Yu Shen, he would definitely have gone up to say hello, but with Bai Lian, it wasn't necessary. Director Chen gave him a look. You go ahead. Okay. Chen Jingyu didn't refuse. Yu Shen said there are autographed photos of Mr. Bai at the fight club today. I'm heading there now. Autographed photos? Director Chen was stunned. Neither he nor Ming Dongheng had heard this news. Chen Jingyu gave Director Chen a look. Yu Shen is always well informed, there won't be a mistake. After saying that, he took out his phone and strode forward. Next to Bai Lian, Mao Kuan, who was wiping sweat, was particularly sensitive to the words, Mr. Bai. He took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Xiaoqi. Tell me the truth, what was that thing you suddenly had me sign yesterday? Yesterday, Xiaoqi showed him some kind of artistic font? Supposedly, but Mao Kuan didn't quite recognize it. It was said to be a joint design by Xiaoqi and Sun Chun, simple and easy to understand. Mao Kuan was stared at by Xiaoqi for an hour before he barely learned it. His brain felt very confused. He would rather fight 20 more bouts in the ring. Xiaoqi had always been gentlemanly. Mr. Mao, you don't need to know. Bai Lian glanced at the sky. Mao Kun's fight was the last one, but the fight club started early. Are you also going to the fight club? As for Bai Lian knowing about this place, Director Chen wasn't too surprised. He and Ming Dongheng talked about the fight club every day. Director Chen nodded. Mr. Ming will come later. Bai Lian seemed thoughtful. She stood up. I'll go with you. Of course, Director Chen was happy to have Miss Bai come along, though as to what Bai Lian wanted at Backter Street, he didn't dare to ask. Mao Kun's delivery was not yet finished. He was still slowly moving goods inside the small store. Backter Street was chaotic and crowded, but Director Chen wasn't afraid, even by himself. But with Bai Lian by his side, especially with her appearance, he didn't dare to move about carelessly. At the entrance to Backter Street, he didn't take out the two countries' travel documents. Instead, he called Qin Jingyu to come out and meet them. Qin Jingyu was strong, and with him, Director Chen could be at ease. Ming Dongheng hadn't arrived yet, only Qin Jingyu was closer to them. Qin Jingyu thought something had happened when Director Chen suddenly called him. When he arrived at the entrance to Backter Street, he found Director Chen standing with Bai Lian. He didn't need to ask to know what Director Chen meant. Director Chen fell back 2 steps behind Bai Lian, letting her walk ahead, his gaze constantly on the people in the wide street, afraid someone careless might run into Bai Lian. Director Chen. Chen Jingyu walked beside Director Chen with a somewhat poor complexion, his voice very low. Why would you bring her to a place like this? Miss Bai wanted to take a look, Director Chen said casually. On one hand, he sent a message to Jiang Fulai, and on the other, he sent one to Ming Dongheng. With just him escorting Bai Lian, Director Chen really didn't dare to relax. He still reported to Jiang Fulai, otherwise he couldn't bear the consequences if something went wrong. Having said that, he also introduced the area to Bai Lian in a hushed voice. Miss Bai, this is Qinglong Bar, we should keep away from it. Saying that, Director Chen led Bai Lian across the street. Why? Bai Lian removed one earbud, looking at Director Chen with surprise. Chen Jingyu failed to snatch the autographed photo and was called here by Director Chen. Hearing Bai Lian's obvious question, he glanced at her and sneered. Why? Because there are a lot of mercenaries inside, the border area is unmanaged, I wouldn't dare to enter casually. How do you speak? Director Chen warned Qin Jingyu. Ever since Qin Jingyu got in good with the Yu family, his strength had almost reached Ming Dongheng's, so even though he was Director Chen's junior, his attitude towards Director Chen was not very respectful. Only now that Director Chen had been praised by the elder Chen recently had his attitude slightly improved. Hearing Director Chen speak, Qin Jingyu averted his gaze. It was a bit unexpected how protective Director Chen was of Bai Lian. Miss Bai, Director Chen lowered his head again, enlightening Bai Lian, this is the safest auction house around. No one dares to cause trouble there. The other 2 places, the bar and the fight club, are very chaotic, especially the fight club. He was still speaking. Suddenly, the crowd in the middle of the road scattered to both sides, clearing a path. their gaze all turning toward the entrance of the street. Director Chen's gaze also involuntarily shifted in that direction. A silver modified off-road vehicle slowly drove in from the entrance. That is, Director Chen squinted his eyes. Chen Jingyu also stared fixedly at the vehicle. The car of Qinglong Bar, it must be a high-ranking member. They both recognized the symbol of Qinglong Bar. Given the reaction of the other people on the street, they must regard the person riding in the car with deep apprehension. Typically, cars here would line up and inch forward slowly. This was the first time they had seen a car being cleared away through here. Miss Bai, Director Chen nervously pulled on Bai Lian's sleeve, guiding her to retreat to a corner. He was extremely careful to avoid anyone bumping into Bai Lian. Let's back up and clear a path. Bai Lian lazily glanced at Director Chen's hand. Director Chen immediately withdrew his hand. With Jiang Fulai not present, he was truly scared of any mishap. Are they that afraid of this bar? Bai Lian casually crossed off a word, drawing back her gaze and memorizing another word. At this remark, Qin Jingyu glanced at Bai Lian once more, this time too lazy to even speak. Director Chen, however, explained excitedly, Miss Bai, it used to be fine, but you don't know, the man from the bar is too fierce. He crushed Poison Scorpion with one hand. Just the 3 words, Poison Scorpion, were enough to intimidate a crowd. Director Chen hadn't been tormented little by that case initially. Speaking of this, Director Chen cautiously lowered his voice, his expression serious as he informed Bai Lian, Miss Bai, Poison Scorpion used to be a mercenary. The silver off-road vehicle continued at a normal pace. As it reached them, the vehicle suddenly came to a halt. The crowd abruptly fell silent. Director Chen's voice also faded as he squinted at the car, wondering why it had suddenly stopped when the passenger side door was pulled open and a slender, bookish youth got out. Spotting someone in the crowd, his face brightened. Sis. Chapter 254, 096 Bacter Street. A new king is born. _1 Qinglong Bar was renowned far and wide. Inside, a mix of all kinds of characters frequented the place, and no one dared to cause trouble because the bodyguards and security weren't ordinary people. The last individual who did stir up trouble has become untraceable now. The bar was crowded, yet few had seen its high-level personnel. Rumors had it that it was backed by the Dawson family. Today was the first time anyone had seen someone from the bar's internal staff. The gaze of those around instinctively fixed on this gentle young man, with his straight jet-black hair, simple white jacket, looking so pure and fine that he did not seem to belong in a bar. Sister? Who was he calling? Chief Chen and Qin Jingyu were also looking around, curious about who this sister could be. As they watched, the quiet and seemingly shy youth stopped in front of them. Sister, what are you doing here? He called out once again. It was with this call that Chief Chen and Qin Jingyu realized that women who dared to walk around Bacter Street were scarce, and the few who did were very capable, with knives clearly strapped to their knees. And on their side Chief Chen and Qin Jingyu instinctively looked towards Bai Lian. She was the only girl around. Bai Lian hadn't removed her earphones yet. She casually crossed out a word, then looked up at Xiaoqi, here to watch the match. With that, Xiaoqi understood. She was here to see Mao Kun's fight. Behind him, the silver off-road vehicle paused for a moment and then continued to move forward. Xiaoqi's appearance was deceiving. He had delicate features, especially those pitch-black eyes. On closer inspection, you could find the same serene demeanor he shared with Bai Lian from certain angles. Chief Chen came back to his senses and greeted Xiaoqi. I'm also from Purist Street Orphanage. Xiaoqi looked at Chief Chen politely, working at Qinglong Bar. A jack of all trades, and sometimes even a freelance designer. Chief Chen comprehended it now. No wonder he knew Bai Lian, and they seemed quite close. He straightforwardly called Bai Lian sister. Even Jiang he never called her sister directly. He took out his phone and immediately added Xiaoqi on WeChat. Xiaoqi didn't refuse. Xiaoqi, my name is Mao Xiaoqi. By Chief Chen's side, Qin Jingyu watched the car drive away and, after hearing works at Qinglong Bar Orphanage, gave Xiaoqi an odd look but paid him no further attention. As for adding as a friend, That was even less likely. Xiaoqi had gotten out of the car instinctively to greet Bai Lian, thinking she was here for something. Seeing she was headed to the fight club, he did not disturb her any further. The main street of Bakhtur Street was a mile long with various hotel services. The fight club wasn't located on the main street. In front of the giant lion statue, a 3-meter wide and dozens of meters long branch road did not allow vehicles to enter. Both sides were flanked by 5-meter-high stone walls, creating an oppressive feeling. Walking through the passage, a huge dome-shaped structure came into view. Outside the open doors, there were 2 2-meter-high promotional figures. On the left was a bald black man with his upper body bare, muscles bulging, a tan and green leopard tattooed across his chest, and his name written next to him, Black Panther. To the right was a masked blonde man, only half his chin visible. He wore a white tank top, in an attacking stance, his eyes like a raptor closely watching its prey, chilling to behold. His name was also displayed white tank top. Mao Kun's demeanor changed after putting on the mask. She knew he was meant for martial arts. But Bai Lian raised her head to look at the 3 words, white tank top. Voices occasionally called out, Mr. White from nearby. Silence. Silence was what Bai Lian embodied at that moment. The inside of the fight club was spacious, octagonal in shape, with the arena in the middle surrounded by railings, and seating spreading out layer by layer from the center to the periphery. Cameras were set up around for a simultaneous live broadcast. A large screen in the middle prevented those seated further back from missing any detail. Bai Lian's seat was in the first row of Zone A, the same area as Chief Chen. Chen Jingyu, however, had managed to get a second-row seat in D Zone, very far from them. When Jiang Fulai and Ming Dongheng arrived, the fight was about to start, and most of the seats were already filled. With a seat left empty to Bai Lian's right, Ming Dongheng arrived to find Chief Chen sitting to her left. He gave Chief Chen a cool glance before quietly sitting next to him. As soon as Jiang Fulai arrived, the tension in Chief Chen visibly eased significantly. Today, Bai Lian wore black wide-leg pants, with light gray fabric stitched on both sides, embroidered with several white cats, and a slightly tight black long sleeve on top, also adorned with a white lazy cat sprawling across the chest. Chapter 255, 096 Bakhtur Street, A New King is Born. Under skirtu she wore a loose black coat that only made her face seem paler in contrast. She didn't seem aggressive, her long lashes drooped, and the scattered lights gracefully struck her nose and side profile. Looks from the surrounding crowd kept coming incessantly. Only now did they begin to retract. Jiang Fulai sat next to Bai Lian, leaning lightly against the back of his seat, his light-colored eyes sweeping over the ring. The noise, the bloodshed, and the oppressive atmosphere of the ring didn't alter his expression in the slightest. 7 p.m. The laser lights came on. The fight began, and the commentator was passionately excited. Ladies and gentlemen, hello. Today we are broadcasting to you live from Bakhtur Street, an unprecedented No.1 battle. First, let's welcome the fighter currently ranked 8th in the UFC middleweight category, Black Panther, to the ring. Bakhtur Street's fighting arena imposed no weight restrictions and held no regard for life or death, offering high prize money. Many UFC fighters have been here, but because the fights were too brutal, they eventually dared not return. The top 10 ranked fighters here all had the strength to be ranked in the UFC. Next up, we have White Vest, who's climbed to No.2 in our arena within just 2 months. Whoosh, a tidal wave of cheers swept through. Ming Dongheng, standing next to Director Chen, also stood up excitedly, clenching his fists and shouting. The match was divided into 5 rounds, each lasting 5 minutes, with a best-of-5 rounds format. Both fighters were highly skilled, and with the score tied at 2-2 after the first 2 rounds, the stakes in the betting pool had skyrocketed to 3 billion. The final 5 minutes. Let's watch with bated breath. Mr. Bai will surely win. Ming Dongheng wiped sweat from his brow, not taking his eyes off the ring. Director Chen had a hard time understanding the match. Bai Lian was somewhat silent, and beside her, Jiang Fulai watched very intently. Throughout the whole time he spoke only once, Black Panther's ground control is too strong. He's the ceiling in the UFC. Xiao Bai winning against him is going to be a bit brutal. Hi's voice was not loud, but Ming Dongheng and the others heard him. Ming Dongheng couldn't help but take a glance at Jiang Fulai. He didn't realize that young Jiang knew so much about fighting, even down to the professional terms. New Black Panther's signature move. Wow, the audience gasped. The commentator, flushed and breathless, provided play-by-play. We see that Black Panther has hit White Vest in the face, sweeping kick to White Vest's left fist. There's blood. White Vest is bleeding. On the ring, blood dripped down from the cyan mask onto the floor, staining the White Vest red. Black Panther is showcasing his ground techniques, with White Vest locked on the ground. On the ring, Black Panther's legs, crotch, arms, and the weight of his body were completely bearing down on White Vest. White Vest locked the opponent's leg with his left leg and propped himself on the floor with his right elbow. His face was suddenly defenseless, getting hammered directly by Black Panther's fists. Crack the mask caved inward. White Vest rolled over, sat up from the ground, and suddenly stood, lifting Black Panther and slamming him down. We can see that White Vest is trying hard, but this move didn't break through. Black Panther has many defensive options. In this dangerous moment, White Vest must seize the opportunity for consecutive strikes, not giving the opponent any chance to breathe. It was at this moment, White Vest stepped forward with his left foot, dodging Black Panther's punch and elbow strike, and with a hook punch knocked the rising Black Panther back to the ground. Black Panther's mouth and nose were also bleeding. The two grappled and scuffled on the ground. Incredible, truly incredible. This is a clash between UFC and Baekter Street fighters. We know that only Sun Lang has ever been ranked in the UFC from Asia. If White Vest wins today, he will be the second Asian to enter the UFC rankings. If Black Panther can win, he will create a myth of 10 consecutive victories in Baekter Street's fighting arena. The most intense fighting arena, where blood almost dyed half the floor. Black Panther's best ground fighting skills were now being suppressed by White Vest. However, White Vest also seemed to be running out of energy. His punches toward Black Panther had none of the force they had before. Bang! Black Panther gave up on defending his head and punched White Vest off to the side onto the ground. Both men lay on the ground. No one got up. The referee blew his whistle and entered the ring, standing between the two and bending over. 3. He was counting down. In the last 3 seconds, whoever got up would be the winner. If no one got up, it would be a draw. White Vest. Get up and you've won. White Vest. Get up, come on, hurry up. Black Panther. Forever a warrior. The vast arena was filled with the excited shouts of fans. Almost everyone was standing, fists clenched, eyes glued to the ring. Chapter 256, 096 Baekter Street. A new king is born. _3-2. The referee counted the second count. The man in the White Vest's fingers twitched. Only one sentence. The people of Xiangqing, they could die standing but would never fall. He propped himself up on the ground, slowly climbing up bit by bit. Blood flowed down his neck to the hem of his white garment. 1. The referee held the hand of the man in the White Vest, excitedly declaring, "White Vest wins." At that moment, whether it was the audience at the scene or those watching the live broadcast on TV, everyone stood up, including Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian. We all hear the excited voices of the audience. White Vest did it. The willpower of a person exceeded all our imagination. White Vest. He created a new record in just 2 months, becoming the second person after Sun Lang. There are no cowards in Baekter Street Arena. White Vest and Black Panther are warriors forever. Let's look forward to their next meeting. There are no losers on the stage. Every person brave enough to stand there is a warrior. Today, blood stained the octagonal iron cage on Baekter Street, and a new uncrowned king of Baekter Street was born. In front of the camera, White Vest bent down and extended a bloody hand toward Black Panther. Black Panther managed a difficult smile, then raised his right hand toward him. The live broadcast image froze on this century's handshake. The exhilarating boxing match was over, but the excitement still surged through the veins of the audience on the scene. Jiang Fulai still stood in place, staring at the stage for a good while before he took his eyes off it, glanced indifferently at the excited Ming Dongheng, and lazily lifted his eyelid, commenting, "Good eye." "Yeah." Ming Dongheng clenched his fist, his bronze face flushed with excitement. He followed Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian as they left, turning back every few steps to look at the stage. "That was a ferocious fight," said Director Chen, standing next to Ming Dongheng, soaked in cold sweat. They were several paces behind Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai. Jiang Shao said his victory would be brutal, but I didn't expect it to be this brutal. In the end, it was all about who could get up again. That said, Director Chen peered through the gaps between the people in front to catch a glimpse of Jiang Fulai's silhouette. How did Jiang Shao figure out that he could win? Ming Dongheng shook his head. Outside, Jiang Fulai's car was parked at the intersection. It was his blue car, the one from the lab. As soon as Director Chen came out, he saw Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian get into the car. He turned to Ming Dongheng and asked, "Where's your car?" "At the intersection." "If Jiang Shao's car can get in here, why can't Mr. Ming's?" Director Chen grew bolder and began to tease Mr. Ming. Ming Dongheng calmed down, cold and righteous. "How would I know?" "Director Chen, in Bai Lian's car." She slouched in the passenger seat, sending a string of prescriptions to Xiaoqi through her phone. "For internal injuries, they'll come over tonight. There's too much attention during the day." With the intensity of Mao Kun's match, his foundation was damaged. Without proper care, the aftereffects on his body could be severe. His talent in martial arts was indeed exceptionally high. In the driver's seat, Jiang Fulai put on a Bluetooth headset, one hand lazily turning the steering wheel, guiding the car away from Bacter Street. The voice in the headset was Jiang Ziju's. "It's the Great Eternal Prosperity." Jiang Shijue had found the TV series in question. "I checked it out, the return on investment is good." "Are you?" Jiang Shijue hesitated. He really couldn't imagine the aloof young Master Jiang showing any interest in a TV drama. Nor could he envisage him investing in a drama to promote someone. But he didn't dare to ask aloud. "No need," said Jiang Fulai indifferently, anticipating Jiang Ziju's question. "Just a normal investment." As for predetermined choices, completely unnecessary. If Yen Lu still didn't get the lead role after Bai Lian's intervention, then she wasn't suited for this line of work, and Jiang Fulai would advise her to switch careers early. His investment was to add luster to her, to give the drama solid support, to offer them the utmost help, not to create shortcuts for her. Of course, he didn't think Bai Lian would misjudge a person. Jiang Shijue, okay. Purist Street. Jiang Fulai parked the car and he and Bai Lian got out together. The alley was already fitted with streetlights, not too bright, a soft yellow glow stretching their silhouettes long. "I'm going to see Zhang Xiai's tomorrow." Jiang Fulai was probably a step behind her, his gaze on their shadows, his voice also sounding somewhat lazy. "You take a day off." "Huh." Bai Lian glanced at him. They had agreed to tutor Zhang Xiai's every Sunday. This was the prison's way of accommodating Zhang Xiai's as a high school senior. "They'll check his homework." Jiang Fulai tilted slightly, looking over at Bai Lian, raising an eyebrow. "Don't worry, I won't scold him." Chapter 257, 096 Bacter Street, A New King is Born. _4 Bai Lian was somewhat incredulous. She tilted her head and looked at him with a pair of big eyes. "Let's go inside." Jiang Fulai stopped at the corner, looked toward the front yard, and slightly raised his right hand, somewhat like he was taking an oath. "I really won't scold you." Only then did Bai Lian look away. It meant she believed him. It was 11 o'clock at night. Bai Lian changed into a black outfit and left the house with her homework. Bacter Street's Qinglong Bar. Inside, the lights twinkled, and smoke filled the air at the peak of its liveliness. After checking on Mao Kun, who was sobbing on the bed, Bai Lian calmly returned to the bar, seated herself on a high stool, lazily flipped open a practice book with one hand, and absent-mindedly tapped the bar top with the other. Xiaoqi brought out a desk lamp, plugged it in for her, turned on the light, and had someone prepare a drink with the lowest alcohol content for her. The chaotic bar now had a strange corner, a girl with her hair loosely tied up, doing homework under a desk lamp that was entirely out of place in a bar. The production of solid element paste is low, Xiaoqi explained to Bai Lian, not because it's pricey, we sell it at a standard rate. The problem now is that the raw materials can't keep up. There are few people planting medicinal herbs, but after the news gets out that we're buying up a lot of them, many farmers will start planting these herbs again. Now there were few people cultivating medicinal herbs. Xiaoqi took some of the recouped funds and paid a deposit to a group of veteran farmers in Xiangqing. He was sharp-witted and handled this matter well. Besides having artistic talent and business acumen, even Mao Kun's godfather said Mao Kun was lucky and wanted to relocate Xiaoqi under his wing to do big things. Just today, Xiaoqi had been taken out to see the world. But Xiaoqi didn't want to work for the big boss. Nearby, Xiaowu rubbed his arm and shivered. Just looking at little Mao gives me the shivers, he's so fierce. Xiaowu was particularly sensitive to pain, having been dumped at the orphanage due to his poor health. The kids in the orphanage didn't like him. Only Mao Kun was willing to take him in. Now, he cried and trained every day. Bai Lian listened and slowly flipped to the next page, when suddenly something came to mind. She looked at Xiaowu and Xiaoqi. Are you guys really not going back to school? I've almost self-taught everything I need, Xiaoqi responded softly and politely. He once wanted to attend school, but now school seemed pointless to him. Bai Lian observed Xiaoqi. Mao Kun had told her that Xiaoqi was very talented and used to love painting. But, sis, whereas Xiaowu only scratched his head, with his red hair, he was somewhat lost. My dream is just to be a street thug. He wasn't smart, nor did he have any advantages. He had decided to follow Mao Kun because he saw him as a powerful street thug. After understanding what a street thug was, Bai Lian, forget it as long as you're happy. By the way, Xiaoqi handed an invitation to Bai Lian. This is Dongwu's invitation, inviting little Mao over. They say little Mao also has a teacher, so they've prepared one for you too. Bai Lian looked up, nodded her chin at her black backpack. Put it in there. She was doing her homework and didn't have time to look. So Xiaoqi casually folded the invitation and tucked it inside. The next day, early in the morning, at Su En's residence, grandmother Zu's video call came through. She had originally thought that Su En and that woman would have been eager to agree, but instead, Su En hadn't called for a whole day. To feign retreat, you must choose the right time. As soon as the video connected, grandmother Zu's gaze passed over Ji Mulan and settled on Su En, speaking dispassionately, don't overdo it. This implied that Bai Lian and Ji Mulan were insatiable and overly greedy. I can't handle this. Su En picked up his phone and stood by the window. Grandmother Su looked deeply at Su En. Don't use such tactics on me. She ended the video call. She had someone track down Bai Lian's contact through Su En's secretary. As the head of the household, even Su En's assistant didn't dare to disobey, nervously obtaining Bai Lian's mobile number. Bai Lian's phone number was sent to grandmother Su very quickly. As soon as the call connected, without waiting for the other side to speak, grandmother Su began, I am Su En's mother. He's already told you everything, right? Come to Jiangjing within 3 days and change your surname. Bai Lian had just woken up not long ago. She leaned by the window, her left hand propped on the sill, her right hand holding the phone to her ear. Half in doubt that she had misheard, she asked, Can you say that again? Chapter 258, 097 Brother Jiang. He'll take the fall if he's killed. Second update, _1 name change? What surname would she adopt? Did Su En teach you to say that? With that tone, Mrs. Su laughed, assuredly saying, Come to Jiangjing within 3 days and change your surname. Mrs. Su had never really looked into Ji Mulan's connection to Bai Lian. To her, it was unnecessary. But how much exposure could a high school student possibly have? It had to be Su En who tipped her off ahead of time, going to great lengths for the sake of this mother and daughter. Mrs. Su felt a bit of physical revulsion. But after all, she was unwilling to give up the mighty support of the Yu family. Do you think changing a surname isn't enough? Mrs. Su spoke indifferently. I can let you into the Su family registry, give you a Jiangjing residence permit. Is that sufficient? What was this? Is your Su family the royal household? Bai Lian finally caught what Mrs. Su was saying, raising an eyebrow. What? Through the window, Bai Lian saw Lance enter the yard. She stood up straight, and while walking outside, said, It seems not. Then where do you get the courage to offer me entry into your family's registry? Saying, Bai Lian stepped out the door, her tone unhurried. Can your ancestors rest in peace with that decision? She hung up the phone and took the opportunity to block the number. What nonsense. Yesterday, Bai Lian had to reschedule her acupuncture session to this morning because of her plans to watch a fight. Lance came over especially early today. He also brought them steamed buns and fried dough sticks, biting into a sticky rice cake. Tastes great. Lance's Mandarin was getting pretty good, but there were still some pronunciations he couldn't quite master. What's wrong with you? Seeing Ji Hung with a dejected face, he asked with his not quite standard concern. Ji Hung, who had just finished reviewing his books not long ago, silently glanced at him. Without speaking, quietly nibbling on a bun. Methodically, Bai Lian inserted a silver needle into Lance's head, her eyes downcast. Talk less. Okay. Lance held up his left index finger and mimed zipping his mouth shut. In Xiangqing prison, Jiang Fulai arrived early. He sat sideways on the chair, resting his arm on the table, tapping his pale fingers against the tabletop sporadically. Less than 2 minutes passed when Zhang Xiais, wearing prisoner number 1108, came in with his head down, escorted to the opposite side. Jiang Fulai glanced at him and said indifferently, Look up. Zhang Xiais silently raised his head, revealing 2 panda eyes and a bruised corner of his mouth. Is this how you avoid letting them visit you? Jiang Fulai's eyebrows twitched. Each one of them, you can't always be a worry for her. Zhang Xiais lowered his head again. His handcuffed fingers twined together. After finishing his labor in prison, he had to do homework, and at night while writing, a bald cellmate hit him, complaining his desk lamp was too bright and disturbed his sleep. Jiang Fulai just watched him, his face devoid of smiles, his tone freezing cold. You didn't fight back? The words, Don't you have hands? Were swallowed back harshly. I heard he's the boss in here, and fighting might increase the sentence. Zhang Xiais had 2 concerns. The knife must be in your own hands, no matter who the other party is. Jiang Fulai paused, restraining himself from scolding. If someone hits you, you hit them back. If they end up dead, Jiang Fulai leaned back and sneered, I'll cover for you. Zhang Xiais looked up, his eyes wide as he stared at Jiang Fulai. He began to understand why Qi Lu was so worried about this man. Do you know what a rear naked choke is? Jiang Fulai glanced at him again. Zhang Xiais shook his head, puzzled. 20 minutes later, Jiang Fulai nonchalantly stood aside, watching Zhang Xiais sparring with a prison guard. Ding! His phone chimed once. It was Bai Lian. How is his learning coming along? The previous night, Bai Lian had sent Ning Xiao's and Tang Ming's review points to Zhang Xiais over to Jiang Fulai, requesting him to teach Zhang Xiais today. Jiang Fulai paused. He hadn't taught the other man as Bai Lian had envisaged. No matter. If worse comes to worst, when Bai Lian meets with Zhang Xiais next week, he could take the initiative to berate Zhang Xiais for being too stupid to learn anything in a week. Young Master Jiang thought indifferently and replied. Instruction given, student Bai. 1. Young Master Jiang put away his phone, his expression detached. As for what exactly was taught, who knows? It was only after Zhang Xiais mastered the chokehold that the guard followed Jiang Fulai out. Should we move him to a different cell? Jiang Fulai shook his head. Remember to give him the medicine I brought over every day. You need to be tougher and somewhat intimidating to avoid being bullied. Bai Lian couldn't be expected to look after him forever. Jiang Fulai thought sourly. The guard escorted Jiang Fulai out and then checked the medicine he had left behind, a small round container labeled Imperial Revitalizing Plaster. Of course, neither Zhang Shi's mother nor Bai Lian had expected. Starting from today, Zhang Xiais would begin his journey as a big brother in prison. Bai Lian went to Jiang Fulai's place to pick up Jiang He for the library. Ming Dongheng and Qin Jingyu were both present. Jiang He hadn't woken up yet today, so Bai Lian went upstairs to wake him. With bleary eyes, he made his way to the bathroom, found his tiny tube of toothpaste and toothbrush on the small wash basin, and started brushing his teeth. "Brush your teeth well," Bai Lian said with her arms crossed as she stood by and watched for a while before reaching out and flicking his forehead. "I'll wait for you downstairs." Jiang He continued to brush his teeth mechanically. About a minute later, he finally put down his toothbrush, touched his forehead with his left hand, and looked bemusedly towards the door. Only now did he realize that Bai Lian had flicked his forehead just before. Downstairs, Ming Dongheng was talking to Director Chen on the sofa. Qin Jingyu had come early to visit Jiang Fulai. Of course, he was unaware of Jiang Fulai's whereabouts and felt a bit regretful after learning he was not there. "By the way, do you know?" Qin Jingyu looked at Ming Dongheng, who had a cold expression, and Director Chen, who was smiling very officially, and said, "Yushin managed to get a signed photo of Mr. Bai." Director Chen was taken aback. Ming Dongheng's eyes widened as he sat up straight. "Mr. Bai has signed photos? How did you know about that?" "Others might not know, but Yushin certainly does." Qin Jingyu glanced at Ming Dongheng and said with a smile, "You all know Yushin is from the Dongwu Club, and one of Yushin's seniors from Dongwu is No. 5 from the Bakhtur Street Fighting Arena, who had exchanged blows with Mr. Bai before and knows him." "What?" Ming Dongheng stared at Qin Jingyu. Qin Jingyu wanted to say more. From behind, he saw a white figure slowly descending the spiral staircase made of ancient wood. Was that the girl? What was she doing here? Qin Jingyu watched Bai Lian closely as she walked down, wearing a white pleated skirt with the hems opening up like yellow flower buds with every step, creating a picturesque trail. Her steps were somewhat heavy, not like someone trained in martial arts with lightness. Very weak. Just a pretty face. Qin Jingyu frowned. Seeing Bai Lian coming downstairs, Ming Dongheng quickly poured the tea he had prepared for her. Director Chen also stood up to greet her. "Miss Bai." Bai Lian sat down on an empty sofa and nodded to Ming Dongheng. "Thank you." Ming Dongheng naturally put Bai Lian first in everything. There wasn't anything between him and Director Chen that needed to be kept from Bai Lian. After taking care of Bai Lian, he continued to ask Qin Jingyu, "Does Yushin have any more signed photos of Mr. Bai? I'd like to buy one." "That matter." Qin Jingyu took his eyes off Bai Lian. "We can discuss it later. I'll ask Yushin for you." Clearly, he did not want to discuss the matter in front of Bai Lian. He only looked down and sent a message to Yu Hongyi. Something came back in response. Qin Jingyu glanced at Bai Lian, lowered his voice, and whispered into Ming Dongheng's ear, "Yushin happens to be free right now. I can take you to her." At the same time, Jiang He quickly finished changing and came downstairs with his small Bai Lian backpack. When Bai Lian saw him come down, she took his backpack. Then Jiang He picked up a bun and a bottle of milk from the table and left with Bai Lian. Ming Dongheng picked up the car keys and stood up, following them. "Where are you going?" Qin Jingyu sat still and looked puzzledly at Ming Dongheng walking out the door. His thick brows and eyes showed some confusion. Ming Dongheng was cool. "The library?" In the midst of speaking, he walked out. "He's taking Miss Bai to the library," Director Chen said leisurely, setting down his teacup and explaining blandly to Qin Jingyu. Qin Jingyu was quite astonished. "He's taking her to the library?" He took out his phone to call Ming Dongheng. "What are you doing?" Director Chen stood up, surprised. "He might not have heard that Yushin is available," Qin Jingyu explained. "I'll tell him again." He didn't think that Ming Dongheng, upon hearing this, would still go to drop her off. It could only mean he hadn't heard. Director Chen glanced at him. "I heard it, how could he have not? Bring him to meet Yushin next time when he's free. Today he is supposed to chauffeur Miss Bai." Finished speaking, he walked out with his hands behind his back. Today was Sunday. He had arranged to go fishing with Ji Heng and Dr. Lance, and they would cook fish head hot pot in Ji Heng's yard in the evening. In the car, Bai Lian leaned back lazily against the seat and opened up her reading comprehension material. Jiang He sat inside, slowly munching on his bun. Director Chen smiled and blocked Ming Dongheng's car, sitting in the passenger seat under Ming Dongheng's murderous gaze. Mr. Ming, I just happened to be going to the library area. There's a fishing store there, and Uncle Ji told me to pick out some fishing gear for Dr. Lance. Ming Dongheng snorted coldly. The car entered the main road. Director Chen then spoke seriously. Mr. Ming, Chen Jingyu has Yushin's recommendation this year. With her and that Tongpa, he's certain to get into Dongwu Club. What's your situation now? Once he's in, that will be a great threat to Ming Dongheng. Ming Dongheng was likely to be moved away from Jiang Fulai. Both their moods visibly sunk. Not enough yet, at least not until next year. Ming Dongheng pursed his lips, his eyes revealing his worry. Behind them, Bai Lian, who had heard about Dongwu Club more than once and witnessed Ming Dongheng's defensive posture, didn't understand and decided to ask. Her question was a bit slow and puzzled. Isn't that, Xianming? Is it really that hard to get into Dongwu? Chapter 259, 098 Hacks for Yen Lu, Business Trip. Zhang Dad returns. Understand us? Ming Dongheng instantly fell silent. Director Chen didn't practice serious martial arts, but he also knew about the Dongwu Club. Miss Bai, he pondered for a moment, then explained to Bai Lian, the Dongwu Club only recruits experts from each field. Initially, it was just a small-scale domestic circle, and it wasn't so strict. But now it has expanded worldwide, and joining means you're at the pinnacle of your field, although getting in is as hard as reaching the heavens. To put it this way, as far as I know, in the past 2 years within the country, only God you received an invitation last year. Her signature move is the spear. When a club expands globally, it means that the threshold is extraordinarily high. Due to joining the Dongwu Club and becoming an ordinary member, Yu Hongyi's status in Jiangjing rose along with the tide, and the Yu family transformed from an insignificant clan. Ming Dongheng merged onto the main road. While Director Chen spoke, he just nodded, indicating agreement. What style do you practice? Bai Lian asked, her ears filled with English, which didn't interfere with her conversation with Ming Dongheng. Ming Dongheng, boxing. What he learned was the genuine boxing art. Bai Lian leaned back in her chair, her fingertips lightly tapping on the screen of her phone, and after a moment of thought she said, then you haven't mastered it yet. To master boxing, one must reach inner nourishment of the self, peacefulness, and emptiness. Bai Lian remembered the invitation Xiaoqi gave her last night. She hadn't looked at it after returning home and wondered if it was the one Ming Dongheng and the others were talking about. She would check it out after returning home in the evening. The car gradually approached the library. Bai Lian took Jiang He to the second floor, where Ning Xiao and Tang Ming were already doing their homework, sitting up straight. Seeing that Bai Lian came alone, the two simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Lian. Tang Ming leaned back in his chair, relaxed, asking about the notes he and Ning Xiao had made. How's the good student doing with his learning? Is this pace okay? Not too bad, Bai Lian said unhurriedly as she placed her books on the table, then instructed Jiang He to help her get 2 books from the shelf behind her. Next week I'll go and check his progress. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao both had great faith in what they had put together. He should be able to learn well. He shouldn't be that dumb. Jiang He slowly brought the books Bai Lian asked for. Bai Lian opened the milk for him, inserted the straw for him to drink, then patted his head with a sigh. She said nothing, but Tang Ming across from her spoke meaningfully. Little brother Xiaohe needs to drink more milk to grow taller. Jiang He finished the milk in one gulp and glanced at the book in Tang Ming's hands. Then he slowly took out his own book to read. Tang Ming subconsciously glanced at the book Jiang He was reading, Everything in Pairs, Tang Ming. Ning Xiao shot Tang Ming a look, not saying anything, but the look probably meant, why did you have to make that unnecessary remark? Bai Lian didn't start on the problems right away but pulled out a blank sheet of paper. She wrote on it neatly and properly. After she finished writing, there were 2 unread messages on her phone. Bai Lian glanced at them. They were sent by Pu Xiaohan. Is it here? Bai Lian opened the attached image on the street outside the Calligraphy Association. After several bus routes were connected, there were already some entrepreneurs planning to open malls and supermarkets here. Originally, this place was part of the Old City area, with 7 or 8 mile-long alleys full of old houses, similar to near the city gates. Pu Xiaohan immediately spotted an old man sitting on a carrying pole at the roadside, holding strings, performing the play, The Great Sage Defeats the White-Bone Demon, for a crowd of fascinated children. His fingers were as thin as kindling, and his skin was wrinkled, resembling tree bark. But the puppets came to life under his control. Grandpa, Pu Xiaohan knelt with her phone in front of him, earnestly watching his performance of the great sage, then politely asked, "May I film a video of you?" "What video?" The elderly man looked up, revealing a withered face with very cloudy eyes. Pu Xiaohan thought for a bit. "My classmate said you're very skilled, and am a blogger. I want to shoot a video of you and share it online so more people can see you." The old man was taken aback. "Me?" Pu Xiaohan nodded at him. "But," the old man hesitated, "would people like to watch an old man like me?" He couldn't even find anyone to take as an apprentice now. How could no one like it? Pu Xiaohan patted the nearby kids. "Kids, do you think Grandpa's great sage is good to watch?" "It's good." The children chimed in unison. Pu Xiaohan smiled and took out her phone. "Grandpa, I'll start by recording your puppet show. If it's convenient, could I visit your home afterward to record a bit of your daily life?" Chapter 260, 098 Hacks for Yen Lu, Business Trip. Zhang Dad returns. _2 Pu Xiaohan promised to record his puppet show. And to upload it online for more people to see, the old man promptly stood up from his shoulder pole. He took out his signature skill from behind and performed a puppet calligraphy for Pu Xiaohan, where the strings he lifted were soft, yet he managed to make the puppet write with the force that seemed to penetrate the wood. This was true skill. Pu Xiaohan had a real talent for video shooting. She chose various angles, filmed the puppet writing, the great sage, and eventually followed the old gentleman to his home. The old gentleman's house was not far from there. As they walked and chatted along the way, Pu Xiaohan learned that the old man's last name was Tao. It was just one room, neatly arranged with all kinds of puppets. "Do you live alone?" Pu Xiaohan looked around and didn't see any signs of other people's lives. The old man twisted a cigarette, nodded his head. "My grandson is afraid of these. My son told me to throw them away, but I couldn't bear to, so I moved here to live alone." Pu Xiaohan held up her phone, gave a brief shot of the scene. "Grandpa Tao, I will come to see you again next week to film some additional scenes." Grandpa Tao was all smiles. "Okay." He went back to the side of his bed and took out a box of milk that had been stored for a long time for Pu Xiaohan. Pu Xiaohan took the milk and left. She opened her video account. She hadn't updated in a few days, but thanks to the last edit, the number of followers kept growing, reaching 5.6 million. Her edited videos were of high quality, but lacked some sci-fi technology. She would habitually open Jian Zhangyi's chat box. "Today. One bowl, one meal. No." Pu Xiaohan looked at their increasingly concise conversation and felt that one day she would inevitably become like Bai Lian. Evening. Bai Lian took Jiang He on the bus to the Zhang family. In the Zhang family's backyard, Yen Lu was still holding a long spear. This was what Bai Lian told her, even if it was just for show, she had to learn to hold and steady the spear. "She practices until 12 o'clock every night," Zhang Mam said as she watched Yen Lu's figure, talking to Bai Lian, "gets up before 6 in the morning to make breakfast, then stands here with the spear." Yen Lu was practicing with the spear while her sister, Exan, was out looking for opportunities and auditions for her. Bai Lian observed Yen Lu's erect posture. The way she held the spear was no longer as gentle as before, and nodded in approval. In less than a week, Yen Lu already looked somewhat like someone who knew how to handle a spear. Yen Lu was preparing for a performance. She didn't need to learn to the extent of a grandmaster, but even as a stage prop, a certain level of proficiency was required. "Take a rest." Bai Lian handed a towel to Yen Lu. Yen Lu's lazy long hair was tied at the back of her head with a rubber band, and now she lived her life with earnest. "Thanks." Jiang He sat on the steps, holding washed grapes given to him by Zhang Ma. He ate while looking up at the two. "This." Bai Lian handed a piece of paper to Yen Lu. "Take a look." Yen Lu wiped off the sweat, put away the towel, and looked down at the paper Bai Lian had given her. Upon receiving the paper, Yen Lu was stunned. It was information about the customs and etiquette of the Great Yong Dynasty, all recorded in history books, but not much covered in commercially available books. During her breaks from spear practice, Yen Lu would read up on the subject. After all, to act, one must understand the life of the character, especially since she was auditioning for a historical drama. But none were as comprehensive as the material Bai Lian had given her. Densely written with details of daily life, social etiquette, even character analysis and brief biographies of the Bai family people. She had written it all so thoroughly. How much reading and research had she done to write with such detail? Yen Lu pursed her lips. She didn't know how to thank Bai Lian. As she asked Bai Lian was sneakily stealing grapes from Jianghe. How much research? It was just something done in passing. Ah, said Bai Lian nonchalantly after finishing a grape. She turned back calmly, her stature tall. I used to study literature and took an interest in this historical period, so I did some extra research. She went on and on. Yen Lu was spun around until she was dizzy, and in the end she could only focus on Bai Lian's face. Right. Bai Lian raised an eyebrow. The lazy and beautiful girl was quite enchanting. Go and hold the gun. Yen Lu picked up the long gun, and as she held it again, more and more things seemed off. Someone knocked on the back door. While opening the Jiangjing University's app, Bai Lian went to answer the door. Outside stood a tall and imposing middle-aged man. His eyebrows were thick and neat, his eyes bright and piercing. Seeing Bai Lian, he grinned broadly, radiating friendliness. Bai Lian, are you here to play with our Xiaoza? This was Zhang Dad. Because Bai Lian, Pu Xiaohan, Weng Qi, and Zhang Xiai's often hung out together, Zhang Mom and Zhang Dad were very familiar with Zhang Shi's classmates. As he spoke, he walked inside. Hey Xiaolu! Zhang Dad exclaimed with surprise when he saw Yen Lu. When did you get back to Xiangqing? Upon seeing Zhang Dad, Yen Lu put down the gun, her voice somewhat choked up. Uncle! Xiaolu, what's the matter, child? Both Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom couldn't bear to see children cry, especially this one whom they had watched grow up from a small age. Don't cry, don't cry. He walked over and patted Yen Lu's shoulder. Inside the house, Zhang Mom heard voices and came in with a dishcloth. After Zhang Shi's verdict had come out, Zhang Mom had been very proactive, and now that she saw Zhang Dad had returned, she couldn't help herself. Weren't you supposed to come back tomorrow? Every time Zhang Dad went out, he would give her a return date. He would usually come back on time, occasionally a few days late, but he would let Zhang Mom know in advance. Zhang Mom wouldn't disturb him while he was on business trips. I completed the task early. Seeing the condition of the two, Zhang Dad's heart sank, and his expression turned serious. What happened? Where's Xiaoza? He realized something was amiss. Seeing Zhang Dad return, Bai Lian didn't interrupt the family's conversation and motioned for Jianghe to come over. They said goodbye to the Zhang family. Jianghe got up from the ground, walked over to Bai Lian, and held on to the corner of her white dress. Zhang Mom wanted to keep Bai Lian over for dinner, but Bai Lian tilted her head slightly, politely declining. Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom watched Bai Lian and Jianghe's retreating figures. Zhang Dad took another look at Jianghe, feeling a hint of familiarity, but it was his first time meeting Jianghe, though now was not the time to discuss this. He closed the back door and said gravely, What on earth happened? Thank goodness for Attorney Qi Lu, Alien, and Mr. Jiang. Zhang Mom dried the corners of her eyes. Now it's all been taken care of. Half an hour later, Zhang Dad had finally heard the whole story from Zhang Mom and Yen Lu. Uncle, it's my fault. Zhang Dad pulled out a cigarette, his face grave. I promised your father I would look after you, but I failed to do so. That scoundrel did it for me. Xiaolu, you must forgive your uncle. Yen Lu's eyes brimmed with tears, but she just shook her head without speaking. Zhang Dad smoked his cigarette and stood up. You two stay home. I'm going to check on that kid. He left quickly. Yen Lu and Zhang Mom were too slow to react. Xiaolu, Zhang Mom glanced at Yen Lu. Don't we need to make an appointment first? Uncle must be going to have a look outside. Yen Lu handed Zhang Mom a piece of paper, her gaze also drifting towards the door. Xiangqing Prison. In the west of the city, a concrete road leads straight to the prison entrance, desolate and uninhabited. Zhang's dad drove the car to the gate and parked before getting out. The towering iron gate opened from the inside, and two people came out, with the leading man hurrying towards Zhang's dad. "Mr. Zhang, we've arranged everything." Zhang's dad's face lacked his usual warm smile, stern as he entered. The two men ushered him into a small room. Once the door closed, a prison guard turned to the man beside him, wiping sweat from his brow. "Boss, what's going on? Who have we actually locked up?" Chapter 261, The 099 Ultimate Final Move. Bugvine, Part 2. This morning, first came a person with top-secret clearance to see prisoner 1108. As soon as this person arrived, the young prison guard felt like the entire prison was under the aim of a sniper rifle. If something, even a small mistake, had happened to that Mr. Jiang, he didn't doubt that this place would be razed to the ground. Now, in the evening, another superior came for an investigation. "I don't know, it's the superior's order." The warden retracted his gaze and walked out, but those who gave him the orders were from the security bureau. Inside the room, Zhang Shi's eyes widened as he looked at the man in front of him. "Dad? How did you get here?" Zhang's dad looked at his face. After a long while, he withdrew his gaze and sneered. "I just got back from a business trip and heard you were locked up." Zhang Shi's. 1 year. Zhang's dad sat across from Zhang Shi's, looked at him. "You have indeed encountered a benefactor. Otherwise, you'd be looking at no less than 10 years. Hee hee. Zhang Shi's chuckled. The two of them didn't talk much, again falling silent for a few minutes before Zhang's dad asked, "Do you want to change rooms?" He was referring to the injuries on Zhang Shi's face. Zhang Shi shook his head. "No need, brother Jiang taught me a few moves." Even though he was still wearing handcuffs, he demonstrated to his dad. "Dad, when you go back, don't tell Mom," Zhang Shi's instructed his dad, asking him not to tell them about his injuries. "Do you think you have to tell me?" Also, Zhang Shi's hadn't seen his dad for a long time, and had much to say. "While I'm not home, argue less with Mom, don't make her angry." Zhang's dad. "Is it not you who makes her angry? Did you hear me?" Zhang Shi's pleaded earnestly. "She always forgets to trim the flowering branches, remember to do it for her, and for Sister Yen, make sure Mom prepares an iris for her every day. You can't do it yourself. Got it? Got it." The visiting time passed quickly, and Zhang's dad watched as Zhang Shi's was taken away, waiting until he vanished from sight before his feigned relaxed expression disappeared. The whole person became very silent. Leaving the prison, he took out another phone, turned it on. It had none of the extraneous apps, not even the basic ones like calls or messages. It only had one communication app, and there was one unread message showing on it. On Ji Heng's end. When by Lian and Jiang he returned, Lance was shouting in the yard. Jade. Today, for fishing, he had specifically worn slightly tighter flowered trousers and topped it with a matching floral hat. Director Chen quickly caught the fish that jumped out of Lance's hands. "Dr. Lance, leave it to me, it's okay, no worries." He casually grabbed the fish and dispatched it with one swift cut. "Clean and efficient." Lance admired. "Wow, slice it up." Ji Heng didn't pay attention to the commotion outside. He was in the kitchen, frying the base ingredients for the fish head hot pot. "Miss Bai." Director Chen looked up to see Bai Lian, showing off his catch. "Look, I caught this one." Bai Lian looked down. Director Chen had been back for quite a while now, and the fish he caught was still hanging at his waist, not yet taken down. Bai Lian, "Don't understand, but respect." She had reason to suspect that these three had circled Purist Street several times in the afternoon. Jiang he squatted very naturally next to Director Chen, watching him prepare the fish. Bai Lian went back to her room and flipped out the invitation Xiaoqi had given her the night before. The black and gold invitation read, "Dongwu Club," in embossed gold lettering on the cover. She looked at it twice and checked with Xiaoqi to confirm if this was the Dongwu Ming Dongheng and others had mentioned. Xiaoqi didn't understand these things and had to ask others before confirming with Bai Lian. "Bai Lian, Can it be given to someone else? She asked very sincerely. Meanwhile, an administrator at Dongwu Club received this message and was bewildered. What is Mr. Bei's teacher asking? Whether it can be transferred. Administrator, that's not possible. It was the first time he faced such a request. Xiaoqi forwarded Dongwu Club's response to Bai Lian. All right then. Xiaoqi, sis, their manager asked if they can add you. Bai Lian, 1. Getting ready to ascend for Ming Dongheng. Xiaoqi pushed Bai Lian's avatar over. The person from Dongwu Club received the recommended contact card and perked up. It was an avatar of an ancient, heavy-looking city tower. This avatar, at a glance, belonged to a highly respected teacher. At Su En's residence, the assistant found an opportunity to report the old lattice issue to Su En. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Upon hearing that the old lady had called Bai Lian, Su En was startled. Chapter 262, The 099 Ultimate Final Move. Bug Vine, Part 2. Under Skidoo, he abruptly stood up and walked out. While leaving, he ordered, "Prepare the car, we're going to the Ji family." Ji Mulan was downstairs reading a financial magazine when she heard the noise. Standing up in surprise, she asked, "Going where?" "To see your dad." Su En looked at Ji Mulan. "I need to talk to Alien in person." The Ji family lived on Purist Street. Despite being back for so long, Ji Mulan had never taken Su En to visit, as that part of the road was too old, and both the alleyways and houses were extremely outdated. Su En had mentioned a few times that he wanted to visit Ji Heng, but she didn't really want to take Su En there. "It's so late now." Ji Mulan closed the financial magazine, very slowly suggesting, "Why don't you call my dad about whatever it is, and we can arrange to meet him tomorrow and talk then?" What she said made sense. Su En calmed down, realizing it was his first visit and he hadn't prepared any gifts yet. A sudden visit wouldn't be very polite. He turned back and instructed his assistant to prepare gifts. Then he took out his phone and called Bai Lian. The second the call connected, Su En seemed to come back to life. Thank goodness. Bai Lian hadn't blocked him. Su En fairly understood that she had blocked Ji Mulan. "I've already declined on your behalf. I didn't expect the old lady to check your phone. I know this must have caused you trouble. I'm truly sorry." Il explained things to the old lady clearly. Su En returned upstairs, full of apologies. Bai Lian was elegantly nibbling on a fish head. Sitting on a chair, her tone was very light and breezy. "It's fine." After ending the call, Su En finally breathed a sigh of relief. His assistant was also very apologetic. "From now on, inform me about these matters first," Su En said gravely. "I might be busy lately, but I still have time for this. If you can't handle such a small matter, I don't mind finding someone else." The assistant's heart sank. He gained a new understanding of Bai Lian's importance in Su En's heart. "Mr. Su, there's another thing," the assistant remembered. "Old Master Ren has invited you." After being suspended for 15 days, Ren Qian was under investigation. Once a person is investigated, many trivial issues come to light. Although his position hadn't changed, his secretary had been dismissed. His personal credibility in Xiangqing had been greatly affected. Therefore, he was desperately trying to pull strings. Ren Qian had no way to contact Director Chen, not to mention meeting the legendary Master Chen, though Su En had been in Xiangqing for quite a while. Unable to find Master Chen, Ren Qian turned to Su En, who had come from Jiangjing. Su En was now a major investor in Xiangqing, with tourism and hotel development in the area depending on him. "I don't have time recently," Su En waved his hand. "Go and buy some tobacco. I remember Mr. Ji likes to smoke. I'll visit Alien at Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School tomorrow." The assistant understood. A week later. Saturday morning. Location, Xiangqing Prison. Jiang Fulai stood beside Bai Lian with his head slightly lowered. His cold and clear profile radiated a chill allure. Casually glancing at Zhang Xiai's opposite him, he said, "See, how is it you still haven't learned after a week?" He was dressed in a simple overcoat. Even without doing anything, the innate nobility ingrained in his bones was extraordinarily evident. Before Bai Lian could scold Zhang Xiai's, He had already started to aggravate the situation. Zhang Xiai's opened his mouth, his face pained as he looked at Jiang Fulai. But the problem was, Jiang Fulai decisively said, "See, he's even glowering at me." Zhang Xiai's, Bai Lian looked up, still holding a pen in her right hand. She seriously addressed him, "You don't actually want to wait for Qi Lu to appeal another day, do you? Qi Lu can really make it happen. If not during a cake explosion, then in the midst of cake abnormality." Zhang Xiai's, he had a woeful expression on his face. Beside Bai Lian, Jiang Fulai stood tall and dignified, giving Zhang Xiai's a slight smile, gracious and dignified. They had been explaining a topic to Zhang Xiai's for an hour. Mainly it was Bai Lian who spoke. Outside, waiting to meet Zhang Xiai's were his parents and Yen Lu. Bai Lian was dressed in a white shirt with a cyan cross-collared tie shirt over it. The hem of the white shirt underneath protruded slightly, and the collar and neckline were embroidered with flowers transitioning from stone green to bright green. As the door opened, the hem and cuffs fluttered in the wind. The cool palette of clothing, devoid of some laziness, added a sense of crispness. If Sister Xen were here, she would again covet Bai Lian internally. "When is your screen test?" As Bai Lian passed by Yen Lu, she remembered the matter of Yen Lu's screen test. The crew of Great Yong had already arrived early in Xiangqing, with some scenes to be shot on location there. The Xiangqing building had recently become a filming site. Yen Lu stopped. "Next Wednesday?" Bai Lian estimated the time. This week she had been focusing on Yen Lu's spear training, walking postures, various etiquettes. Yen Lu already had the ambience of the Great Yong era. Chapter 263, The 099 Ultimate Final Move. Bugvine, Part 2, Alright, Bai Lian said nonchalantly, "I'll come to you tonight and teach you the last trick." "Thank you." Yen Lu looked at Bai Lian very earnestly. While they were talking, Jiang Fulai was standing at the entrance waiting for Bai Lian. He had one hand holding car keys and the other in his trench coat pocket, backlighting him and making his figure blurred and indifferent. "Why are you always looking at Mr. Jiang?" Zhang's mother nudged Zhang's father. Zhang's father came to his senses. "How much money do we have in the family? Let's hurry up and buy a couple more apartments in Xiangqing," he suddenly said. Zhang's mother, Wednesday. Yen Lu auditioned for the lead female role in Great Yong. The audition was held in a residential area by the city gate of Xiangqing. There were quite a few celebrities rushing to Xiangqing these days, and with various leaks online, Xiangqing had a minor surge of fame on the internet. Yen Lu was number 32. When Bai Lian arrived, it still wasn't her turn. There were still about a dozen artists waiting for the interview in the yard. "Miss Bai," Sister Xen tried to relax Yen Lu and was very surprised to see Bai Lian coming over. Bai Lian leisurely took out a black face mask and put it on, revealing only a pair of dark eyes. She was still wearing a school uniform, and some people's presence is undeniable even with a mask. Being tall, she was quite noticeable among the group. Many couldn't help but size her up. In a school uniform and unrecognized, she must be a newcomer. The entertainment industry is realistic. People who are not famous often get ignored. They quickly averted their eyes. Bai Lian didn't care about the looks of others, listening to vocabulary on her headphones while opening her phone. "Teacher Jiang, how much longer for her?" Bai Lian had left him outside in the car, mainly because she wasn't sure if the auditions could proceed normally if he came in. She leisurely replied, 3 more ahead." Teacher Jiang, as the biggest investor. "Oh." Another nanny van stopped outside the courtyard. The car door opened automatically, and everyone looked that way. A tall girl in a purple and white cardigan appeared, wearing sunglasses and a black cap, exposing only her chin and slightly red lips. "Ah, Teacher Man Shi. Teacher Man Shi is here." The previously languid artists perked up, one by one greeting Man Shi as she came closer. Man Shi had a hit with a fantasy series at the beginning of the year. She had already become a top female star. Now as the leading lady of Time Entertainment, all the company's resources revolved around Man Shi, with her fans spread all over the country, and she was showing signs of becoming a top-tier celebrity. If she could secure the lead female role in Great Young this time, as long as Manzai's acting wasn't poor, becoming a top-tier celebrity was within reach. After all, the role of Miss Bai she would be playing is already top-tier in history circles. As long as she performs well with the fans' filter for Miss Bai, it might secure Manzai's career for life. Sorry, man, she is in a rush. Manzai's agent and assistant, smiling, shielded her from others. We have to hurry back to Beijing after the audition to join the recording of Perfect Day. Perfect Day, the hottest variety show at the moment. Worthy of being Time Entertainment's leading lady. Man, she and her agent didn't even glance at Yen Lu and the others. They didn't stop for a second. Hey, you've arrived. The assistant director personally came out to greet them, chuckling, we've been waiting for you. We were just praising to the director how well man she has practiced with the spear. Go show him. After the group went inside. No wonder it's man she, even the assistant director personally came out to receive her. She even practiced the long spear. This time the female lead is definitely hers. The others discussed in low voices. Bai Lian finally looked up, puzzled as she looked towards Sister Exin. She doesn't cue? Sister Exin hadn't had the chance to speak when from the side, a young man glanced at Bai Lian. Does a top actress like man she need to cue? Yen Lu. Bai Lian clenched her phone and spoke to her slowly and deliberately. If you can't even surpass her, I will have Qi Lu sue you. Yen Lu. After man she went in, she didn't come out for 20 minutes. Sister Zin's expression wasn't great either. Normally actors would be out in less than 5 minutes. Staying this long, the directorial team must be very satisfied with man she. Nearly half an hour. Only then did man she come out, and the person escorting her was not only the assistant director but also the director. The group left amidst laughter and conversation. The expressions on the faces of the few female artists waiting outside were very unpleasant. Most of them had been waiting since the morning, and in the morning there were also 2 top female artists, even including a best actress, but the director had not personally escorted them out. The Great Young directorial team was really very satisfied with Man Shi. As Man Shi passed Yen Lu, she glanced at her from the corner of her eye, and her gaze lingered on Bai Lian's face for less than half a second before withdrawing indifferently and getting back into her car. The directorial team escorted Man Shi to the car. The assistant director, looking at the few remaining female artists, suddenly asked, "Do we still need screen tests?" As soon as these words came out, the expressions of all the artists awaiting their screen tests changed. Sister Exine couldn't help but tightly grasp Yen Lu's collar. The director didn't seem to want to continue, but after some thought, he casually waved, "Continue watching." But with Man Zai's especially stunning performance earlier, they didn't look forward to the following auditions. After the next 3 actresses went in for their screen tests, they all came out in less than 3 minutes. Until Yen Lu went in. The director didn't speak, and the assistant director casually waved, "Just sit at that table and brew a pot of tea." Yen Lu looked at the only table there, with a teapot and cups on it. All her movements had been guided by Bai Lian, and for the past 2 weeks her daily life had revolved around mimicking Great Yong. She picked up the tea grinder, her movements skillfully crushing the tea leaves. Clean and sharp. The assistant director, who had been casually watching, suddenly sat up straight upon seeing her movements. He and the director exchanged glances. Surprise and admiration were both evident in their eyes. By the time Yen Lu finished performing, the director's expression had turned serious. He looked at Yen Lu curiously, "Have you studied Great Yong culture?" Yen Lu replied neither humbly nor arrogantly, "I've been studying it recently." The director carefully watched her, and in Yen Lu's every gesture there was an ancient charm. He nodded to himself in approval, then felt a sense of regret. Yen Lu's manners were better than Man Zai's. Had it not been for Man Shi, he would certainly have chosen Yen Lu for the female lead. Unfortunately, Man Zai's spear play had made a deeper impression. Their production team wanted to stick closely to history, and if the spear was not wielded well, the audience would certainly not be convinced. If only these 2 could combine their strengths. Thinking this, the director sighed. He casually asked, "Do you know how to use the spear?" He was not hopeful. Nowadays, the young generation of actors in the entertainment industry had no Dan actresses skilled in martial roles, and most didn't even know basic stage movements, unable to bear even the slightest hardship. During so many auditions, he had asked everyone the same question, and only man she had handled the spear well. "I do." "What?" The director and the assistant director sharply looked up, exchanging glances before staring intently at Yen Lu. The assistant director asked, "What spear technique do you know? Do you know how to thrust straight ahead?" Yen Lu's thoughts went back to the evening after she had finished watching Zhang Xiai's. Bai Lian came to the Zhang family to find her. The other party was dressed in green clothes and a white skirt, her profile bathed in the glow of sunset, her eyes sharper than Yen Lu had ever seen. She held a long spear in her hand, her eyebrows like frost, languid yet casual. Everyone knows that the Bai family army was most famous for their returning horse spear because in the end, when the Bai family army had no reinforcements, the returning horse spear was a move to turn defeat into victory. Every one of them knew it. "So, Yen Lu, today I'll teach you the final technique." Yen Lu looked up, her gaze firm as she spoke word by word to the director and the assistant director, "Returning horse spear." Chapter 264, 100 Versailles. Yen Lu exclusively favors _1. Nowadays, few people truly study the heritage of our ancestors. Let the lone spear techniques, they can't even lift the longer weapons. Being able to wield a long spear is considered a skill. And the Bai family's army is most famous for its charging spear technique. Not to mention actors, even the martial arts directors of Great Yong can't properly use the charging spear unless they go to traditional schools to find those old folk artists. If the casting isn't done well, not only will the audience not buy it, but it will also affect the overall quality of the show. They are not filming a web series, but a proper traditional drama. What they need is a Bai Xiangjuan that fits more closely with history, not one that relies solely on stunt doubles. Man Shi, who can act decently and also handle a spear, thus became the director's first choice. But no one expected. Yen Lu could wield a charging spear? Where's the long spear? After the director paused for a moment, he immediately instructed the crew, "Give her the long spear." There weren't many people left at the audition. Aside from Man Shi, nobody had specifically learned the long spear, and the crew had already put the spear away. Now, they hastily brought out the long spear. The spear used for the audition on set was brown and longer than the spear Yen Lu was accustomed to, yet a bit lighter. She reached out to grasp the shaft of the spear, closed her eyes slightly, and remembered the teachings of Bai Lian that day, and her practice over the past nearly 20 days. Just by holding it, the director and everyone on set felt something subtle. The modern circular hall seemed to recede at an accelerated pace. The wooden floor tiles beneath their feet gradually got covered by sand, and the surrounding walls turned into thousands of soldiers and horses, into towering lush mountains. Yen Lu lifted her head, her eyes suddenly snapping open. With her left hand supporting the spear and the right hand gripping it, she flipped her wrist upwards and pushed down with her left hand to thrust the spear. The flexibility of the spear transmitted the force from the base to the tip, and everyone on set could see the front half of the spear vibrantly shaking. The director and assistant director, who had the clearest view, stood up straight from their benches, eyes fixed on the quivering long spear, with only Yen Lu and her spear in their sights. But that wasn't all. Yen Lu stamped the ground and turned her stride, as Bai Lian once said that her martial arts weren't orthodox, so she could rely on technique without needing a very strong physical condition. Her right hand was still at 1/3 of the spear's length. With her left hand pressing down on the butt, she combined the force of her waist with her horse stance before the vibrations of the spear had ceased, and fiercely reversed the direction of the spear to thrust backwards. Her body hadn't turned, but a hint of cold light arrived first. The tip of the spear, adorned with a 10-centimeter-long red tassel, fluttered slightly with the tremble of the shaft. In the audition hall, there was no other sound, just a shadow cast on the wall, holding a long spear, the silhouette as if blended into the wall itself, harmonizing with Xiangqing into a picturesque scene. Yen Lu's eyes were fixed on the tassel. She breathed slightly hard, Her cheeks flushed, and the intensity in her eyes slowly receded. Gradually withdrawing the spear, she calmed her state and looked up at the director with her lips pursed, expressionless. "I haven't mastered it yet. This is all I have for now." The director and the others finally came back to their senses. If they thought she was very good, her performance excellent, then for Yen Lu's charging spear, they could only describe it with 2 words: astonishing. Because everyone present would think of those lines, dressed in bright armor and riding spiritedly as a youth, a woman who never admitted defeat to men iron armor and a charging spear with a flowing pennant. Ah! The director looked at Yen Lu's expressionless face, momentarily unsure if she was being modest or joking. Not mastered yet? This is called not mastered? Far from it. Yen Lu was clear about her goal, to fully learn everything Bai Lian had taught her. Director Wan, I will work hard and study diligently. She had held the spear for 20 days, each practice focusing on steady aim. Although not perfect, she had gained some insights. Every move Bai Lian made was a feint and changed constantly. Each spear thrust created a breeze, and when exerting force, she stood as firm as a stake, combining strength and skill. The more she learned, the more Yen Lu understood that she was merely scratching the surface of the art. Her moves, compared to Bai Lian's, were essentially for show. Faced with her, Bai Lian wouldn't even need to move. The vibrating long spear could directly knock her weapon away. Director Wan Qiushan. Wan Qiushan had directed many martial arts TV dramas, and he had only seen this level of performance in those action actors with real skills. The younger generation were mostly idols, and someone with real martial arts skills like Yen Lu was virtually unseen. Seeing Yen Lu like this, as if she still needed to study hard, wasn't she aiming to become a grandmaster? That was what he thought, but Wan Qiushan straightened his expression and carefully observed Yen Lu. From the moment she walked in, her movements had naturally carried a bit of Great Yong temperament. She wasn't short either. 169. Chapter 265. 100 Versailles. Yen Lu, uniquely favoring _2 her appearance deviated somewhat from historical records, but Yen Lu, upon closer inspection, noticed the black arched brows, red lips, and eyes that resembled willow leaves. Her features exuded a bold and beguiling charm. Most importantly, she had a resolute and unyielding temperament. Apart from slightly curly hair, everything else was very much to Wan Qiushan's liking. Wan Qiushan picked up Yen Lu's profile, number 32. Yen Lu, 23 years old, entered the industry 4 years ago, with almost no acting experience. Yen Lu, Wan Qiushan asked her a few detailed questions, including about enduring hardship and using stunt doubles, before finally saying, "Go back and wait for the news." He had Yen Lu step out without calling the next person in. Instead, he gazed at Yen Lu's profile while asking the assistant director and producer, "What do you say?" The assistant director looked at Yen Lu's profile without saying a word. For the role, Yen Lu is closer. The producer hesitated, but Yen Lu has no fan base. Yen Lu was pretty much a newcomer, also carrying some scandals with her. She, a popular top-tier actress. The producer was pragmatic. Who would watch the film without star power? Star power. The director glanced at the producer, but it is Great Yong. The producer was taken aback. It was Great Yong, where each character, Qin Yi, Emperor Jiang Wu, by Xiangjuan, Liang Zuan. Each and every one of them brought their own fan base. Outside. Yen Lu had been inside for 20 minutes before she came out, and after she did, the director did not call the next person in. As soon as she emerged, the remaining people in the room cast vague glances her way. Aside from Shi, Yen Lu was the second person to have auditioned for such a long duration. How did it go? Xinjie hurriedly approached to ask. Yen Lu didn't speak, only looking towards Bai Lian. Bai Lian leaned against the wall, lazily working on her phone, and only when she heard Yen Lu had come out did she calmly turn her head, her face mask hugging her contour perfectly, leaving only her dark almond-shaped eyes visible. She didn't speak, merely tilting her eyebrows at Yen Lu in a casual and carefree manner. It was standard. Yen Lu removed the sunglasses hanging from her shirt collar, answering both of them. Results will be out in 2 days. Bai Lian stood up, put away her phone. Let's head out first. Too many eyes around. Once outside, Xinjie reflected, the director kept you so long, Yenlu, we might not be completely out of luck. The audition site was somewhat secluded. Not far away, Xiangqing building was off-limits to tourists and was being rapidly transformed into a major film and television base. Beneath their feet was a newly renovated asphalt road. Walking on the pavement, Xinjie belatedly realized, from her first visit to Xiangqing to now, the dilapidated roads of Xiangqing seemed to have been all refurbished. Not far away, a lazy horn sounded. Xinjie and Yenlu instinctively looked up to see a sapphire-blue car stop on the opposite side, with the passenger window slowly lowering to reveal the man inside. His left hand rested on the steering wheel, his right fingertip still on the horn, his slightly long tousled hair hanging down, the sunlight striking him at just the right angle, refracting a cool essence. An air of indifferent, casual languor engulfed him. Clearly, he was visibly in a bad mood. Indeed. Someone had mentioned that good things come in threes within half an hour. Nearing 2 hours had now passed. Despite the distance of a road, Xinjie's half-finished sentence was stifled before it could come out. She sharply withdrew her gaze. Are you coming back with me? Bai Lian, clenching her phone, turned her head to ask Yenlu. She needed to return to school for classes, while Yenlu would return to the Zhang family to continue practicing shooting and wait for the news. Yenlu answered crisply, her radiant face betraying nothing. I'll go home with Xinjie's car. We need to discuss the upcoming schedule. Bai Lian didn't know even the outwardly cool and glamorous Yenlu was capable of fear. Okay. She removed her mask while crossing the street. Her demeanor utterly casual. Only when the car had driven away did Yenlu and Xinjie breathe a sigh of relief. In the car, Bai Lian seriously explained to Jiang Fulai, line cutting, she cut in line, otherwise I wouldn't possibly be so late. You could have taken her out. Jiang Fulai took a turn, frowning. That would be kind of impolite, Miss Bai quipped, raising an eyebrow. She leisurely opened her English vocabulary app, beginning to memorize words. Jiang Fulai glanced at her, recalling a certain surveillance feed, the corner of his lips lifting slightly. Well, that would indeed be quite impolite. However, regarding Bai Lian's mention of line cutting, he took note, planning to ask someone about it later. Bai Lian was serious about the issue with Yenlu. Right now, her concern wasn't just because Zhang Xiai's was temporarily absent, but also because of the role Yenlu was set to play. Therefore, skipping lunch, she had rushed here, and seeing Yenlu's satisfactory performance, she was reassured. Chapter 266. 100 Versailles Yenlu, uniquely favoring _3. The two casually picked a restaurant near the school. It was well past mealtime, so the restaurant was almost empty. As they entered through the front door, the owner looked up with a smile, about to ask, "What would you like to eat?" but got interrupted by an indifferent glance from someone. The owner even took out a piece of paper and meticulously wiped down the table and chairs where the two settled. Then he handed them the menu. Jiang Fulai was different from Jiang He. He truly didn't care about where or what he ate, as sometimes they just lived on steamed buns while working nonstop in the lab. Browsing the menu, he casually picked out 3 dishes. He had no preferences or favorites. The choices were all tailored to Bai Lian's tastes. For Jiang Fulai, spending time on eating and entertainment was a waste, but this was also the first time he bothered to remember someone else's preferences. It was a peculiar experience. Bai Lian was looking at her phone, which displayed a message from the person in charge at Dongwu. Aren't you planning to join the club? Bai Jian, no time, smile, on the other side of the phone. The Dongwu person in charge, looking at this spiritual smile, it was certain this had to be a respected elderly gentleman. After the meal, Bai Lian returned to school. The lunch break had long finished, and during the break between classes, a bunch of people were discussing something animatedly. For the first time since Zhang Xiai's left, Class 15 was so lively. "Lian sis, have you heard?" When Bai Lian approached, others told her the exciting news. "There's going to be a hotel opening in Xiangqing, did you know?" Bai Lian was somewhat confused. She pulled out a chair and sat down. Pu Xiaohan turned around, equally excited. They've already started demolition, it seems. Looks like they're really going to develop Xiangqing. Everyone was thrilled about the decision to develop Xiangqing from higher up. Everything was moving forward. That's great, remarked Bai Lian earnestly. She seemed to recall Su En mentioning there'd be a press conference this weekend. After school in the afternoon. Bai Lian, Pu Xiaohan, Ning Xiao, Yang Lin, Wen Qi, and Tang Ming, this out-of-class person who somehow got mixed up in class 15, walked towards the exit together, a spirited entourage. They drew the gazes of countless students. Many came up to greet them, some chummily asking for Bai Lian's number while slinging an arm around Wen Qi. Others approached Bai Lian to inquire about physics problems. Some asked Pu Xiaohan about video editing. Except for the aloof and unapproachable Ning Xiao and the silent Yang Lin. Behind them, the previously popular Class 8 students still walked as before, untouchable by anyone. However, now it was different. In the past, Class 8 exuded a gap of unreachable backgrounds and grades. Chen Zhu, once seen as unattainably high in pedigree and grades, had his marks steadily suppressed by Ning Xiao several times, and even Tang Ming was fast on his heels, ranking second in the recent joint exams. The radiance of Chen Zhu, Ren Wanxian, and the others from Class 8 had greatly dimmed. Some echelons are not insurmountable. They're about to exit. Chen Zhu shifted his gaze, looking at Ren Wanxian. Haven't you talked to Bai Lian yet? In Ren Wangshuan's hand was a red invitation card, her gaze deep as she watched the line of people ahead. Finally, she called out to Bai Lian, "Wait up, I have something for you." She finally maneuvered in front of Bai Lian just before the school gates, observing her for a long while, and then extended the red card. "My grandfather asked me to give this to you." With just a short sentence, she attracted the attention of those around Bai Lian. The gazes of Pu Xiaohan, Wen Qi, and others fell upon the invitation in Ren Wangshuan's hand. Bai Lian didn't know how Ren Wanxian danced herself into her presence again. She didn't take it, merely arching her eyebrows. Ren Wanxian pursed her lips in impatience. With no response from the other side, she grew a bit irritated. "What do you want exactly? I've been punished by my grandfather for so long now. There are only 20 of these invitations in all of Xiangqing, and am offering an apology. Aren't you satisfied?" By her side, Chen Zhu stepped in to explain for Ren Wanxian, "Bai Lian, this is Zinda's evening event." Bai Lian lazily struck out a word with her hand, her expression unchanged, and Chen Zhu immediately got the hint. Indeed, how would the average person know what Xinda is? Chapter 267. 101 Alien comes out of retreat to compose music again. Second update, _1 Chen Zhu again explained to her, Xinda is a Jiangjing-based company and is also the partner that is entering our Xiangqing this time. The senior executives of Xinda will also be attending. The words spoken by Chen Zhu made others in the room exchange glances. A banquet hosted by Xinda in Jiangjing? It seemed so far out of reach. Most people in Xiangqing had never even dreamed of going there. Many people, including the former Ning Xiao, had only considered as far as Beijing when it came to exams. The banquet was very important for Ren Qian. It was the best chance to expand his network, as the Xinda high-level executives would all be arriving in Xiangqing that day. Everyone knew the importance of connections. Chen Zhu and Ren Wanxian didn't believe that Bai Lian would refuse. After the incident at the Calligraphy Association, Ren Qian went almost 10 days without speaking to Ren Wanxian and just told her to reflect on her actions. Fortunately, the Secretary General often comforted her. With their relationship with the Ji family almost at breaking point, Ren Qian obviously couldn't bring himself to approach anyone from the Ji family. So he left this matter to Ren Wanxian. Ren Wanxian was very dissatisfied that Ren Qian wanted to take Bai Lian to the banquet, but at such times, she wouldn't displease Ren Qian and still went to find Bai Lian as he had instructed. "Are you done talking?" Bai Lian didn't look at the invitation, just gripped her phone tightly and lowered her eyes and brows. "Then please make way." "This is what you don't want." Ren Wanxian looked at Bai Lian strangely, her mood suddenly relaxed, and she almost burst into laughter. "Don't regret it later." Bai Lian lost her patience. smiled and said, "A good dog doesn't stand in the way." Ren Wangshuan's face turned red. The others in the 8th class also realized and cleared the path blocked at the door. The news of Xinda Enterprises moving into Xiangqing had exploded in the business community. The financial channels had been discussing this matter all morning, and many people were now acting on the information. Everyone knew Xinda was from Jiangjing. They must have some inside information about Xiangqing to decide to move in. Isn't the economy all about trading on information disparities? Chen Zhu watched Bai Lian's retreating back, wanting but hesitating to speak. In the end, he still left with Ren Wanxian. This matter was directly reported to Ren Qian by Ren Wanxian. Ren Qian, holding his phone, was silent for a long time. Forget it, her vision is limited to this, anyway. Then, the newly assigned administrative assistant beside Ren Qian inquired, "Should we still have a gown made for Miss Bai?" Ren Qian waved his hand disinterestedly. "Is there a collection of rare tobacco?" Right now, his own power was being divvied up, and he was planning how to take it back. Also planning how he could arrange a meeting with Elder Chen. With the Ji family issue, he could only allocate 1/10 of his attention. He couldn't manage more at the moment. Bai Lian was unaware of all this. She usually went to the Zhang family to give pointers on Yen Lu's marksmanship and then returned home. And complained to Jiang Fulai. "Sometimes I find you quite useful, Teacher Jiang." Teacher Jiang, sometimes? Bai Lian raised an eyebrow. 1. The Ji family's courtyard was bustling today. Besides Lance, Ji Xiaorong had also finally returned. "Dad, with something so serious, how could you all keep it from me?" Ji Xiaorong was referring to Shun Qing's incident. He frowned, having just returned to Xiangqing to visit Ji Heng, only to hear about this. "You were working, and besides, calling you back would have been pointless." Ji Heng, holding his tobacco pipe, was quite calm. "She is fine now, isn't she?" Ji Xiaorong did not know how perilous the situation had been. He thought Shun Qing's injuries were not that serious. "Next time, you still have to tell me," Ji Xiaorong sighed. "Even if I'm working, I could take leave to come back. They wouldn't trouble me because of this." Bai Lian came out with her silver needles to perform acupuncture on Lance. Ji Xiaorong looked at Bai Lian and asked Ji Heng in a low voice, "What is she doing?" "Performing a test." Cough, cough. Ji Heng paused, changed what he was about to say, "Acupuncture." He kept it simple and to the point. "Ji Xiaorong?" He looked incredulously at Lance. This foreigner trusts Bai Lian so much? Both of them were truly bold. One dared to perform the acupuncture, the other to trust it. Ji Heng was this permissive of Bai Lian? "This Saturday, Xiaojun is moving. Did he tell you?" Ji Heng asked about the serious matter at hand. Sheyan's neighborhood was starting to be demolished. Shen Qing had already picked out a new house closer to Purist Street, and they planned to move there this Saturday. Moving to a new home always needed a bit of liveliness to warm the place up. The more people, the better. Yes, Ji Xiaorong would certainly go to such an event, but he was slightly surprised. His place is also getting demolished? He focused on his research and was indifferent to other matters. Ji Heng didn't know much about it, responding vaguely. Beside the two. Chapter 268. 101 Alien comes out of retreat to compose music again. Second update, _2 Bai Lian finished giving Lance his acupuncture, then received a call from Suin. Alien, the voice on the phone was full of joy, warm yet forceful. "Are you coming over for dinner on Saturday?" Bai Lian methodically put away the remaining silver needles. While heading back to her room, she replied, "I can't, my uncle is moving on Saturday, I have to go to his place." Only a few close people knew about Ji Xiaojun moving. They had not informed Su En or Ji Mulan. Su En hung up the call and, pressing his brow, asked his assistant, "Can we change the time of the press conference?" The assistant was startled by his question. But it seemed Su En wasn't joking. "President Su, the time has already been set and invitations have been sent to all the partners," the assistant said cautiously. "Changing the time at this point wouldn't be good." The date of the press conference was also chosen as an auspicious day. Business people always believe in these things. If the time was changed suddenly, not only would it break the chosen date, but it would also lower credibility, providing no clear benefit to the Su family. Suan had just asked out of curiosity, feeling it was a pity. How could it just so happen to coincide with the day Ji Xiaojun was moving? Any news from Qinyi? Suan put down his phone and started again. The big event in Xiangqing was Su-en's only chance to invite Qinyi. The assistant shook their head. The invitation was sent, but from what people in the department say, Qinyi is tied up on Saturday. It seemed Saturday really wasn't a good time. Why was it that one after another, everyone was busy? Suan took off his glasses, his gaze settling calmly on the window outside. How many people from the main family will come? For people, the assistant looked up. The old lady and the rest don't have the time. Friday afternoon. Beijing, Time Media Headquarters. Manzai's agent passed through the main entrance, pressed the elevator button, and went straight to the general manager's office floor. Ding! The elevator door opened. The agent saw Man Shi and smiled. Man Shi, did Director One give you a call? Great Yong didn't have traditional male or female leads. It was a history drama where nearly everyone was a lead. The agent always had information a step ahead of others. That morning, the rest of the roles had been confirmed, leaving only the role of Bai Xiangjuan. It looks like I should congratulate you in advance. The cool, young man beside Man Shi revealed a smile. I need to hurry up with my song too. This was An Qi, a popular singer. He was also the person constantly paired with Man Shi in online shipping rumors. Both of their popularity initially surged because of this shipping. This time, as Man Shi was set to appear in Great Yong, An Qi also signed with Daeyong and was crafting a song tailored for Manzai's role. Hearing this, Man Shi and her agent both laughed, neither refuting An Qi's words. On that day, Wan Kaishan's satisfaction with Man Shi was evident, so the role. Man Shi and her agent considered it a sure win. But as news of the other roles came out, still no call came to Man Shi from the production team. They always save the best for last. The agent wasn't worried. Let's wait a bit longer. An hour later, the super topics for the other actors were out, but there was still no news for Man Shi. Let's wait a bit more, the agent comforted Man Shi. 2 hours later, even the agent was getting restless. He pulled out his phone and called the Great Yong production team to ask why the casting for Bai Xiangjuan hadn't been finalized. The role of Bai Xiangjuan? The production team member was surprised. That's been decided a long time ago. The agent felt his heart sink, sensing something was wrong, but our Man Shi hasn't received any news. Man Shi? Oh. The production team member realized what was happening and vaguely replied. The director gave the role to someone else. Who? The agent almost shrieked. The next second, he realized his attitude was inappropriate and tried to repair it. Teacher, didn't the director praise Man Shi for her excellent spear skills last time? Why did he suddenly change the candidate? Who is it? He had thought of all the auditioning artists' names, unable to come up with anyone who could outshine Man Shi. Popularity, acting skills, looks. She was second to none. Not to mention she had specifically learned spear play for the role. The production team member gave a precise reply to Manzai's side, Yen Lu. Yen Lu? How could it be her? After hanging up the phone, the agent turned to the two people in the office. How could she possibly get the role of Bai Xiangjuan? With her acting skills, her scandals? Manzai's smile gradually faded away as she clenched her teeth. She must have spread her legs wide. Everyone knew about Yen Lu's scandals. Chapter 269. 101 Alien comes out of the mountains, composing again. Second update, _3 when Man Shi was speaking, and Qi by her side also hardened his expression. I'm going to tell the agent I'm not taking this song for the role unless they change the person. Xiangqing First High. Evening after school. Jiang He was supposed to accompany Bai Lian to Ji Xian's house the next day, so he waited early at the entrance of Xiangqing First High for Bai Lian. By his side, Ming Dongheng stood with his arms crossed, a cool expression on his face. When he saw Bai Lian come out, Ming Dongheng lowered his hands. Miss Bai. Bai Lian, holding on to Jiang He's sleeve, lazily waved her hand at Ming Dongheng. You go back first, I will take him on the bus later, and I'll send you something later. She was going to see Yen Lu and had Ming Dongheng wait for her there. By now, Bai Lian's prestige in Ming Dongheng's eyes was no weaker than Jiang Fulai's. After escorting the two to the Zhang family's place, Ming Dongheng left immediately. The Zhang family's backyard. Zhang dad handed Jiang He a small stool to sit on, then went back to the front to help Zhang mom. Pu Xiaohan and Weng Qi were sent to the backyard before they could help in the front, and the two of them watched Yen Lu practice spearwork. Sister Xen reported the news to Bai Lian with great excitement. Miss Bai, the role is confirmed. It's Yen Lu. It really is Yen Lu. To Sister Xen, this was like a pie falling from the sky. Top-tier team, top-tier resources. Yen Lu was bound to become popular. Bai Lian also stood aside, watching Yen Lu practice with the spear. Her figure was tall and straight, one hand holding a phone, the other adjusting Yen Lu's posture. The setting sun cast upon her delicate profile, her eyes clear and shallow, her tone lazy, carrying a sense of aloofness as if everything was under her control. Sister Xen was startled watching her, until a ringtone from her phone snapped her out of it. It was a call from the production crew, which she had just saved in the afternoon. Hello, Director Wan, you say? The call didn't last long. About 2 minutes. After hanging up, Sister Zin's face looked rather grim. She walked to a corner and dialed Time Entertainment's executive in a low voice. Behind her, Bai Lian glanced at Sister Xen. In Time Entertainment, Man Shi and Qi and their agent were all in the executive's office. Upon receiving the call, the executive sighed inwardly. There's a conflict between Qi and Yen Lu that I wasn't aware of before. I've already discussed it with Director Wan, and we will find another teacher to compose for Yen Lu. It's just, we might not find someone like Qi again. Yen Lu lacked fame and talent. Even if she played by Xiangjuan, no renowned composer would write songs for her. In the end, they could only resort to an unknown composer. In the office, Qi's face showed no expression. Man Shi was looking down with a sarcastic smile. Sister Xen bit her lip and hung up the phone. This was the plight of not being famous. Bai Lian extended her hand and nudged Yen Lu's spear upward. Steady your squat. After adjusting the posture, her tone was as casually indifferent as ever. What's happened? Bai Lian looked at Sister Xen, her voice languid as she spoke, her eyes drooping lazily, the dark pupils reflecting Sister Zin's image, like a lazy big cat that always gave people a sense of comfort. Sister Xen gradually calmed down, and Qi, who debuted with Yen Lu, initially gained some popularity due to Yen Lu's attractiveness, and their CP became quite famous. However, Qi had some talent and was arrogant. He never really respected Yen Lu, and after Man Shi joined Time Entertainment, he publicly supported his CP with Man Shi, causing his fans to mock Yen Lu, calling her a vampire. Of course, no one remembered that Yen Lu had been more famous than Qi at the beginning. Weng Qi scratched his head, lowering his voice. Yen Lu debuted with CP hype with Qi? Unaware that Weng Qi was Manzai's fan, Sister Xen nodded and continued. For Great Yong, Qi was originally writing a song for Bai Xiangjian's character, but when he heard the actor was Yen Lu, he outright refused. Xiaohan on the side whispered, can't they find someone else? Let's not mention the difficulty of finding someone more capable than Qi. Sister Xen glanced at Xiaohan. The character song was agreed upon in advance, and Qi should have been preparing for it a month ago. Next month we're going to record the character song for promotion. How are we supposed to find someone on such short notice? Character song? In the silence, Bai Lian suddenly spoke up. Are there any specific requirements? Sister Xen looked at Bai Lian. No. Oh. Bai Lian nodded her head, her right hand tapping on the phone, then abruptly clenched it the next second, and she looked up against the backdrop of the setting sun. Then I'll write it for her. Sister Xen and Xiaohan were startled, especially Sister Xen. She instinctively looked at Bai Lian. Miss Bai? Have you ever written lyrics before? Studied music theory? She recalled Bai Lian was a high school senior studying science. Bai Lian chuckled softly. No, but I think I should be able to write. She had never written modern songs nor learned modern music theory, but aside from poetry, she had left behind dozens of lyrics, and as for composing, she was the composer for The White-Robed Journey. After 1,000 years, she finally was going to compose once again. Chapter 270, 102 Aliens Power, the aloof and hypocritical young master Jiang _1, Xinjie. Pu Shaohan remembered the Dean Jian and pondered, alien plays the guzheng, let her give it a try. Wang Qi took a melon seed from Jiang He's hand. Exactly. Xinjie stared at Bai Lian's face, which under the setting sun looked lazily elegant like the flowing moon, luminous but not demonic, her composure seemingly casual, yet each movement was steady and composed, confident without lacking humility, skilled in spear fighting and the guzheng. She felt a sense of absurdity. This must be the Miss Bai recorded in the history books, right? Coming back to reality, Xinjie said, Miss Bai, Yanlu is greatly indebted to you this time, thank you. Of course, even if Bai Lian said she could compose, Xinjie still wasn't entirely at ease. She was also trying to find someone in the circle. For a character song written in such a short time, Xinjie was afraid the quality wouldn't pass muster, and although Yanlu's vocal condition was not bad, she was worried that after Yanlu sang, the netizens would ridicule her. This was something Xinjie really didn't want to see. After Bai Lian and Yanlu had contributed so much to this character, she didn't want there to be a single flaw. Xinjie didn't place all her hopes on Bai Lian, so she took out her phone and communicated with Director Wan, trying to use various connections to buy an unreleased song that matched the character. Bai Lian knew that Xinjie couldn't completely trust her, and not just Xinjie, Bai Lian herself was also uncertain. While contemplating, she had Yanlu hold the spear horizontally and practice walking back and forth. Yanlu had a natural talent for performing, and with just a little guidance from Bai Lian, she could exhibit that kind of temperament. Shaohan, Bai Lian felt she had learned well enough and then leaned over to ask Pu Shaohan, can I take the school's guzheng home for a couple of days? Pu Shaohan didn't know. Wait a moment. Pu Shaohan took out her phone, pulled up Sun Qian's number. I'll ask Sun Qian. Sun Qian was the head of the arts department and had the keys to the storage room. She said it's fine. Pu Shaohan put the phone back in her pocket. I'll go get it for you. Pu Shaohan was a bit more familiar with Sun Qian, so Bai Lian continued to watch over Yanlu here. Meanwhile, Jiang He, who sat on the steps, watched Bai Lian and then turned his gaze to the departing Pu Shaohan, lost in thought. Bai Lian returned home with the guzheng, accompanied by Jiang He. Lance was chatting with Jiheng and was surprised when he saw the guzheng Bai Lian was holding. What's that? Guzheng. Bai Lian placed the guzheng back in the room unhurriedly and then came out with acupuncture needles, carefully explaining to Lance. It's a type of musical instrument from our country. Lance had never seen a guzheng and curiously plucked a string. Zheng. The sound was like the clear cry of a lonely wild goose flying away. He reached out again, plucking the strings haphazardly, making it sound like a horde of demons dancing. Jiang He silently covered his ears, not saying a word, just sitting there watching Lance. Lance, getting more excited, only stopped when Bai Lian took the silver needle and demonstrated near his head, slowly saying, if you continue, and I insert this wrongly, you might get paralysis. Lance, he understood, quietly returned to the lounge chair outside, and let Bai Lian perform the acupuncture. After finishing the acupuncture on Lance, Bai Lian returned to her room. She placed the guzheng on the table, recalled the incident with Ming Dongheng, and took out her phone to send him a long message. Asterisk and amp, UN at hashtag at. Meditation requires firm grip, focusing on breath control, breathing with the abdomen, and concentrating. After sending the message, she then reached out to pluck the strings of the guzheng. Jiang He lay beside her table, watching her fingers as she plucked the strings with just her left hand, sometimes coordinating 3 or 4 strings at once. The sound was light and heavy, though not forming any distinct melody. It was more like casual plucking to listen to the sound. Sharp and prominent. Jiang He watched, utterly astonished. Bai Lian looked at him and laughed lightly. You look like my cat, man. After speaking, She jotted down a character in the notebook beside her. These experiences were her own, filled with emotion, but how to interpret the melody was something she was still attempting. At this time, Jiang He would go over and see what she had written. Bai Lian's handwriting was always neat and clear, but upon seeing it, Jiang He, who had just finished consulting a dictionary, started to question his life, staring blankly at the character Bai Lian had written. It contained a 4, a 7, and even a square frame? Is that still a character? He sat back down, stunned. He hadn't learned this at all. A little while later, Bai Lian wrote a few more characters. He, not willing to give up, took another look, and this time, in one character there were a 9, a 4, a 3, and even a big included. Jiang He stood up, quietly moved outside and watched Ji Heng teach Lance to play Go. Chapter 271, 102 Aliens Power. The aloof and hypocritical young master Jiang_2 Lance was no match for Ji Heng and lit up when he saw Jiang He, asking Ji Heng to step aside so he could play chess with Jiang He. Jiang He had never played Gamoka before, so Ji Heng, holding his pipe, explained the rules to him. 3 minutes later, Lance. Fin. 2 minutes later, Lance. Fin. 1 minute later, Lance. Smile. Jiang He put away the white pieces, finally gaining some confidence. He sat on the stone bench, prodding his watch, and sent Jiang Fulai a message. Jiang He first tested the waters with. On the other side of the phone, Jiang Fulai was still in the lab, and he had to go see Zhang Erbi with Bai Lian tomorrow morning, so he needed to make the most of his time in the lab today. The labs in B-Zone were kept at a constant temperature all year round, and to avoid contaminating the lab, everyone was required to wear a lab coat. He stood in front of the detector, leaning slightly forward, looking at the dark matter particle mass and scattering cross-section chart on the instrument. Several people stood behind him. He was particularly excited. The anti-coincidence detection sensitivity is much higher. Many international labs have called to inquire about it. Jiang Fulai slightly tilted his head, and the cold light reflected off his glasses couldn't hide his captivating gaze, his long, pale fingers storing away the document he handed him. Without speaking, he just raised his hand slightly. The others instantly understood. They could go back now. The phone lit up. Jiang Fulai picked it up and saw the comma sent by Jiang He. Jiang Fulai? Confirming that Jiang Fulai was available, Jiang He snuck a picture at Bai Lian's place. Jiang He, photo, Jiang He. Jiang Fulai walked to the D-Zone's rest area while opening the picture. The picture showed a line of neatly arranged characters, but saying it was characters wasn't exactly accurate. Seeing this line, Jiang Fulai stopped in his tracks, and the assistant following behind was startled by the abrupt halt. They backed away several steps and then sneakily raised their head, covertly observing. Jiang Fulai tapped lightly on this line of characters. After a while, he replied to Jiang He unhurriedly, "Little Wenmeng, this is a subtractive score." Behind him, the assistant peculiarly noted that young Master Jiang seemed to be in a much better mood, indescribably better, but with a bit more life and warmth than usual. The inspired assistant said, "Jiangjing University has an international speech, and the Research Institute is asking if you have time to go back and give a lecture?" Jiang Fulai tilted his head, dressed in a white lab coat, appearing aloof and responding lightly, "No time." After all, he still had to teach an idiot in prison. If he can't teach him, Bai Lian might even doubt his teaching ability. The next day, early in the morning, Bai Lian got up to find Zhang Xiai's. Jiang He was going to Ji Xian's new home with Ji Heng and wasn't in a rush to get up. He was still lying in bed. Jiang Fulai's car arrived on time at the junction of Purist Street. Bai Lian got in the car, lazily buckling her seatbelt. There was a faint, cool scent inside the car. Bai Lian had been writing music scores till 9 the previous night, not wanting to disturb the others, so she stopped. The decision to write music scores was spontaneous, taking up more than 3 hours of her time. She had her own routine every day, very disciplined, and she only started her daily plans after finishing the score, which meant she finished her plans more than 3 hours later than usual. It was past 3 in the morning before she went to bed. She got up after 5. Because Zhang Xiais had to start working at 7:30, they had to arrive early to begin tutoring. Jiang Fulai drove steadily, and Bai Lian fell asleep halfway there. She was usually very vigilant, but today, perhaps too exhausted, or maybe she just felt relaxed here. Jiang Fulai turned the streaming Guzheng music in the car down a bit. When the car slowly stopped in front of the prison gate, Bai Lian hadn't woken up. Jiang Fulai checked the time, which wasn't even 6:30 yet, so he didn't call her. He just turned off the engine, opened the window, and turned to look at her earnestly. It was early, and the morning sun hadn't even had the chance to show itself, but a breeze swept across her face. Bai Lian's hair was carelessly tied up today, and a few stray hairs were gently blown by the wind. A black strand was blown from the side of her face to the tip of her nose, where it stopped and didn't move, lazily swaying. Jiang Fulai stared at that strand of hair for a long time. How dare it challenge me? Coldly, young Master Jiang reached out and placed the strand of hair back where it belonged. When it was almost 6:30, he nonchalantly woke her up. Zhang Xiais felt like Brother Jiang was very approachable today. He hadn't scolded him. He was baffled. At 7:20, Yen Lu was already waiting outside. She had news about Great Yong to tell Zhang Xiais. They would start shooting next week and she wouldn't see Zhang Xiais for a long time. Chapter 272, 102 Aliens Power. The aloof and hypocritical young Master Jiang _3 Bai Lian took the lead in going out. Jiang Fulai followed behind her. Zhang Xiais, normally talkative, found himself at a loss for words in front of Yen Lu, who herself was of a cold and distant disposition. The last time Yen Lu and her parents visited, the two of them hardly exchanged a single word. As Jiang Fulai lagged behind Bai Lian and was about to close the door, he glanced at Zhang Xiais, then at Yen Lu, and suddenly asked, "Zhang Xiais, has your injury healed?" Zhang Xiais was startled. Yen Lu looked at Zhang Xiais and then at Jiang Fulai. Last time, he fought with Lu Xinming and suffered severe internal injuries, which haven't healed to this day, Jiang Fulai said, pointing to the spot where Zhang Xiais had been hit by a fellow prisoner, then elegantly walked out. Zhang Xiais touched his stomach, then looked up at Yen Lu, who appeared anxious. It was an awakening. The new apartment Ji Xiaojun had bought was in Sinan Community. Located on Ring Avenue, it wasn't far from Purist Street, at Block 11 Unit 101. The community was newer than the previous one, built just a few years ago with 12 floors to a building, a low occupancy rate, and an affordable price of just over 3,000 per square meter. Ji Xiaojun and Shun Qing lived on the first floor. By the time Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai arrived, Ji Xian's home was already filled with many guests. Chen Jingyu was discussing chess with one of Ji Xian's colleagues while Ji Heng lay on his side with a smoking pipe, offering advice. Ji Xian's place also had two students playing with Jiang He, who mainly watched in amazement as Jiang He assembled a cube puzzle. Ji Xiaorong was in the kitchen helping Ji Xiaojun, while Shun Qing, having recently recovered from a serious illness, wore a hat as she entertained the guests in the living room. The modest living room was packed full. As soon as the door opened, Shun Qing saw Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai and called them in, shutting the door behind them. "Alien, Xiaojiang, you two are here." Standing beside Chen Jingyu, Ji Heng instinctively looked up. His gaze met Jiang Fulai's. An air of joviality pervaded the lively hall, as if brushed by a cold breeze. Chen Jingyu hadn't turned around yet, his hand pausing in midair. His past experience told him that someone must have arrived. He tilted his head slightly. As expected, he saw the aloof young Master Jiang one step behind Bai Lian. Ji Heng, with his smoking pipe in hand, paused as he looked Jiang Fulai up and down from head to toe, then watched Ji Xiaojun emerge from the kitchen to greet Jiang Fulai with practiced ease. Ji Heng. Who was this unexpected figure? "Dad, this is Xiaojiang," Shin Qing said as she took 2 cups out, pouring water for Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai with warmth, and introducing Jiang Fulai to Ji Heng. "Last time I was in the hospital, he was a great help." Shin Qing broke the tension by warmly introducing Jiang Fulai to Ji Heng. Jiang Fulai politely greeted Ji Heng. "Hello." Next to Ji Heng, Qin Jingyu with his chess piece hastily moved aside. So he was the only one who didn't know him? Ji Heng looked at Jiang Fulai, his voice muffled, and merely grunted an acknowledgement, not one for many words. Shen Qing asked Jiang Fulai to sit down and went back to busy herself with cutting fruit for them. Jiang Fulai sat on the sofa methodically, with Ji Heng occasionally glancing his way. Both were silent. Bai Lian sat lazily to one side, brushing up on questions. At times, she would reminisce about musical scores and jot down whatever came to mind. Shen Qing brought out a new plate of fruit from the kitchen for them to enjoy. Jiang Fulai was indifferent to fruit, but upon seeing cherries, he tried one. The cherries Shen Qing had bought weren't sour. Not bad. He took 2 more and casually handed them to Bai Lian. He then reached out and pulled the trash can that was by Jiang He's side toward himself. Jiang He looked at Jiang Fulai expressionlessly. Big brother, a high school student beside Jiang He gently tugged at his sleeve, pointing to the cube in his hand. Can you scramble this one too? Upon hearing this, Jiang Fulai looked down at the cube in Jiang He's hand and scoffed sardonically. Jiang He resentfully restored one side of the cube. The high school student was blown away. Opposite, Ji Heng caught a glimpse and slowly averted his gaze. After the meal, Chen and Ji Heng decided to stay here to play cards. Ji Xiaojun carried a painting to give to Bai Lian, asking her to deliver it to Su En. Su En hadn't arrived today, but his gift was already here early in the morning. This was Ji Xian's return gift to him. Bai Lian sent a WeChat message to Su En, who was still at a reporter press conference and didn't have time, saying he would come to pick it up at night. Then Ji Xiaojun would definitely criticize her, so Bai Lian asked Su En to send her his address. She would go find him later. Su En quickly sent an address to Bai Lian. There's a dinner party, and if you have time, you can eat a bit. There's a lot of nice food. It's a pity your uncle and the others can't make it. Shen Qing had a crowd. Bai Lian wanted to find a place to do some problem solving, and Jiang He also went back with them. Jiang Fulai directly drove the car back to his usual residence, the detached building. Bai Lian fell asleep again on the way, and felt more refreshed than before. Ming Dongheng was sitting cross-legged on the lawn in the garden, his 4 fingers gathered in the palm, as immovable as a mountain. Jiang He jumped down from the car and then squatted beside Ming Dongheng, looking up at him. Ming Dongheng opened his eyes, startled. He leaped up to find himself feeling lighter. Young master, when did you return? Looking up, Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai had also gotten out of the car. Ming Dongheng opened his mouth to speak to Bai Lian, but seeing Jiang Fulai, he quickly stood up straight, reverting to his usual cold and stern demeanor. Young master, Miss Bai. Jiang Fulai gave him a glance. Bai Lian smiled at Ming Dongheng. Jiang He pulled at the hem of Bai Lian's clothes, asking her to look at his painting. Jiang Fulai watched their retreating figures, his expression cold as he headed to the study for an online meeting with the Jiang family. Downstairs. Upon hearing that Jiang Fulai had finally returned, Qin Jingyu quickly came to find him. There was also a lady with him. She wore a plain-colored long dress underneath and a beige coat over it, and her chestnut hair was styled into lazy large waves, loosely draped behind her head. Ms. Yu. When he saw her, Ming Dongheng stood up a bit to greet her, his tone especially respectful. Yu Hongyi's lips curved up slightly, her demeanor somewhat cold, as she nodded to Ming Dongheng. She was accustomed to such attitudes. She was the representative sent by old Master Qin, so Ming Dongheng went upstairs to find Jiang Fulai. It wasn't long before Jiang Fulai descended the stairs, his presence slightly oppressive. Qin Jingyu and Yu Hongyi were startled, exchanging glances before quickly standing up. They hadn't expected Jiang Fulai to come down so soon. Ms. Yu, it's always you, said Qin Jingyu excitedly, as he had come 3 times without catching a glimpse of Jiang Fulai. Yu Hongyi was quite surprised but managed to smile at his words. A tall figure slowly descended the wooden staircase. He had changed into a white, somewhat soft home outfit, but his drooping face was still as cold as a blade's edge, casting a chill glance that was sharper than any frost. He appeared like a vividly ink-painted scroll. Qin Jingyu lowered his head, not daring to look up, young Master Jiang. Yu Hongyi also came back to her senses. She withdrew her gaze and took out a letter. This is from the old master for you. Ming Dongheng reached out to take the letter from Yu Hongyi's hand and held it, not passing it to Jiang Fulai. Yu Hongyi glanced at the letter in Ming Dongheng's hand, her lips tightening slightly. However, they all knew Jiang Fulai seldom accepted things from others, unless it was from his friends or the researchers he worked with. Jiang Fulai nodded, indicating he was aware, displaying utmost indifference. Then he walked unhurriedly and with undiverted eyes to the cabinet at the entrance. As he walked past, the floor seemed to frost over. His pale fingers opened a drawer and hooked out a set of keys, then he leaned against the cabinet, his slender fingertips tapping lightly on the table surface, his gaze casually looking at the staircase. The silent hall was too quiet for anyone to dare speak. Qin Jingyu and Yu Hongyi exchanged a glance, unsure of what was happening, until the sound of movement came from upstairs again. Qin Jingyu and Yu Hongyi were both quite surprised. They instinctively looked up. Chapter 273, 103 Banquet, Ren family members dumbfounded, second update, _1 Both of them thought that the person descending the stairs would be Jiang He. They were both aware of Jiang He's existence. Wherever Jiang Fulai went, he would take him along. Not until a section of a gradually blue-tinged snow-colored skirt hem appeared at the turn of the wooden staircase. The hem was embroidered with folding plum blossoms. It spread layer by layer with her steps. Instinctively, the two of them looked up to see a girl, her ink-black hair held up by a wooden hairpin, her face lazily stunning. Qin Jingyu recognized her as the girl from last time. Why is it her? And she's coming down from upstairs? Qin Jingyu was shocked. It was only then that Jiang Fulai turned to look at Bai Lian and saw that her usual follower wasn't there. He then said, I thought you had forgotten to come down because you were teaching him how to paint. Bai Lian slowly looked up. Ming Dongheng was also somewhat stunned. Bai Lian quickened her pace. Since Jiang Fulai and Ming Dongheng did not introduce the other two people, she remained silent as well. She just walked up to them and whispered in a low voice, I haven't. Jiang Fulai lazily looked down at her. He didn't believe her. The two continued to walk outside. After a while, he asked again, Does he really paint better than me? Bai Lian kept a straight face. Not better than you, you are a realist. Would you like to appreciate your cat again? She reached back into her pocket for her phone. Young Master Jiang had nothing to say and expressionlessly prevented her from flipping through the photos. For the first time, he felt the term realist carried a mocking undertone. The sound of a car engine starting could be heard from outside. 3 people were still standing in the hall as if being punished. By now, they had probably realized, so was young Master Jiang waiting for someone? The world began to take on a fantastical feel. Ming Dongheng had seen much turmoil, and he was quick to regain his composure. The other two, however, were quite disheveled, especially Qin Jingyu, who had seen Bai Lian before. Even old Master Chen wouldn't dare make him wait. Ming Dongheng didn't bother with Qin Jingyu but called out twice to Yu Hongyi, Ms. Yu, Ms. Yu? Yu Hongyi came back to her senses in a daze, and looked back at Ming Dongheng. Mr. Ming, just now that was Miss Bai, Ming Dongheng replied coldly, giving only a name. As for anything else, he said no more. But Yu Hongyi's mind searched for the surname, but she couldn't come up with anything. Do you have any other business? Ming Dongheng inquired. No, Yu Hongyi responded, shaking her head as she looked outside. Without Jiang Fulai present, they did not linger. After stepping out the door, Yu Hongyi then asked Qin Jingyu, Do you know who that Miss Bai is? Yes, Qin Jingyu replied complexly. The chief had told him, a student from Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School, reportedly very difficult to get into Jiangjing University. Yu Hongyi nodded, I see. Meanwhile, Jiang Fulai took Bai Lian to find Suin. They would also attend a dinner at Ji Shaiyan's place in the evening, and Chief Chen would need to stay overnight at Ji Shaiyan's place to rally more popularity. After Su En's press conference concluded, he held a banquet in the Wanhe Building's banquet hall. The banquet had not yet started. The banquet hall was already filled with people. Leaders from various industries were crowding around Su En, greeting him. Ren Qian and Qin Gang could hardly get a word in. Naturally, they couldn't lose face by squeezing in with a crowd of people. Only when the people in front had left, were the two able to approach Su En and say some polite words. "Mr. Su, congratulations." Their attitude towards Su En was more respectful than ever. "Mr. Ren, President Qin." Su En nodded politely at the two, with a manner that was mere formality. Then he went to greet the next person. "Chief Lu, I knew you would come." To Su En, the administrators of Xiangqing seemed insignificant at present. Ren Wanxian observed the official known as Chief Lu, recognizing him as a Beiqing figure frequent in the news, and also as Xiangcheng's direct superior. She opened her mouth, quite shocked. She knew Xiangqing was about to be developed, but she hadn't expected it to attract so much attention. Even that Director Lu from Beiqing has come? This President Su is now not so easy to approach. Chen Gang narrowed his eyes, gazing at Su En talking with Director Lu, and just from that brief contact he knew Su En was a wily old fox. He had no intention of introducing anyone else to Ren Qian and Chen Gang. Ren Qian wasn't surprised by this. He shifted his gaze. He got the demolition order directly from the people of Bakhtur Street. Even without our involvement, we really underestimated him. Previously, when Su En wanted to meet Mr. Lu, Ren Qian and the others didn't get involved. Now that Su En had gotten the demolition order on his own, everyone in Xiangqing was shocked by his tactics. It seemed like the policies were particularly lenient towards Su En. Many high-ranking officials from Jiangjing and Beiqing have come today. Ren Qian instructed the two juniors, "Both of you pay attention to moderation. From beginning to end today you must not act impulsively." Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu looked at each other. Both saw the shock in the depths of each other's eyes. They were both used to seeing others grovel before Ren Qian and Chen Gang, but now the situation had nearly reversed. They were not accustomed to this. Across from Wanhe Building, Bai Lian sat in the passenger seat. While pondering the melody, she made a call to Su En. The assistant didn't care that Su En was talking with the director, and directly handed the phone to him. Su En saw it was Bai Lian and hurriedly answered, "Ailian." Across from him, Director Lu was very surprised. He watched Su En, pondering who was on the other end of the conversation. Su En stepped to the side and talked to Bai Lian for a few moments, still inviting her to the dinner. The other party didn't plan to stay for long. After all, Bai Lian would rather solve more problems. "All right then," Su En said helplessly, "I'll come down to find you and have someone prepare some pastries for you." On the phone, Bai Lian thought for a while. "Don't come down, I will bring it to the elevator entrance. Just have someone wait for me there." The call ended. Bai Lian spoke briefly with Jiang Fulai and went up to deliver the drawing to Su En. Wanhe Building was a private restaurant, not very tall, and the top floor was a large banquet hall. Bai Lian stepped into the elevator and pressed for the top floor. As the elevator doors opened, she saw two greeters standing at the entrance to the grand banquet hall. People entering handed invitations to the greeters. Bai Lian stood at the edge of the elevator door, not blocking the way or going in. She was bowing her head, texting Su En. Inside the banquet hall, glasses clinked. Ren Wanxian followed Chen Zhu with a glass in her hand. They didn't know what to say, just there to see the world, now speaking with a classmate from Class 8. "Young Master Chen, who are all these people?" The person from Class 8 whispered, looking at the strangers passing by. "It's my first time seeing my dad with such a smile," and that person was simply dismissive of him. Chen Zhu looked at the people in the hall, mostly from Beiqing and Jiangjing. They all came for President Su. The classmate from Class 8 was amazed. Out of the entire Class 8, only he, Ren Wanxian, and Chen Zhu were present, indicating the exclusiveness of today's banquet. He held a wine glass, his gaze shifting as if he saw a figure outside. Isn't that Bai Lian?" He was astonished, hearing a name in this place that he shouldn't have heard. Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu were both very surprised. "Where?" Ren Wanxian looked up. The three of them didn't recognize anyone here other than their own elders, and the pressure and exclusivity kept them on the outskirts, so they had been talking off to the side all this time. The elevator area actually had a blind spot. But the classmate from class 8, who didn't quite fit in with the banquet hall and stood in a secluded spot, could see Bai Lian, who was standing by the elevator, through the glass window from this corner. Bai Lian's face was half obscured by the huge potted plant by the elevator, but her visage was notably striking. He recognized her at a glance. There. He pointed down. Wasn't she not coming? Ren Wanxian tilted her head, finally seeing the person, and sneered. Chen Zhu thought more deeply. He frowned and stood up. Let's go have a look. There are many people here. Ren Qian was even concerned that the well-mannered Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu might accidentally offend someone, not to mention Bai Lian with her temper. Ren Wanxian also felt annoyed. I'll go talk to Grandpa. She stood up to find Ren Qian and spoke to him. Ren Qian smiled, apologizing to the person he was talking to, and followed Ren Wanxian outside. Didn't you say she wasn't coming? Who knows, Ren Wanxian said sarcastically. She didn't feel inclined to mention the Ji family's people. Chen Zhu didn't speak. Honestly, he didn't know why Bai Lian would be here either. Ren Wanxian stood at the entrance of the banquet hall, not wanting to be seen by others, and subtly pointed to Bai Lian, dressed in clothes designed by Ji Heng. There, you speak to her. I don't want to. The greeters at the door kept glancing towards Bai Lian. Ren Wanxian didn't want to approach Bai Lian under such scrutiny. Chen Zhu glanced at Ren Qian, then over to where Bai Lian was, and then stepped forward. Maybe he hadn't finished speaking. A figure beside him, seemingly in a rush, passed by and peered out at the entrance of the banquet hall, spotting the person by the elevator and heading directly towards her. Alien, have you been waiting long? Su En, carrying an elegant wooden box, spoke to Bai Lian from afar. He was smiling, his voice detectably gentle. I'm late. Your mother said your grandfather likes pine nut cakes, so I waited for a fresh pot of pine nut cakes to finish baking. Chapter 274. Questions about Jianggu. Becoming Jiang_1 Ren Qian and the others turned their gaze onto Su En, who was being called alien? Ren Wanxian suddenly had a ridiculous idea in her heart, but felt it was impossible, as she had always seen the Ji family as nothing more than inconspicuous residents of Purist Street. She never introduced her classmates and friends to her father and grandfather, fearing that Bai Lian would use the Ren family's name to act in school. Until now, Zhang Cheng's elite, who were keen to make his acquaintance, stopped in front of Bai Lian. Bai Lian, who was looking down at her phone, looked up and saw Su En holding a huge wooden box. Su En noticed her gaze. I'll help you carry it downstairs. There's no need. Bai Lian handed over the exquisitely packaged painting to Su En. The other hand took the wooden box from Su En. Seeing that she was about to carry the wooden box, Su En chuckled, always managing to maintain a clever distance when talking to others, warm as if he were a friendly uncle next door. This is quite... Before he could finish speaking, someone with 2 fingers easily hooked the wooden box. Su En fell silent. Bai Lian turned around, nonchalantly pressed the elevator button with her phone. Aren't you coming in to take a look? Next to her, Su En didn't give up, having his assistant solicit guests for him in the banquet hall. No, thanks. Bai Lian shook her head, counting the elevator numbers. There's someone waiting for me downstairs. I'll be late in a moment. Maybe she'll have to deal with Sister Lin's sarcastic remarks again. All right then. Su En had come to understand the Ji family's personalities over time. The elevator door opened, and he followed Bai Lian, wanting to accompany her downstairs. Bai Lian used the wooden box to block him, raising an eyebrow. The guests are many. I'm just here to deliver a painting for my uncle. No need to see me off. Su En had no choice but to stand by the elevator, watching as the number dropped to the first floor, before he looked down at the painting, then turned around to head back. The 3, including Ren Qian, were still standing at the entrance to the banquet hall. When Su En came, he only paid attention to Bai Lian, and now he noticed Ren Qian. Mr. Ren Sr.? He stopped to greet him. Ren Qian came to his senses, looking up abruptly. Mr. Su, you know alien? Su En was about to go inside, as Director Liu was waiting for him, but stopped when he heard Ren Qian's mention of alien, and turned his head. You are? Alien is my son-in-law's niece, Ren Qian said with a smile, talking at length. I didn't expect you to know her too, niece? Su En looked at Ren Qian. He clearly remembered that Bai Lian had not greeted them just now. In front of Su En, Bai Lian had always been polite, except towards those she disliked, like Ji Mulan. Therefore, this time Su En didn't bring Ji Mulan along. Su En glanced at Ren Wangshuan's somewhat stiff smile before laughing himself. Yeah, this child, I persuaded her for a long time, and she wouldn't come to this banquet. Oh, I haven't told you yet, Alien is actually Mulan's daughter. You see, apart from a son, she is also my only daughter, and I can't do much with her refusal to come. I had to let her bring some pastries for her grandfather, after thinking for a bit. Su En also showed the painting in his hands to Ren Qian. This is a painting personally made by Comrade Xiaojun for me. If it weren't for this painting, she wouldn't have agreed to come. I need to have it sent back to Jiangjing to hang it up. The latter part was indeed the truth. Ji Xiaojun is Ji Mulan's brother, and his gift to Su En was naturally to be treasured. And with Bai Lian's connection, that was something to be even more careful about. After speaking, he smiled at Ren Qian and continued his way into the banquet hall, and as he passed by a few partners, he even raised the painting to show off to them generously. At the entrance to the banquet hall, Ren Qian slowly turned around. Ren Wanxian was as if struck by lightning. She had never been interested in Bai Lian's background, nor had she had any interest in Ji Sherong's other sister, and now she was being told that Bai Lian had connections with the Su family? She didn't know much about the Su family, only that they were the founders of Xinda, but considering the people who came from Beijing tonight, one could tell how wide the Su family's network was. Especially since she had witnessed the marginalization of Ren Qian and Chen Gang at the banquet. What's wrong? Chen Zhu re-entered the banquet hall, his beverage untouched. Chen Gang looked up to ask him. Coming to his senses, Chen Zhu remembered the day Ren Wanxian gave Bai Lian the invitation. We just saw Bai Lian outside. As he said this, Chen Zhu looked again at Ji Mulan, who was mingling in the banquet like a fish in water. Upon a closer look, Ji Mulan's eyes and eyebrows really resembled Bai Lian's. Could it be that she was actually Bai Lian's mother? Chapter 275. Questions about Jianggu becoming Jianggu_2. No wonder Bai Lian always seemed indifferent towards the Ren family. If Bai Lian was from the Su family, that wouldn't be so strange after all. But she doesn't have the surname Su either, Ren Wanxian said, her voice low as she looked at the people present, unsure of what expression or emotion to show. After listening, Chen Gang finally understood. Her luck is really good. It's enough that President Su acknowledges her. As for the surname, the Su family also has a foundation in Jiangjing. It's not easy for her to change her surname. This Ji Mulan. She's not simple. Ren Qian nodded at his side. Xiangqing prison. Zhang Xiais finished his labor and returned to his room, where he took out a pen and practiced problems and started doing his homework. The prison cell was small, for people lived in one room. His neighbor was a fearsome, bald-headed man. Just as Zhang Xiais turned a page, the bald man who came out of the restroom, threw away his towel, grabbed Zhang Shi's hair, and pounded his little stomach. Didn't you hear me ask you to rub my back? The bald man was the boss here, and no one else dared to touch him. He always washed up first in the evening and in the morning. The other two people in the room curled up on their beds and pretended not to see anything. Zhang Xiais coughed, then put down his pen and flipped over, locking his hands around the bald man's neck. Bang! Both of them fell to the ground, and despite the bald man's strength, once the naked choke was properly applied, he couldn't shake free, and his face gradually turned red. Smack! The two of them crashed into the iron door together. The noise finally alerted the prison guards. Clang! The door was opened. Zhang Xiais let go and squatted to one side. The guard surveyed the scene with an electric baton. Prisoner 0147, prisoner 1108, what are you two doing? The bald man, holding his neck, was about to speak. Zhang Xiais looked up first. He glanced at the bald man and then, as if too frightened to look, quickly averted his gaze. I don't know, I've been doing my homework the entire time. The guards had come to know Zhang Xiai's well over these many days. He was always seen studying hard with a word book in hand, diligently learning. Being beaten by prisoner 0147 wasn't something new. Others beaten by prisoner 0147 didn't dare speak up, for fear of a worse beating when he got out. Zhang Xiai's was the first to speak up. Prisoner 0147, it's you causing trouble again. Take him away. The guard, wielding the electric baton, took prisoner 0147 to solitary confinement for 3 days. The bald man couldn't believe what he was seeing as he looked towards Zhang Xiai's, about to say something but was hit with an electric shock instead. After the door was shut, Zhang Xiai's expressionlessly spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and returned to his bed, picking up his pen. The other two were even more terrified and didn't dare to speak. Zhang Xiai's turned another page, and this time, no one disturbed him. Question Jiang, understand Jiang, become Jiang. Bai Lian arrived at the Calligraphy Association early, much busier compared to her first visit. Pu Xiaohan was recording a video for an elderly Mr. Tao. From afar, Bai Lian could hear Pu Xiaohan's voice. Grandpa, just do what you normally do. We'll just add a recorded introduction. Bai Lian didn't interrupt, silently watching from the side. There were also quite a few onlookers nearby. Pu Xiaohan then asked Bai Lian to help with lighting. Bai Lian was not very experienced with this, but luckily she was quick to learn. With Pu Xiaohan's precise instructions, the two cooperated fairly well. It took an hour for Pu Xiaohan to finish recording a single shot, and then she sat down with Mr. Tao to watch the footage she had captured. Seeing that she was not needed, Bai Lian then went to the Calligraphy Association. Since it was Sunday, there were more students than usual at the association. By the way, sister, Jianzhe, who saw Qiu Shuezhing teaching children, suddenly remembered something. We need to sign up for the Calligraphy Association assessment in December ahead of time. Are we signing up? The higher the level, the more funding granted from the headquarters. This year, most of the funds were still personally provided by Jiang Fulai. Without much thought, Bai Lian immediately replied, sign up. Okay, Jianzhe noted. Recently, there have been a lot of people going next door. It looks like they all want to buy the martial arts school's property, but they've all been chased out. Ordinary residents hadn't received any news yet. But some businesses had long known about Xiangcheng's plan to develop tourism extensively. With the martial arts school occupying such a large area, it was a prime piece of real estate that many people had their eyes on. Since Bai Lian was interested in the martial arts school next door, Jianzhe would ask about it when he had nothing else to do. Bai Lian nodded, and then, as if remembering something, she turned her head to look at him, raised an eyebrow. So how's your calligraphy practice going? Jianzhe. He silently returned to his desk and wrote the character for eternity. The strokes were strong, and after finishing, Jianzhe couldn't help but admire it for a long time. Put down your stuff, Bai Lian said slowly as she walked over and looked down for a while before speaking. Jianzhe put down the iridium and wrote again. This time it flowed even better. In this month, Jianzhe could clearly feel his progress. The advice from Qiu Shuezhing didn't mean much to him, but every time Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai would pinpoint his problems exactly. Especially Jiang Fulai, each remark made Jianzhe start to question his life. The results were significant. Not bad, Bai Lian evaluated, affirming his level. Jianzhe dried the ink and saw a message on his phone. Jianrong, aren't you coming back for your apprentice banquet? Jianzhe, no time. All right. For the Jian family, notifying Jianzhe was just a formality. It didn't matter to them whether he came back or not. That they even remembered he existed was decent of them. Jianzhe wasn't surprised by this. Sister Lian. Pu Xiaohan, who had finally finished all the supplemental video recording, came in, stood at the entrance of the calligraphy room, and seeing the room full of children, spoke softly. President Jian sent another message. President Jian? Not far away, Jianzhe, who was stacking up his own written characters, was a little sensitive to the name Jian. He instinctively looked up. Chapter 276. 105 Brother Jiang's Gift of a Guqin, a cross-century top-tier collaboration, second update, _1 It was mainly because she had just finished talking to a person with the surname Jian. Pu Xiaohan wasn't familiar with Jianzhe, the two had only met a few times, so she simply smiled. Someone I met on a short video app. She was highly cautious. Aside from the people in her 15th class, no one else knew about her online account. Someone she met on a short video app? Oh, an internet friend. Jianzhe nodded. Bai Lian was sitting lazily at the edge of a child's stool, one leg bent, her posture casual and relaxed. She held a calligraphy brush in her hand and, under the astonished gaze of the child, wrote a character. After she finished writing, she calmly put down the brush, walked to the door, and said to Pu Xiaohan, "Are you two still chatting?" Bai Lian was quite surprised. The guzheng wasn't her forte, her technique wasn't considered high level. She played the White Robe Journey, well only because she was the original composer. Pu Xiaohan shrugged and showed her phone to Bai Lian. Bai Lian looked down, Jian Zhongyou? Pu Xiaohan hadn't yet replied to him. Bai Lian scrolled up, noticing the change in their styles from bottom to top. From today to one, and now to the present. The two of them messaged almost every day, but later on, Pu Xiaohan didn't ask Bai Lian every day, especially during the time when Zhang Xiai's had an incident. However, this Ding Jian was truly persistent about someone. Bai Lian thought for a moment and handed the phone back to Pu Xiaohan. "Give him my contact information." Pu Xiaohan was stunned. Then, overjoyed, she took her phone and sent it over to Ding Jian, Jiangjing Music Academy. Jian Zhongyou was in the meeting room, listening to a group of people at a meeting. He had an austere countenance, with deeper than usual furrows on his face. Although he played the guzheng often, it didn't make him appear effeminate. As usual, after sending a message to One Meal One Big Bowl, he put his phone aside. So many days had gone by, and he had almost lost hope. He had thought that today would yield the same result. In the meeting, the principal was talking about the upcoming student plan. We're planning to recommend them in 3 batches to enter the Royal Music Academy. As Jian Zhongyou listened, he picked up the thermos cup next to him, unscrewed it, and took a sip. His phone lit up. He had set a special notification for One Meal One Big Bowl. After finishing his water, he casually opened the app, thinking he would see but to his surprise, upon opening it, One Meal One Big Bowl, a series of exclamation marks over several lines. Jian Zhongyou! Exclamation point. Jian Zhongyou! Jian Zhongyou put down his cup with a snap, extremely excited. With such a long-standing tacit understanding, he knew what One Meal One Big Bowl meant. She agreed. His outburst alarmed the teachers next to him. "Ding Jian, are you all right?" The teachers caught a glimpse of the many exclamation marks. Confused, they thought, does Ding Jian like exclamation marks? He pondered for a moment. "I'm fine." Jian Zhongyou shook his head and indicated for the principal to continue. He picked up his phone and saw that One Meal One Big Bowl had sent him a WeChat ID. Jian Zhongyou squinted as he copied it down and returned to WeChat to search. It was a city wall profile picture. He directly requested to add as a friend. Bai Lian saw the friend request and approved it. There were several unread messages on her phone. "Donggu, there's an assessment at the end of the year. Do you want to recommend someone?" Bai Lian replied, "Is that possible?" Donggu, "Yes, but he also needs to pass the assessment." Bai Lian was naturally aware of this. Ming Dongheng was a bit lacking. "Bai Jian, thank you." After replying, she greeted Ding Jian, telling him she had no intention of continuing to learn the guzheng, and then went straight to the library. Jiang Fulai went to the neighboring city today. He wasn't at home and didn't come to the library. Ming Dongheng, with Jiang He, stood outside the library waiting for Bai Lian to arrive. When Bai Lian got off the bus, Ming Dongheng was on a phone call. "Miss Bai." Seeing Bai Lian, Ming Dongheng put down his phone and respectfully started speaking, then handed Jiang He's backpack to him. It wasn't until Bai Lian took Jiang He into the library that Ming Dongheng turned back to the car and resumed the conversation with the person on the other end of the phone. "Got you. Were you just speaking with that Miss Bai?" Yu Hongyi asked. Yes, Ming Dongheng responded briefly and didn't say much more. Yu Hongyi didn't inquire further but then added, "Oh, by the way, Chen Jing, you mentioned you're also a fan of Mr. Bai. I have insider information, there will be 10 more autographed photos at the auction today." "What?" Ming Dongheng exclaimed. Bai Lian took Jiang He to the library to do homework. Master Jiang was still away today, and after 2 consecutive weeks, Ning Xiao and Tang Ming felt somewhat unaccustomed. Chapter 277, 105 Brother Jiang's Gift of a Guqin, a cross-century top-tier collaboration, second update, _2, evening. Jiang Fulai had just rushed back from Lin City. He lazily parked his car in front of the library, and only after people began to emerge did he leisurely honk his horn to let Bai Lian know he was across the street. Of course, he didn't really need to remind her. His car was the only one of its kind in the whole Xiangqing, and its presence had already attracted quite a crowd. Many had even taken out their cell phones to take pictures. When Jiang Fulai rolled down his window, those people hurriedly ran off with their phones. Mr. Jiang, Ning Xiao and Tang Ming came over to greet him. Jiang Fulai rested his left elbow casually on the rolled-down window, slightly tilted his head, his jet-black hair hanging down, his expression unchanged, and he asked in a methodical manner, "What's the ranking now?" He was referring to the Jiangjing University app ranking. Tang Ming instinctively looked towards Ning Xiao. Ning Xiao was very calm, 561. But Tang Ming was on the verge of tears, 728. Jiang Fulai, heh. Ning Xiao, Tang Ming. Every time the two of them felt they were doing well, young Master Jiang would accurately deliver a blow. Study, they must study hard, they must study as if their lives depended on it. Bai Lian opened the passenger door. "You should ask me too." Jiang Fulai calmly raised the car window, pretending he hadn't heard what she said. In the back seat, Jiang He was sulkily squeezed into a small corner by an item. The car soon arrived at Pura Street, where fewer vehicles passed by, and Jiang Fulai parked the car at a very open spot. Just as Bai Lian got out and was about to say goodbye to Jiang Fulai, "Wait," Jiang Fulai said, opening the driver's door and stepping out. Bai Lian still had earphones in her ears. She casually dismissed a word and waited for him. Jiang Fulai walked around to Bai Lian's side, pulled open the passenger door, glanced at Jiang He who silently drew his feet back, then nonchalantly picked up a nondescript gray rectangular bag from the back seat. Over a meter in length, it nearly took up the entire space of the back seat. "Hold this." Jiang Fulai handed the item over to Bai Lian. That length, that width. At a glance, Bai Lian could tell it was a guqin. She didn't immediately take it. Jiang Fulai, holding the strap in his right hand and rubbing his left wrist with his left hand, sighed. "It's so heavy, Bai Lian." She slowly hooked the strap with 2 fingers, then bounced it lightly a couple of times, easily managing the 30-some pounds. "Oh." Jiang Fulai observed her slender fingers without a change in expression. "Just something I found randomly, much cheaper than what Jiang Xiaonyao got. You can try it out first. If you're not comfortable, we can look for another next time." Jiangjing Art Exhibit. A bunch of people looking at the exhibit saw one display, completely empty. Wasn't it said that the Huanpei Guqin would be exhibited here? Right, where's the Guqin? Many students from the Music Academy wanted to see the Huanpei Guqin. They wanted to see what a guqin worth 2.88 million looked like. "Oh, that." A staff member came over, glanced at the spot, and smiled. It was bought by a customer before it could be displayed. "Bought already?" A crowd stood bewildered in the wind, having not even caught a glimpse. Who comes to an exhibit and buys something without even looking at it first? Ji Heng's courtyard. Today Ji Heng's place was somewhat bustling, with the lights turned up bright. Upon entering, Bai Lian immediately saw Lance sitting despondently at the stone table, Ji Xiaorong occasionally speaking to Lance, and not far away were Ren Qian and Ren Wanxian, who were conversing with Ji Heng. The clothes that Ji Heng had made for Lance were washed today and hadn't dried yet. Lance was currently wearing a retro green floral long shirt with matching pants, making him look somewhat like a long cucumber. Ren Qian and Ren Wanxian spoke with Ji Heng and ignored Lance. Seeing Bai Lian return, Lance's eyes lit up. Waiting for you, he paused, then switched to English. Upon seeing Bai Lian return, Ren Qian also stood up and greeted her with a smile. Alien is back. Let's go to my room. Bai Lian saw a new cup placed in front of Ren Qian and Ren Wanxian, filled with tea, yet untouched, and she addressed only Lance. At a glance, she could tell what was going on with the two from the Ren family. Grandpa, I'll go in first. Bai Lian followed Lance into the room. Her room used to belong to Ji Mulan. There was a desk, a small square table, and an 8-panel screen separating the outer area from the bed, providing a personal space. Lance sat by the small square table. Bai Lian, as usual, gave Lance his acupuncture treatment. Then she unzipped the bag and took out the guqin. The dark brown body of the guqin, its 21 strings neatly arranged, the strings gleaming with silver light under the light. Bai Lian adjusted the bridges to the right positions, tuned the instrument, and then Chapter 278, 105 Brother Jiang's Gift of a Guqin, a cross-century top-tier collaboration, second update, _3 She gently pressed on the strings of the zither. The sound was crisp and piercing. Bai Lian opened her smartphone and sent a message. How much is this guzheng? She could certainly tell that the timbre was of exceptional quality. Teacher Jiang, 2,888. Bai Lian did a quick calculation of the price, compared to Daong's cost of living. Impossible, Teacher Jiang. 8 billion, transfer the money, by the student. The school's guzheng indeed felt a bit rough. This guzheng was a timely rein for Bai Lian, who, as she pressed on the strings, had a continuous stream of inspiration and quickly wrote down line after line on paper. What's that? Lance looked over with silver needles pricked in his head. These characters were completely different from the Chinese characters he had learned. He recognized each character when taken apart, but combining them together was very confusing. Lance was baffled, wondering if the teacher who was teaching him Chinese had withheld something. Bai Lian did not bother to explain things that fundamentally could not be explained to foreigners. Partial paralysis. Lance immediately sat up straight. Outside, Ren Qian and Ren Wanxian had arrived in the afternoon, and Bai Lian had not mentioned Ren Wanxian to Ji Heng. Ji Heng was quite nice to Ren Wanxian, and now even conveniently invited the two of them to stay for dinner. I haven't finished my homework. Mentioning dinner, Ren Wanxian subconsciously spoke up. She found it hard to understand why Ji Heng was still living here. Wasn't Bai Lian no longer part of the Su family? Why not move Ji Heng out and change to a better house? Ji Xiaorong said nothing. Ren Qian looked at Ren Wanxian, then turned to Ji Heng with a smile. She still has tutoring classes today. Speaking of this, Ren Qian inquired further. I've hired famous tutors from Beijing who have taught students admitted to Jiangjing University. How about letting Alien join Wanxian for the lessons? Next to him, Ren Wanxian bit her lip and glanced at Ren Qian. But she said no more. Ji Heng was startled. This could indeed be a good opportunity for Bai Lian, but I will ask her. He put down the embroidery needle and picked up the tobacco pipe next to him. Ren Qian and Ren Wanxian left, and Lance emerged from Bai Lian's place, pulling out the needles and looking excited. Eat what? Outside. Ren Qian turned to glance back, asking Ren Wanxian, do you know that foreigner? Lance's appearance was quite disreputable. Ren Wanxian was very averse to the idea of taking classes with Bai Lian. I don't know him. All sorts of people are around here. Purist Street was a place where all sorts of people could be found. If it had not been for the Su family, she would not have wanted to be here at all this year. It was just a casual question from Ren Qian. No one would associate Lance, such a small old man, with a master surgeon. What he needed to be concerned about was how to mend the relationship with the Ji family. Fortunately, Ji Heng was quite forgiving towards Ren Wanxian, his grandniece. But as for Bai Lian, Ren Qian had a headache. He somewhat felt that Ji Heng could not sway Bai Lian, so what about the Su family? The theme of Bai Xiangjin's character song was clear. Lyric and composition were not difficult for Bai Lian. She had many experiences, most of which happened to her personally. The arrival of Jiang Fulai's guzheng was opportune, and in less than 3 days, she had written the entire piece. However, there was one thing: she used a simplified score, as she had never learned modern music theory, and the original owner's mind also lacked knowledge of modern music theory. She could learn modern music theory, but there was no time. Gym class. Class 15 and Class 8 were still together, and Bai Lian sat under the shade of a tree, lazily looking at a full page of simplified scores. Her phone lit up. It was a message from Jian Zhongyou. How do you think she plays? After listening to it, Bai Lian gave him an evaluation. Suddenly she remembered something. Do you know simplified scores? Jian Zhongyou took guzheng lessons seriously. He started playing the guzheng at the age of 8, and now, 60 years later, he was more familiar with the guzheng than with himself. He had written many papers on the guzheng and had researched no less than 100 historical books. Director Jian? This was a question directed at Bai Lian. Bai Jian. Image, Bai Jian. Can you translate this? Jiangjing Music Academy. In the office, President Jian put on his glasses and opened the image Bai Lian sent him. It was a version of the Jianzipu traditional music notation. He glanced at it, then taking his own guzheng, slowly started to play the notes following Bai Lian's tune, one by one. After replicating the entire tune, Jian couldn't hide his shock. President! A student knocked on the door from outside. Jian Zhongyou came back to his senses. Come in. Once the student left, Jian Zhongyou hurriedly studied the entire piece, taking a pen and turning the Jianzipu into staff notation. The Jianzipu was just part of his research. By converting it into staff notation, he could string the entire piece together from beginning to end. After he finished, he played it more smoothly. The whole piece was majestic, grandiose, and yet tragic. Jian Zhongyou heard such an emotionally complex tune for the first time. For a musician, receiving such a good piece was simply incredible. President Jian, where did you get this? He sent the converted staff notation back to Bai Lian. After physical education class, Bai Lian opened the image and saw the staff notation President Jian had sent her. She didn't understand it very well, but she could follow it together with the Jianzipu. She didn't quite understand why President Jian was so excited. Bai Jian. A song I wrote for a friend, President Jian, ? President Jian, did you write this? Bai Jian. 1. Jian Zhongyou couldn't comprehend Bai Lian's calm demeanor. It took him a long while to calm down, during which he didn't even think to ask why Bai Lian didn't use staff notation to record the music. After all, these days, few people knew about Jianzipu. He asked methodically, such a good piece can't be treated lightly. Who arranged it? Bai Jian. Don't know, President Jian. Friday. In the Zhang family's backyard. Yen Lu was practicing with a spear, and Sister Xen stood in the corner on the phone, right? Another week, huh? After hanging up, Sister Xen couldn't help but sigh. Yen Lu pivoted on the spot, and the spear obediently circled around in her hand, smoothly and adeptly. Sister Xen, just use the one you bought last time. Yen Lu put away her spear, her demeanor cool and detached. She had to join the cast the day after tomorrow, and there wasn't enough time. Sister Xen frowned, but she had listened to the demo, and from her non-professional perspective, both the lyrics and the composition seemed somewhat lacking. It was a minor issue if in Chi and Man she made fun of it, but if Yen Lu's debut song for her role was that bad, it would inevitably lead to an online backlash. Yen Lu comforted Sister Xen, I'm not a professional singer anyway. Can I still get famous from singing? As long as I perform my part well in the drama, the viewers will change their minds later. Creak. The back door was pushed open. Wang Qi noisily carried a flower pot inside, greeting the two of them familiarly, Sister Yen, Sister Xen. Following him, Bai Lian and Ning Xiao each carried a flower pot. Sister Xen quickly stepped aside to let the students set down the flower pots. Seeing a truck parked outside, she and Yen Lu also helped move a few loads, and the group finished moving the flower pots in just a few minutes. Zhang Ma came in from the front with a bunch of colas. Bai Lian opened the pull tab of the soda can with one hand, while taking out 2 casually folded pieces of paper and a USB drive from her school uniform's pocket and handed them to Sister Exin. "Here is the song, and the demo is on this USB drive." "Ah." Sister Exin stared at her hand for a good while before taking them absent-mindedly. "You finished everything? You also did the arrangement?" Bai Lian took a casual sip of her cola, raised an eyebrow. "I only took part in the lyric and music composition." "Then who did the arrangement?" Sister Exin reflexively asked. As for the arrangement, it was Jian Zhongyo. In an ordinary day, created by Xiangjuan herself, with the composition by the modern music leading figure, president of the Jiangjing Music Academy, Jian Zhongyo, a top-level cross-century collaboration, had been born. Chapter 279. The first pianist at the time, when to find President Jian_1 Bai Lian had only used the Jianzipu notation to jot down the main melody of the song, which encompassed its framework and soul. But as someone from the ancient past, she was not very familiar with modern instruments. The arrangement of a song is really too important. An arranger needs to understand various music theories and learn to match different instruments to compose accompaniment, enriching the music. This was not a difficult task for Jian Zhongyo, who had been involved with music since childhood. He had participated in many arrangements, and he didn't even need a music library. In fact, he could grab anyone from the music academy, where talented men and women were a dime a dozen, and they could play the parts needed for his arrangement on the spot. Sister Exin gathered up the USB drive and the 2 pieces of paper. "I'll listen to it as soon as I get back." In reality, Sister Exin didn't hold much hope for the lyrics and composition Bai Lian had created in such a short time, seeing as Bai Lian was not a professional. It wasn't just Sister Exin. Bai Lian also felt that she might have a generation gap with Sister Xin and the others, unsure whether her aesthetic would be embraced in this era. She thought for a moment, then said to Sister Exin, "You all go back and listen, and if it really doesn't suit you, just forget it." Bai Lian had learned a diverse array of skills. She studied the guzheng with the top Xing player in Beijing, who had only taught 2 people at that time. She and Princess Huaiyan were the only students, and the princess learned to play better than her. Back then, there were too many people who knew how to play the guzheng. Talents bloomed everywhere, and they made friends through their playing. Women were subject to much stricter standards than today, yet Princess Huaiyan managed to stand out even at the young age of 16. It was a pity that Princess Huaiyan did not finish her studies, as she left the guzheng to Bai Lian when she went to marry into a foreign land alone at 18 years old. Later on, Bai Lian also did not complete her studies as she departed for the battlefield. Nowadays, many short videos, including those edited by Pu Shaohan, have covered the historical segment of Great Yong, claiming its history cannot be replicated, as flipping through its pages only reveals regrets. Xiaolu has to go back tonight to record the song, and shall join the crew the day after tomorrow. Mother Zhang looked at the group of kids in the backyard. "Well, all have dinner here tonight, everything has been purchased, and Dad Zhang has cleaned everything already." Zhang Xi's had already left this time, and it was uncertain when everyone would be able to gather like this again. Bai Lian came back to her senses. Okay. She could now calmly reminisce about these things. Bai Lian slightly bowed her head, her long lashes partly lowered. As the gentle golden light of the setting sun bathed her, she held her phone, sending a message to both Lance and Jiheng that she would eat outside and return home late. Mother Zhang went to the milk tea shop in front to look for Yang Lin and Qi Lu. Everyone was quite familiar with Qi Yundai. Especially Wang Qi, who felt like he was about to go find Zhang Xi's the moment Qi Lu glanced at him. Qi Yundai sat on the sofa, tidy and serious, not given to idle chatter. The others didn't dare to joke with him, but when they saw Mother Zhang bring out cut fruit, even Qi Yundai, a stickler for order, couldn't resist any longer. He stood up to go to the kitchen, shooing Father Zhang and Mother Zhang out. Chop, chop, a session of slicing. Father Zhang stood at the kitchen doorway with a knife, watching Qi Yundai meticulously shred cucumber, then hesitantly looked at Mother Zhang. Did you secretly hire a chef without telling me?" Mother Zhang smacked Father Zhang on the head. How many times have I told you? This is Master Qi Lu. Father Zhang. Although Mother Zhang had told him countless times about the impressive deeds of Qi Yundai, but Father Zhang looked into the kitchen. Was this really a proper lawyer? After dinner, Sister Exen left with Yen Lu. They had to drive back to Beijing overnight to record the song. It wasn't until they were in the car that Sister Exen had the driver turn on the light in the back seat to look at the 2 pieces of paper Bai Lian had given her. The first piece of paper contained the music score, which she didn't understand very well since she hadn't learned music, so she flipped to the second sheet. The second was the complete lyrics of the song. Sister Exen read slowly from top to bottom, her expression turning from casual to astonished. To raise a cup again, a toast to the imperial family, and to the vast world beyond. Born rebellious by nature, what fear have I of legions and horses vast? If heaven and earth do not side with me, I'll tread them underfoot. It's nothing but chess, calligraphy, paintings, poetry, wine, and flowers in the next life, as I mount my steed and take up my lance, clad in armor once again. Once Yen Lu's role was confirmed for Great Yong, they gave her the script. Sister Exen wasn't too familiar with this part of the history in Great Yong, but she had read the script. Bai Lian's lyrics truly encapsulated the character's life in all its details. The lyrics truly amazed Sister Exen. Yen Lu, take a look. Sister Exen directly showed her the lyrics. It's written by Miss Bai. Yen Lu took the lyrics, sat up straight and read from top to bottom. The music. After a long moment, Yen Lu let out a breath and immediately asked Sister Exen for the tune. She had learned music theory and could hum it roughly. Sister Exen passed her the other sheet. By Jian must be Miss Bai. It was the Jian that Sister Exen had not heard before. I've thought about it. If the composition and arrangement aren't too bad, you could use this song directly. Chapter 280. The first pianist at the time, when to find President Jian_2 Yen Lu didn't respond to her, only looking at the score. Sister Exen didn't have a computer on hand, unable to listen to the songs on the flash drive. She urged the driver, drive a little faster. The sooner they reached Beijing, the sooner they could hear the overall style of the song. Yen Lu by her side, having roughly hummed the entire melody, was lost in thought for a long time. Sister Exen was thinking that as long as the composition and arrangement weren't too bad, it would be fine. After all, Bai Lian had warned her that it could be replaced if unsuitable. But how would she know that the person who wrote this piece was Miss Bai herself? Bai Lian may have felt inferior to the third princess, but she forgot who her teacher was, who could take her and the third princess as students at the same time. Does her talent even need to be mentioned? The next day, early Saturday morning, Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai went to give a lesson to Zhang Xiais. Seeing the two of them, Zhang Xiais was very moved, a snot-nosed, tearful mess. Brother Jiang, after an hour-long lesson, Zhang Xiais asked in a low voice, "What do you think are my chances of getting into Jiangjing University of Political Science and Law now?" He felt that in just under a month, his performance had improved dramatically. Jiang Fulai told Bai Lian to go first and upon hearing the question, glanced at Zhang Xiais. "I suggest you don't mention the University of Political Science and Law right now." Why? Zhang Xiais was stunned. He didn't quite understand. Jiang Fulai raised his hand. "I'm afraid they might sue you for libel." Zhang Xiais, a prison guard beside them, with his head lowered, recuffed Zhang Shi's hands. It couldn't be helped. Jiangjing University of Political Science and Law was famously known throughout Asia. After all, since Qi Lu had a high international profile, finding out he graduated from Jiangjing University of Political Science and Law only enhanced its reputation. There wasn't a single mediocrity among them. Zhang Xiais sensed Jiang Fulai's implications. Small matters aside, he was now worried about whether he could get into the University of Political Science and Law. Looking at Jiang Fulai's manner, he knew, if he couldn't get in, Qi Lu would indeed be ruthless. Why were they all so abnormal? Outside in the car, Bai Lian sat in the passenger seat. She leaned back in her seat, head tilted slightly, lazily resting against the window, her phone pressed to her ear, having a call with Ji-heng. Today's Saturday. From the other side of the phone, Ji-heng was stuffing tobacco into his pipe, his voice was unclear. The Ren family mentioned that a master teacher from Beijing was coming to give a lesson. Do you want to go? Ji-heng knew Bai Lian was diligent in her studies. So after Rin Qian's call, he especially asked Bai Lian. Ji-heng was also well aware that academic pursuits were smoother with a teacher's assistance, despite not wanting to have many connections with the Ren family. But when it came to Bai Lian, Ji-heng was always able to maneuver with ease. Bai Lian didn't use speaker mode, but she didn't cover the microphone either. With the car's limited space, Jiang Fulai, sitting in the driver's seat, paused while fastening his seatbelt. In a casual sideways posture, he lifted his head and looked towards Bai Lian with a nonchalant demeanor. His eyes were shallow and pale, cold and clear. Bai Lian, "Grandpa, I'm not going." She lowered her voice to Ji-heng. Ji-heng was still loud. "I think." Bai Lian, "Grandpa, I don't like the Rin family." With that, Ji-heng had no other words. "All right, I'll let them know." After they hung up, Bai Lian glanced at the person beside her. Jiang Fulai methodically buckled up, rolled down both car windows, and the wind blew, lifting their white clothes. He didn't speak. Bai Lian thought this should be the end of it. Library. Ning Xiao asked Jiang Fulai a question from the Jiangjing University's attached college question bank. Jiang Fulai put down the printed document in his hand and glanced over. "Do you know any famous teachers from Beijing?" Ning Xiao looked at the English document Jiang Fulai had set down, which he didn't quite understand, and averted his gaze. At Jiang Fulai's words, he blinked in slight surprise. "A teacher from Beijing? Very famous." Jiang Fulai slightly withdrew his gaze, his hand resting on the table, his pose somewhat casual, as if he was utterly nonchalant. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming took him seriously. Did a master teacher come to Xiangqing? Bai Lian beside them. It was preposterous. She reached out, grabbed Jiang Fulai's wrist, took the question bank from Ning Xiao, and handed it to him calmly. "Teacher Jiang, listen to me, you're the most famous." Jiang Fulai picked up the book, half convinced. Lunchtime. Having finished a bite, Jiang Fulai suddenly looked at Bai Lian. "So, who is that teacher?" "All right." Bai Lian knew the matter wasn't over just yet. She'd remember the Ren family. After lunch, when Bai Lian took out her phone to memorize words, she stumbled upon Sister Zin's WeChat and asked her, "How is it? Does it work?" Chapter 281. The first pianist at the time, went to find President Jian_3. She didn't know if modern people could appreciate her old-fashioned aesthetic. The Ren family. Ren Qian had already received a response from Ji-heng. "She doesn't want to come?" Ren Qian wasn't particularly surprised by this response, but still didn't understand what Bai Lian was thinking. "Prepare another gift and send it to the Ji family," he instructed. Ren Wanxian was already in class, having recently become extremely studious due to some unknown motivation. "Okay," the person beside him responded respectfully, then reported the information he had gathered. "There indeed arrived another person in Jiangjing, last name Yu. We are not clear on the other details." Hearing this, Ren Qian was even more surprised. This is more secretive than Qin Yes information? Is there any way to get in contact? The subordinate looked down slightly. Qin Gang is already pulling strings. Their first meeting with Qin Yi had been arranged by Qin Gang, and it was no secret in Xiangqing that Qin Gang was connected to the Qin family of Jiangjing. If they could arrange a meeting with Qin Yi, arranging one with another person shouldn't be difficult. It's good to have connections in high places. Ren Qian had envied the Qin family's network of contacts more than once. "Contact Qin Gang for me." Ren Qian made a decisive decision, pondered for a moment, and then said thoughtfully, "Do you think Su En knows about this?" The subordinate was uncertain. He should know, right? If they had received the information, Su En, who was more in the know, would definitely be aware. Beijing Recording Studio. Wang Xian and Yen Lu had been waiting since the morning, and it had already been 3 hours. A staff member came out, and Wang Xian couldn't help but approach. "Are the people inside finished recording? Why hasn't it been our turn yet?" The staff member glanced at Wang Xen, not recognizing her, and waved his hand impatiently. Teacher man, she is still recording. If you can't wait, go to another studio. But we had an appointment at 9:30. Could you let us record first? We are on a tight schedule, Wang Xen said with a smile, pleading with the staff member. She had booked this morning's recording session for 9:30 several days ago. But since she hadn't finished, Wang Xen and Yen Lu had been waiting until noon. Having no other choice, since Yen Lu was not yet famous and considered a nobody in the industry, no one would care. This was the harsh reality for those who weren't famous. You're funny, the staff member scoffed. You're on a tight schedule, but doesn't that apply to everyone else too? Don't disturb me while I'm working. He carried 2 cups of coffee toward the direction of the recording studio. Having heard that it was Shi inside, Wang Xen knew that there must be some deliberate delay on their part. Let's wait a bit longer. Yen Lu adjusted the sunglasses on her chest and spoke up with a cool tone. She can't possibly stay in here all night. Wang Xen thought to herself that staying all night was unlikely. This was the best recording studio in Beijing, always fully booked, and Wang Xen had also made a reservation long in advance. They would probably not be able to find another available studio at this short notice. Her phone pinged with a message. It was from Bai Lian. Wang Xen stood up promptly, and even though Bai Lian wasn't there, she replied to the message with respectful haste. She described the situation briefly. When Bai Lian received the message from Wang Xen, she was on her way back to the library. Her fingertips tapping on the phone screen, she directly called Wang Xen. Miss Bai. Wang Xen walked into a corner. Bai Lian paused at the bottom of the library stairs, leaning against a pillar. Then do you want to switch to a different studio? We would like to change, Wang Xen sighed, but you have to book recording studios in advance. We certainly can't find another one on short notice. Hopefully, they will be finished in the afternoon. The afternoon, Bai Lian considered the time, and then suddenly proposed, the timing should work out. Go to Jiangjing. Just yesterday, Jian Zhongyo had told Yen Lu to go to Jiangjing for recording. Bai Lian, seeing Yen Lu and company anxious, hadn't told them. Now, since they had to wait either way, it might be better to go to Jiangjing to record, especially since President Jian himself was personally handling the arrangement, and nobody knew it better than him. Jiangjing? Wang Xen was once again surprised by Bai Lian's suggestion. Yes, Bai Lian was decisive. Buy plane tickets now. After speaking with Wang Xen, Bai Lian brought up President Jian's WeChat. Their conversation was still on the topic of reduced musical scores. President Jian discovered that Bai Lian's research on reduced musical scores was even more extensive than his, and they had been discussing the restoration of a score that was missing half a page. President Jian! Exclamation point. President Jian! Send me the flight details, I'll arrange for someone to pick them up. At 4:45 p.m. Jiangjing Airport. Upon disembarking the plane, Yen Lu and Wang Xen saw a young man at the meeting point holding a sign for them. Miss Yen Lu, I presume. The young man was very polite to the 2 women. Please follow us. He led the way, taking out his phone to report to President Jian. President, we've picked up the guests. This exclamatory style was known by a few at the Music Academy. President Jian was fond of using exclamation marks. The young man led them to a business vehicle. A very ordinary business vehicle. Wang Xen, where are we going? Inside the business vehicle, Yen Lu sat with Wang Xen at the back and couldn't help but lower her voice to ask. Wang Xen did not know either, but they both trusted Bai Lian. Her heart suddenly beat faster, her imagination running wild. Could it be the Crown Recording Studio? The Crown Recording Studio, highly sought after in the entertainment industry, equipped with top-notch gear, was the go-to recording facility for many top singers and kings of music. With Yen Lu's current status, it was impossible to book a session there. Wang Xen thought, considering Bai Lian knew Mr. Su himself, it was quite possible she could secure a booking. It was the best studio Wang Xen could imagine Bai Lian being able to book, something she wouldn't have even dared to dream of in the past. Until the car stopped in front of a school gate. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.